Hi, welcome back guys. This is your friend, Lettuce Head Fanfics. Back with amazing fanfiction. This is the series of What If Deku Became Aizawa's Child? Please give this video a like and subscribe to the channel if you want more videos like this. Now let's get into the fanfic. Dad. Someone says, soft and hesitant, near his elbow. Shouta nearly backhands them in surprise. It's dangerous to sneak up on off-duty heroes. Dangerous to sneak up on anyone really, when you don't know them or what they are capable of. A teenager, short and underfed with prominent freckles on his cheeks, stands less than 3 feet from him. Shouta opens his mouth to tell the kid to leave him alone. He is not in the mood to deal with more children than he has to in a day. The quota has been met, when said teenager crowds a little closer with a nervous smile. Sorry I'm late. Shouta has never seen this teen before in his life, let alone waited for him anywhere. But then the kid's eyes dart to the side and there's a very tense line to his shoulders. He glances over as well, scanning the rest of the customers until his eyes catch on a man at the end of the aisle staring very intently at the two of them. The man is average height with short cropped bronze hair and pale yellow eyes. He's wearing jeans and a dark blue hoodie. With the way the kid's standing, almost putting Shouta directly between them, it's obvious he considers the man a threat. He could leave. He never would, but the option was there, staring him in the face against all his better morals. Shouta sighs, resisting the urge to bury himself in his sleeping bag and never come out, and makes a decision. Was wondering where you went, he says, dumping the basket into the kid's arms and taking satisfaction in the brief expression of surprise and bafflement. But he brightens once he realizes Shouta's going along with his story and follows him into the next aisle. Sorry, got lost looking for batteries, the teen says. He isn't entirely sure the store even carries batteries, but he doesn't say that aloud. He grunts instead, handing over a few packages of spicy sweet instant noodles that he finally finds on the bottom shelf. Took you long enough. It's quiet between them for a few minutes after that, but the kid doesn't complain about being made to carry stuff. Nor does he look like he's going to bolt the moment Shouta pays. What's the story behind this kid? Isizuku, the kid responds immediately in a low-toned whisper as he dutifully takes a bag of rice. He's been following me almost all day. You looked the closest, sorry. Shouta can sort of see it, in the same tiredness that drags at his bones and the messy hair. Enough for a passing glance at least, but wouldn't hold up under close scrutiny. But he also gets the strange feeling like that's not all of it, but he doesn't feel like pressing. You know him? He asks, honestly hoping the answer is negative. Estranged family members were some of the worst kind to deal with. Thankfully, the kid shakes his head. Recognized him cause he was hanging around the other side of town before people started disappearing, Isizuku says, seemingly unaware of Shouta pausing in the middle of handing him a stout bottle of seasoning. Other than that, I've got no idea who he is. Interesting. Shouta continues on with his shopping. No name. Nah. By the time he finishes up and pays, the man is waiting outside on a bench, scrolling through his phone without actually glancing at it. It's even more obvious that he has his eye on Isizuku, as well, because it looks like the man snaps to attention once he catches a glimpse of the teenager. Shouta wants to be able to get home to his husband and cats. He does not want to wait the guy out with the kid. So he makes his decision. Thankfully he still has his capture weapon and other equipment. Come on, he tells him, shifting the bags in his arms until the hand closest to his knife is free, just in case. He also subtly makes sure that he is in between the creep and the kid. The teen glances up at him with a squint then down at his own full arms, mouth twisting into a frown. You just want someone to carry your stuff, Isizuku accuses. But he does follow him down the street and away from the man, slightly behind and to the right. While it is nice to have someone else carry the bags, that's not the main reason. This is a worrisome situation, a kid being stalked by a man with obvious ill intent. Shouta is a hero. He became a hero for a reason and that was to help where he could. And at this moment he can help this kid not get kidnapped or killed or 100 other awful things that could happen. Shouta doesn't want this kid to be another face on the news. Can't have you disappearing on me just yet, Shouta says. I'm quirkless, he says, and there's something wistful and bitter in his tone that makes his heart ache for the kid without a way to really express the sentiment. We disappear one way or another. Shouta's mind blanks for a moment and he almost freezes mid-step. This kid. He glances at the kid out of the corner of his eye to really look at him. Dark green hair, messy and curled in a soft halo around him. Green, very green, eyes that hold a sharp spark of intelligence, a suspicious tint, and something indescribable. Freckles that stand out against pale skin and a dark bruise just visible from under the edge of his shirt collar. The shirt is plain and a little loose over his thin frame. And bright red shoes. And even while holding the grocery bags, his hands are twisting together. This kid is beyond anxious. Shouta taps the boy's elbow lightly. Izuku looks up at him questioningly, yet still with a suspicious sheen. Kid, are you okay? Izuku frowns for a moment before smiling hugely at Shouta. Of course I'm fine. Shouta frowns but says nothing. He knows that smile is just a mask, a shield to protect something. He hums and continues to walk beside Izuku. Shouta debates on many things. He isn't sure if this kid will run for it if Shouta starts asking harder questions. He knows that this kid is being hurt though, or at the very least neglected. He is too skinny and pale. The bruise Shouta can just barely make out is worrisome. Shouta wishes his husband was here at this moment. Zashi is so much better with people, especially children. Zashi is also very emotionally intelligent as well as beyond observant with people. Shouta decides to test the waters. Are you safe at home, kid? Izuku trips over an uneven part of the sidewalk. Shouta steadies him with a hand on his elbow before letting go gently. The kid coughs, his cheeks bright red. Home is fine. That does not answer the question. Shouta watches as Izuku chews on his bottom lip. He is lying, or at least not telling the whole truth. He knows this kid is being hurt. This small child.
That doesn't deserve the pain and suspicion he wears like a cape on his small shoulders. This kid needs help. Actual help. But Shouta doesn't have anything more than his suspicions and can't legally act yet. But he feels the need to give this kid something concrete. Shouta sighs. Okay. If I give you my number, will you use it if you ever need help? Why would you do that? Izuku breathes. Shouta realizes at that moment that he never introduced himself to this kid. This teenager is just randomly following a stranger down the street. That is dangerous. What the heck is wrong with this teenager that he just trusts some random man to this extent? This kid. My name is Aizawa Shouta. I'm the pro. Hero, Eraserhead. Izuku finishes. Shouta stops on a dime and turns to face the greenette. Izuku flinches back. Shouta freezes as something in his chest breaks for this child. I'm not gonna hurt you, kid. Shouta's whole body relaxes to try to put the kid more at ease, to maybe show he's not a threat to Izuku. Okay, Izuku says quickly, a little higher pitched. His breathing hitches slightly. Glancing around, Shouta sees no one else close enough to hear them. There's a group of 3 adults walking on the other side of the street. He crouches a little to be closer to Izuku's height. Kid. Izuku, I swear I will not hurt you. He wants Izuku to trust him, even slightly. Izuku studies Shouta for a long moment, and Shouta does not move, keeps his posture relaxed and his eyes steady. Okay, Izuku says finally as he glances away. A slight breeze ruffles his green curls. Shouta is sure Izuku doesn't fully believe him, so that's the best he is going to get right now. I'm sorry that I startled you, Shouta says. I was surprised you knew my hero name. Nobody has ever recognized me like that before. Would you be willing to share with me how you knew that? Izuku twists his hands more. You WWL, I've read some about you on Hero FF forums, and the description of you AL always includes your sea capture scarf and yellow goggles among other things. And you're also very observant, which P probably comes from your W work as an underground hero. So, the kid is a hero fanboy by the sound of it. And even if he's read some things about Eraserhead, it's harder to put that knowledge into action like he did. That takes some serious deduction and observation. And Shouta has run into people that have met both his personas and not put them together. Shouta nods slowly. You're pretty smart, kid. He has potential. The effect is instantaneous. Izuku's entire face and ears go red as he flails his hands through the air. Ena no ai. I'm really. I am mean. Does no one praise this kid ever? Shouta frowns. Someone has had to have seen this kid's intelligence before. Or do they all ignore him for something he has no control over? Just passes over the kid without a thought. What is wrong with the people in his life? Shouta wants to growl, but refrains so he doesn't scare Izuku. So back at the store, did you choose me because I'm a hero? Because Shouta is curious if it was a deciding factor or if it was lucky that he looked close enough to the hero. Well, that was part of it, I guess. I mean, you were the closest looking to me, but I could have chosen someone else that looked friendlier. I just figured you could also protect yourself if that guy tried to attack. I didn't really want to put anyone else in danger or anything, but that guy was kinda scary and I couldn't lose him myself. So did I just... Yeah. So there is a chance that the kid could have chosen to continue to deal with the highly dangerous situation of a stalker by himself without alerting anyone. Shouta nods. Okay. That was smart of you. I'm glad you reached out like that. Okay.
So.
Why wouldn't I give you my number in case you ever needed my help?
Oh, well.
I'm quirkless. Nobody ever helps me after they know that. Nobody ever cares about us. About me, he doesn't say. Shouta breathes out sharply. Anger, bright and hot, that he has not felt in years burns like fire through his body. He has the urge to go beat the people who have hurt and ignored this kid. The terrible ones that have conditioned this boy to assume no one will help him. At the same time, he wants to wrap this teen up and take him home with him so Hisashi and the cats can hug and cuddle this kid and make him feel loved and wanted. Shouta wants to protect this kid who is just so sad. Okay. I care. And I will help you if you ever need me. I am going to give you my card that has my personal phone number on it, and you can call me anytime. Shouta pulls out a simple gray card from one of his belt pouches and hands it out to Izuku. Izuku stares at it as if it's going to bite him. Or as if he'll pull it away before Izuku can take it. To tease him, Shouta realizes. But I'm quirkless. I don't care. I don't think that matters. You have value outside of your quirk or lack thereof. Okay. Izuku takes the card slowly, obviously still waiting for the other shoe to drop. Shouta carefully takes his bags from the kid. I can walk you home if you'd like. He really wants the kid to say yes so he can see his home and know where this kid lives. Get full names that he can get Takachi or Nedu to look up later.
No.
No, thank you. I'll be okay now that that guy isn't here. Not unexpected that he said no, though. Shouta nods once, disappointed but not going to show it outwardly so Izuku can't take it the wrong way. Okay. Will you text me that you got home safely at least? It's getting dark out. Izuku's eyes widen before answering softly. Okay. I could do that, I guess. Shouta knows that the kid still doesn't believe that Shouta cares.
Good.
Don't forget or I'll be worried and have to track you down. Yes, Eraserhead-san.
Kid.
Izuku. You can call me by my name. Izuku hums. He stares at the card before pocketing it. Okay. Be careful getting home and don't forget to text me. Shouta nods as Izuku turns away. Shouta watches Izuku walk down the street until he turns. He continues on his way, slow and steady as a few cars pass him. He ambles the 2 blocks back to the complex that his apartment belongs to. After nodding to the doorman of the building, Shouta makes his way up to the 3rd floor, to his apartment, and to his cats and husband a couple blocks away slowly, his thoughts swirling around this one sad, lonely, hurt kid. After the groceries are put away, his phone pings with a message. XXX. Eraserhead-san. This is Izuku. I made it home. Aizawa Shouta. You can just call me by my name, kid. I'm glad you made it home safely. Problem child. Yes, Aizawa-san.
Good night, sir.
Aizawa Shouta.
Good night, kid.
Contact me anytime.
Shouta
hums. You okay? Shouta looks up at his husband. Hisashi is staring at him with worried yellow-green eyes, a frown pulling at his lips. His long blonde hair is pulled back into a messy bun. Shouta cannot help but admire his husband's beauty for a moment. Kami does Shouta love Hisashi with all of his being. I'm fine, Zashi. Why? Well, Han, you keep glaring at your phone, and you were texting someone. Shouta hums. I met this kid. I'm worried about him. Oh. Hisashi's eyebrows rise. What's got you so worried about him? He shifts closer to Shouta on their gray couch in the living area of their apartment. The TV is playing some cooking show in the background. Hisashi wraps an arm around Shouta and squeezes gently. So Shouta tells his husband about the whole encounter. He tells Hisashi about the skinniness, the pale skin, the bruise. He explains the flinch and suspicion in the kid's eyes. While Shouta talks, Hisashi keeps the grounding arm around him and an open expression. His bright eyes darken with worry for the kid as Shouta explains. And Kami, Zashi, he doesn't think anyone cares about him, or even ever will care about him all because of him being quirkless. He genuinely expects to be ignored. He couldn't even take a compliment from me about how he figured out who I was. Hisashi smiles teasingly. He must be something else. You sound almost fond of him, Sho. Hisashi knows Shouta better than anyone. He knows that Shouta doesn't make connections quickly or very easily. So for Shouta to get attached to this kid, he must have seen something special. He's smart, observant, and he's cautious. Shouta frowns as he stares at his phone again. But you're worried. Someone is hurting him. You think it's his parents? I'm not sure if he's being physically hurt at home. He wouldn't give me a straight answer, though. I'm pretty sure whoever he has at home is at least neglecting him. You should have seen how skinny he was. But someone is hurting him. I'm just not sure how badly. Well, at least you got your number to him. Shouta sighs. I don't know if he'll tell me if he needs help, though. He seems like a problem child. Hisashi chuckles. His eyes brighten a little as he watches his husband. Shouta glares at him. Why are you laughing? Oh, Sho, you're attached. You already have a nickname for the little listener. Shouta huffs. Whatever. Hisashi smiles gently. Well, how about if he doesn't contact you in a day or two, you message him. That way you can check up on him. Make sure he's okay. Shouta nods. I will. Hisashi reaches out to gently slide Shouda's cheek. He'll be okay, kitten. Besides, now he has you to rely on. If I can get him to trust me, you will. I'm not good with kids. Or people. Hisashi shakes his head, a few long blonde locks escaping the loose bun. You're better than you think. Trust me. Shouta just sighs fondly at his husband. If you say so. Hisashi leans forward to kiss him first on the forehead and then gently on the lips. Shouta gives him a soft smile, one that is very different from the Cheshire grin he usually gives off, and one that is mostly reserved for his love. Now come on, let's go to bed. You don't have patrol tonight, Hisashi says as he stands and stretches his long limbs. He grabs Shouda's hand and pulls him up off the couch. After turning off the TV and lights, Hisashi gently guides him back the dim hallway to the first door on the right, their master bedroom. On the other side of town, Izuku stares at his phone. I can't believe I texted him, and I can't believe Eraserhead gave me his number. The Eraserhead.
Wow.
Izuku takes a deep breath, trying to keep a lid on his panic. Okay. This isn't a big deal, right? Oh, Kami. Izuku mutters under his breath. Deep breath. Okay. Focus, Izuku. You texted him like he asked, so now you can just leave it alone. And so Izuku forces himself to put his phone down and walk away from it. After all, it is hard to believe any adult would care about him. He's lucky that Aizawa-san was kind enough to let him, a quirkless reject, stay with a hero long enough to make that creep leave him alone. It's 10 p.m. now. Izuku walks quietly out of his small bedroom, down the short hallway, and into the kitchen to see if there is any food. The tile of the kitchen is cold even through his socks. He knows that it's a long shot to find food. His mom barely ever shops for groceries to stock the cupboards. She usually just gets enough to feed herself only. Inko even keeps a single cabinet of food stocked, but it's locked. And Izuku doesn't want a repeat of the last time he tried to sneak some food from that cabinet. He shivers at the memory of a sharp stinging pain and a cold night outside. Izuku searches through the white cabinets and finds half a sleeve of stale crackers. The fridge is also empty, save for some expired milk, which Izuku doesn't want to touch. He won't ask for money again either. The last time he did, Inko had slapped him hard enough to split the skin on his cheekbone and called him ungrateful. Once a month, Inko will leave a few thousand yen on the counter for Izuku. Usually it's enough to get some rice and some instant noodles. Cheap stuff that can last a couple weeks if he stretches it. Izuku sits at the tiny, two-chair kitchen table and eats the crackers in silence. He eats slowly, trying to savor the feeling of food being chewed and swallowed. He tells himself that it's fine and maybe tomorrow he might find a way to get a meal somehow. He brushes his teeth in the tiny bathroom while he stares at his pale, washed-out reflection in the cracked mirror. He walks across the hall to his bedroom and falls onto a single bed and stares out his little window, out into the big, big city. Izuku makes sure not to daydream about better things. There's no reason to wish or to hope. After all, it's not like he deserves anything more than what he's graced with now. He goes to sleep with a growling stomach and a headache. The next morning sees Izuku wake up to a still empty apartment. She must be staying with a friend today. She'll do that sometimes. Quietly, Izuku gets ready for school like every other day. Uniform, bag, shoes, and leave. School is the same as always. He tries to dodge the bullies. Other kids trip him in the halls. Teachers see it all and ignore it. Some of them are worse though and smirk at him when it happens. When he gets to his classroom, he doesn't react to the red spider lilies and just stuffs them into his backpack. He sits down and looks at the surface of his desk. He ignores the stares, whispers, and snickers. The day continues as usual. He is insulted, shoved in the hallways, tripped in the classroom, made fun of by multiple teachers. They call him useless and stupid, ask him why he can't be like his peers, and hides in the bathroom during lunch. He doesn't eat lunch. After school, Izuku tries to outrun the usual group, which includes Kaken. They catch him just before he reaches the school gates. Extended fingers trip Izuku, and he falls flat, smacking his jaw on the hard ground. Thankfully, they only hit and kick him a few times before Kaken burns Izuku with a smaller explosion against his arm. The three boys finally leave him alone and walk off laughing amongst themselves. Izuku sits up and wipes his tears on his sleeve. He slowly stands up and limps slowly through the school gates. He walks down the busy streets, passing people and shops without really seeing anything. He knows that he only makes it back to the apartment, not home, hasn't been a home in years, because of muscle memory and bare minimum consciousness. He stumbles up the 4 flights of stairs and unlocks the door. He doesn't bother to call out that he's home. Inko's shoes aren't lined up neatly in the entrance, so it's safe to assume she isn't here. It's not like his mother would care that he was home or not anyway. He kicks his red sneakers off before making his way through the genkan into the main living area that includes the kitchen and living room. Izuku freezes when he notices something isn't quite right. Something feels off, like something is missing or out of place. He glances around, only moving his eyes. The TV missing from the wall in the living room is the biggest difference. But something pristine white on the dark table catches Izuku's attention. Izuku walks into the kitchen slowly and realizes that it's a small note folded in half on the table. Izuku's hands shake as he picks it up to read it. "I'm done with you. I have started a new relationship with a man I met at work, so I'm moving in with him. I left you an envelope with more money than you deserve. I'm just glad that you will be out of my life, and I no longer have to deal with your worthlessness. After all, who could love a quirkless brat like you? Inko." Izuku drops the note. He drops to his knees with a quiet cry. He curls so that his forearms rest on the tiled floor. Hot tears fall onto his clenched fists. Izuku sobs.
No. No.
No. Izuku chokes as the words fight against his numb tongue. All he can think is that it's unfair. He didn't ask to be quirkless. He didn't ask to be worthless. He didn't ask to be bullied. He didn't ask to be born. He falls over onto his side as he continues to sob and cry. He curls even tighter into himself, clutching at his bony knees. Izuku sleeps on the kitchen floor that night. In the morning, He wakes up and shoves himself off the cold floor. He gets ready for school silently. He changes into his spare gakuren and brushes his hair and teeth. Trying to make his face a little less red and puffy, he rinses his face with cold water. He doesn't even glance at the note on the floor or the envelope on the counter. He purposely doesn't think about how he doesn't know if she paid for the apartment or what he's going to do if he gets kicked out of the apartment complex. What he'll do if he ends up homeless. He simply goes to school and repeats the same process. Try to escape the bullies.
Fail.
Get beat up. Kaken explodes. Get up. Go to the apartment. Stare at the note. Do homework.
Try to fall asleep.
It's not until the next day after school, after he's treated another burn on his arms, that he realizes how hungry he is because he hasn't eaten in 3 days. Such an idiot. He finally counts out the money in the envelope. 20,000 yen. More than what she usually leaves. But that's not going to last very long, Izuku mutters. Warm tears drip down his face.
What?
What am I supposed to do? After his breathing levels out again, Izuku takes 1,000 yen down to the convenience store closest to his apartment. It's a tiny store run by a kind older man. He buys some instant ramen cups. Just enough to get through the night and maybe tomorrow. No school since it's the weekend. Izuku returns to the empty apartment and eats a ramen cup before sitting at the table to stare at the rest of the cash. He wonders if Inko plans on just straight up abandoning him, or if she'll send more money later. It's not like very many people would care about a quirkless kid being abandoned. He's just a useless kid. He isn't worth the trouble. Maybe I should just give up.
No.
Izuku crumples the note in his hand. I'm not just going to give up. I want to be a hero. I can't give up. Large tears roll down his freckled cheeks. I'll figure it out. I'll figure something out somehow. Maybe you can ask Eraserhead for help. Izuku shakes his head.
No. No. No.
He wouldn't care. I shouldn't bother him with something so trivial. I'll get by on my own. Izuku showers. He'd love to take a warm bath, but the bathroom isn't large enough to fit a tub, and goes to lie down on his bed. He stares at the ceiling for hours before finally succumbing to restless sleep. The next day, Izuku does his homework and then searches through the apartment. Inko had actually taken a lot of the pots and pans and in general all of the stuff. She left the kitchen table, the beat-up sofa in the living room, one small dented pot and a frying pan, and all of Izuku's stuff. He could try to sell the couch and table since he doesn't necessarily need that stuff. And while he doesn't really want to sell his hero merch, some of it could be worth a good amount. He will if he needs to. A lot of it is in pristine condition, and from when he was a small child, when Inko would still buy him stuff. He sits at the kitchen table with a Present Mic-themed notebook and a pen. He takes a sip of water from a glass he has on the table before picking up the pen and opening the notebook. As he is making a list of everything he could potentially sell, his phone pings softly from its place next to him. Izuku picks it up to check the notification. Aizawa Shouta. Hey, kid. I haven't heard from you in a few days. Everything okay? Shouta leans against the kitchen counter as his husband flits around the room, pulling out pans and cutting boards. Shouta is tense as he cradles his phone in his left hand. Babe, stop staring at your phone like that. Shouta glances up and raises an eyebrow at his husband. You have to give the little listener time to respond, Hisashi says as he pulls ingredients out and sets them on the counter, ready to be prepared for a late Western breakfast of eggs and sausage. He lays the sausage links in the pan to start cooking before whisking the eggs in a bowl. His blonde hair is tied back in a simple ponytail. He's wearing soft gray sweatpants and a bright green Put Your Hands Up radio t-shirt. I haven't heard from him in 3 days. Shouta himself is wearing bright pink sweatpants and a plain black long-sleeve shirt with his hair barely held back in a messy bun at the nape of his neck. Hisashi nods, his yellow-green eyes soft and worried as he looks over his shoulder at Shouta. I know, but he may not realize that you want him to text you on a regular basis. Maybe tell him that you'd like to hear from him more often. Shouta frowns at his phone. What if something happened to him? Then you will find him and help him, Sashi says. And then, as he turns to face the stove again, mutters, and probably beat the ever-loving sheet out of who wronged the poor kid. Shouta huffs. Hisashi laughs as he pours the eggs into the second pan and starts seasoning them. You're not denying it. Shouta rolls his eyes. He can't deny it as that is exactly what he wants to do. Shouta wants the kid to tell him the name of every person to have ever wronged him and eviscerate them. But that's illegal, so he won't really do that. Shouta wants to get the kid out of an abusive situation, at the very least. Somewhere safe, where he will be wanted and loved. Like here with me and Zashi. Shouta shoves that thought aside. He doesn't know if that is even an option. The kid could have another viable option that's better for him. Hizashi hasn't even met the kid. It doesn't matter that he and Zashi have been talking about adopting a child, or that they have room in the apartment and in their hearts. He has to do what will be right for the kid. Because Shouta is a hero, he does what is right, even when it is hard. And Shouta secretly has a soft spot for kids. He wouldn't have agreed to be a teacher if he didn't. There is no excuse to ever hurt a child in any way. And Izuku is hurt and scared. Shouta can feel his heart practically aching for the small teenager. Izuku is a child in need of rescuing, of knowing that he is worthy of being rescued. I don't know, Zashi. I just have a bad feeling. He needs to text me back already. And he will, Shouta watches his husband cook. The sizzling of the food cooking and the smell of eggs and sausage wafts through the air. Hizashi's low humming is a soothing balm on Shouta's nerves. BRZZD, Shouta almost jumps, but his experience as an underground hero has him keeping still. He opens his phone to the messages and reads the text. Aizawa Shouta. Hey, kid. I haven't heard from you in a few days. Everything okay? Problem child. I'm okay, Aizawa-san. He said he's okay, Shouta mutters, frowning. He still feels as if something is wrong. Hizashi puts a finger to his chin as he stares thoughtfully at the eggs. Why don't you ask him how school is going? Or something like that. Open up to more of a wide spectrum of conversation. Shouta nods. Aizawa Shouta. That's good. How is school? Problem child. School is normal. Zashi, I don't know what I'm doing. He is barely answering me. What should I say? Shouta frowns as he looks at his husband. Shouta is better in person where he can watch body language and tones of voice. Texts don't convey enough and it frustrates him. Hizashi is better at this. Hizashi reaches out to slowly trace Shouta's cheek. You care about this kid. Just tell him you would like to keep in contact or something. Shouta hums. Aizawa Shouta. I was worried about you, problem child. Problem child.
Why?
Shouta could turn and smack his face off the kitchen counter if he were any more of a dramatic person. This kid. Aizawa Shouta. You seem like a good kid. I want to make sure you're okay. Problem child.
Okay.
Zashi, help. He's barely talking. Hizashi turns and walks close to press against Shouta's shoulder and reads the texts. He kinda seems like he can't believe you're making sure he's okay. Like he doesn't understand why you'd care about him. He's quirkless, Zashi. He probably faces a lot of discrimination because of that. Zashi frowns, a crease forming in between blonde eyebrows. Yeah, poor listener. Hizashi thinks for a moment before continuing. I think at this stage, all you can do is ask to see if he'll check in more often with you. Or be open to you checking on him and texting him. Shouta nods. Aizawa Shouta. Would you be willing to text me to let me know how you're doing? Problem child. But why do you care? I'm just some quirkless kid you helped the other night. Aizawa Shouta. You seem like a good kid. You're smart and observant. I just want to help you. Problem child. I'm not that interesting. Aizawa Shouta. I disagree.
Please, kid.
Problem child. I guess it'd be pretty easy to text you sometimes. Aizawa Shouta.
Great.
I'm glad, kid. Problem child. But, how often should I check in? I don't want to bother you. Or be a nuisance. Aizawa Shouta.
Kid.
You are not a bother to me. I want to hear from you. I don't do things I don't want to. And I don't waste my time. I'd like you to text me once a day if that's okay. Problem child. Okay. I can do that, Aizawa-san. Aizawa Shouta.
Good.
I expect to hear something from you tomorrow. Have a good day, problem child. Problem child. Yes, sir. Have a good day too, Aizawa-san. Shouta sets his phone down on the counter. He agreed to text me once a day. That's great, Sho. Shoyuta hides a small smile in his capture scarf. Thanks, Zashi. Hizashi smiles brightly at Shoyuta. Shoyuta makes no outward sign that his heart practically beats out of his chest when his husband smiles like that at him. It's like sunshine, bright and warm. Who would judge him for being infatuated with this amazing sunshine man? Shoyuta loves that Hizashi is so kind and honest and loving. He is one of the best people Shoyuta has ever known. Ah, Sho, are you hiding a smile? Shoyuta flashes a red glare at Hizashi to cut his quirk off. We have neighbors.
Stop that.
You're too loud. Hizashi just grins at Shoyuta. You are smiling. Shoyuta rolls his eyes fondly. You are going to burn the food if you stay distracted.
Ah.
No. He turns around and quickly goes back to stirring the
food.
The sausage ends up being cooked perfectly. The eggs, on the other hand, are just a little well done in some places. Neither of them mention it as it still tastes good. They sit across from each other and talk until it's time for Hizashi to leave for his agency and patrol. Shoyuta goes to lie down on the couch with his bright yellow sleeping bag for a nap. He keeps his phone close to him. Izuku stares at his phone in shock. He just can't fathom why Aizawa-sen would care about him. He's just a Deku, a useless nobody. And no one cares what happens to him. His father left Izuku and his mom after he was diagnosed quirkless at the age of 4. And now his own mother just walked out of his life like it was nothing. But Aizawa-sen seems to care about me. Doesn't that mean something? Yeah, well, Mom seemed to care too, and look how that went. Izuku tugs sharply at his green hair. Tears fall onto the pages of his notebook. He pulls in a stuttering breath, trying to force his breathing to slow. He's vaguely aware of his pen hitting the floor. All he can focus on are the words on his phone, and even those are blurred and illegible. Short breaths tear at his chest, along with a sharp stitch in his sides. One hand stays tangled in his hair, pulling at it every few moments. The other hand clenches the front of his shirt tensely. Izuku feels like he's being crushed slowly from all sides. Everything is so far away and heavy. He feels too cold and clammied. Everything begins to gray out on the edges. When Izuku becomes aware of his surroundings again, he notices that he's curled into the corner of the kitchen facing where he was sitting at the table. He doesn't remember moving from his seat at the table. He pulls his hand free of his hair and clasps both hands together against his knees where they are curled against his chest. At least I'm not crying anymore. Izuku stands on shaky legs and groans at the pounding headache as he glances at the clock.
Great.
I dissociated and lost more than an hour. It's already afternoon. I really am useless, he mutters as he slowly walks to the tiny bathroom. No wonder Mom left me. Izuku splashes cold water on his face. He shivers at the cold on top of more cold. He always seems to get so cold during his attacks, any attack other than the regular beatings from his bullies. Those tend to burn. After leaving the bathroom, Izuku walks back to the kitchen. While he wants to just go and fall into his bed and sleep the day, maybe the entire weekend, away, he knows he needs to eat and at least try to do something. So he slowly, since everything still feels a little thick around him, gets a cup of instant ramen ready. He has to use hot water from an old tea kettle since the microwave is no longer in the house. After the ramen is done, he takes it to his spot at the table and sits down to eat the simple meal. After tossing the empty cup out, Izuku picks his pen up off the floor and gets back to his list. Izuku knows he needs to keep only the bare minimum. He knows that he probably only has until the end of the month before the next rent is due. And now, he has to be honest with himself. He knows that his mom most likely doesn't care enough to pay for the next month. After all, she abandoned him and only left a note. Bad news is that only gives him a week. A week to get a plan together and follow through with it. Izuku knows that the man that owns this apartment complex is not a good, nice man. This is not a nice part of town, and the landlord will kick Izuku out the first time he can't pay. And he knows that the rent for this place is almost 200,000 yen. Even if Izuku can sell the couch and his desk and hero merch, there's no chance he can do it all in a week. He still has to go to school during the day. He can't afford to get kicked out of school. So he's going to get kicked out of the apartment. I can't let anyone find out she abandoned me. Izuku chews on his bottom lip. He knows that if people find out that he has been abandoned, he will be forced into the foster care system.
I'd die.
Someone would actually kill me. I've read about it online. People with weak quirks, or quirks that people think are villainous, get seriously mistreated in the care system. Quirkless have no chance. Okay. Izuku stands up and stares at a blank page in the notebook.
Okay.
I can figure this out. Just can't go to the system. Izuku stares.
And stares.
And stares. With a scream, Izuku picks up the tablet and throws it across the apartment. I hate this. A chair hits the empty fridge. This is not right. It's not fair. The table overturns with a bang. Izuku wrenches at one of the table legs until it tears off. Why? He hits the other table legs with the first one. Why is it me? Izuku throws the leg into the living room. He screams wordlessly as he throws the second chair at the couch before tearing at the cushions of the couch. I didn't ask for this. Hours later, Izuku sits on the floor eating another ramen cup as he stares at the little bit of destruction he managed before one of the neighbors yelled for him to shut up. After he was pulled out of his anger, he sat in his room and looked over his analysis journals for a few hours, needing a distraction for just a little while. And once he got hungry, he had no other choice but to eat ramen again. He doesn't know what came over him. He just got so angry. And now Izuku is absolutely exhausted. After Izuku throws the cup out, he walks to his bedroom. Izuku changes into pajamas and flops onto his bed, not even bothering to pull a blanket over himself. He cries as he stares blankly at his bedroom wall, the one spot over his desk not covered in posters or hero merch. What am I going to do? What can I do? I'm just a kid. Why couldn't someone love me? Izuku's dulled green eyes close, tears still leaking from beneath his eyelids. I'll figure something out tomorrow. Come Monday morning, Izuku still isn't completely sure what he's going to do. He knows that he doesn't have long to think of a plan. He knows that he can't go into foster care. It's a death sentence for a quirkless kid. Izuku knows he doesn't have any friends that he could ask to stay even a night at their house. Maybe Aizawa would house me for a couple days. Yeah, and maybe he'd just turn you over to the system in a heartbeat. Nobody loves you. Nobody likes you. Why would he be any different? Izuku shakes his head at his reflection and continues brushing his teeth. He spits and rinses with mouthwash before spitting again. He doesn't bother smiling at his reflection like he used to. He walks quickly out of the bathroom and down the hallway toward the kitchen. Ignoring the mess of broken table and chairs, Izuku picks up his backpack and puts his bright red shoes on. He locks the door before making his way down the stairs. As he's making his way across the lobby, which is just an open space with ugly, stained, brown carpet and a ratty couch against one wall, and the door to the landlord's office, a raspy voice calls out to him. Midoriya-kun. Izuku freezes for a moment, mind racing as he recognizes the landlord's voice. After taking a deep breath and putting on a fake smile, he turns to face him. The landlord, Ono Hiroya, is a middle-aged man with dark hair, watery yellow eyes, and deep frown lines. He has a large stomach and thick limbs, and is always sweaty. Hello, Ono-san, Izuku greets. Ono waves a thick hand through the air. Yeah, hello. Where's your mother? Think. Well, she had a really late shift at the hospital and decided to stay at her friend's house today since it was closer. Okay, that was fine. Did you need me to give her a message? Ono frowns. She still owes me some of this month's rent, and now next month's rent is going to be due as well. Tell her I want all of it by Friday morning, or I'm kicking both of you out. What the heck, Mom? Oh, okay. I'm sure she just got busy and forgot, but I'll make sure to tell her, Izuku says with fake cheer. Ono's yellow eyes narrow. Whatever, brat. Just make sure she gives me my money, he snarls. Ono turns and lumbers away. Izuku sighs. Okay, so that means I should try to be out of here even earlier than I originally thought. Maybe Wednesday night I'll sneak out the fire escape or something so he doesn't catch me and get suspicious. School goes the exact same way it always does for Izuku. He gets made fun of, shoved in the hallways, and suicide baited. Then shoved around and punched a couple times after school by Kachin and his lackeys. Thankfully no burns or explosions happen though. Izuku wanders for a while after school, just walking around the city. Deep in thought, Izuku doesn't fully realize where he allows his feet to go until he hears seagulls and smells salt in the air. Izuku almost stumbles down the stairs that lead to sand when he realizes where he is. Dagoba Municipal Beach. The beach covered in trash and junk. Izuku smiles a small, bittersweet smile. This will work. I can make some kind of shelter here. There's enough stuff here that there should be plenty of materials, plus enough junk to provide a kind of camouflage. Plus nobody comes here anyway. Over the next hour, Izuku finds a place between two fridges where he could set up a small shelter. He finds a large, mostly intact tarp that he ties down so it creates a roof over the appliances. He finds a few more tarps and a large tabletop. He lays them on the ground to protect him and his stuff from the sand as much as he can. He knows that it's not the best and it won't survive when it starts to get cold, but it will have to do for now. Izuku plans on bringing blankets and pillows from the apartment tomorrow before school, so it will be a little more comfortable and warm. After that, it will just be a matter of sneaking out of the apartment with his stuff when he needs to leave it for good. After picking his backpack up, he makes his way back to the apartment. He takes a quick shower to get the sand and grime off him before he sits on the kitchen floor to eat a noodle cup. After he's done with the food and lists, Izuku pulls his phone out and opens a text to Aizawa-san's conversation. Izuku. Hi, Aizawa-san. I'm checking in for the night. The response is very close instantaneous. Aizawa Shouta. Hey, kid. How was your day? Izuku. It was fine. Pretty normal. Aizawa Shouta. Did anything interesting happen? Izuku. Well, we started a new lesson in world history. Pre-quirk era stuff that is really interesting. And then after school, I walked around the city some and visited the beach. Aizawa Shouta. That's great, kid. You like the beach? Izuku. The beach can be fun. I'm not a huge fan of the ocean, but I like sitting on the beach. And the horizon is usually really pretty. Sunrises especially. What about you, Aizawa-san? Aizawa Shouta. I don't like the sand too much. It's annoying. I like staying home and reading or napping with my cats. Izuku. You have cats? More than one? What are they like? Aizawa Shouta. I have 3 of the little hellions. They are evil. Their names are Coffee, Cream, and Bestiardi. Would you like a picture? Izuku. Yes. Please. Izuku squeals at the 3 pictures Aizawa sends. Coffee is a lighter brown cat with dark spots all over her and green eyes. Cream is a long-haired, pale off-white cat with yellow eyes. Bestiardi is a dark orange short hair with only 1 ear and dark eyes. Izuku. They're so cute. Aizawa Shouta. Yeah. After a few more texts, they say goodnight to each other. Izuku plugs in his phone in his bedroom before getting to work on organizing and packing his stuff. In an older backpack, Izuku packs a sewing kit, medical kit, flashlights, and all the batteries he can find in the house. Then shoves as many blankets he can fit into the pack and places the pack in the kitchen. He also adds the 2 thickest quilts on top of the backpack so he can carry them to the beach tomorrow. In a duffel, Izuku packs his hero analysis notebooks. The first 12 since number 13 is in his school bag, carefully on one side after wrapping them in a plastic bag to keep them safer from the elements. Izuku also packs some necessary clothes and his school uniforms in the duffel. Then, he packs all his pencils, erasers, pens, and other supplies inside along with a few black notebooks. He adds a bag of toiletries to the duffel. Then, he carefully packs his favorite hero figurines on top. There are his top 2 favorite All Might figures, one of Present Mike and then one of Mirko. Sadly, they don't make merchandise for underground heroics. After doing his homework, Izuku gets ready for bed and falls asleep. While he is still terrified and anxious, this is the most at ease he has been in days. He at least has a plan put together. The next morning, Izuku gets ready for school like he always does. He made sure to wake up early so that he could carry the older backpack and quilts to the beach shelter before school. School is normal for Izuku. Well, except for the fact that Izuku gets called into the counselor's office during the last PRD to talk about his future plans. The counselor, Miyazaki-sensei, is a blue-haired woman in her early 30s. Izuku knows her quirk is a weak empathy quirk. She can read emotions of people within a few feet of herself, but cannot affect them. As long as Izuku can keep a grip on his emotional state, he will be fine. But Izuku does not like Miyazaki-sensei. So, Midoriya-kun, what are your thoughts on high schools? Miyazaki-sensei's voice is sickly sweet, soft and lilting, but underneath is a venom hard to hear. Izuku clenches his hands around his backpack on his lap. I want to apply to Yui. Miyazaki nods like she is sympathetic, but her light pink eyes are cold and hard. The general education course?
No.
I want to apply to the hero course. Izuku's voice is soft, nervous. His back is curved like he expects a physical blow. Miyazaki-sensei frowns. Well, Midoriya-kun, I'm surprised that you still have this dream of being a hero. You don't have a quirk, after all. Do you really think that it would be smart to try to be a hero when you'd probably just be useless on the battlefield? Izuku tries to swallow, but his mouth is dry. Underground heroes don't really, rely on strong quirks, so I was, thinking of Dash. Midoriya, you need to speak up. You are muttering and I cannot understand you. Miyazaki-sensei hisses. He flinches. I want to go into underground heroics, Izuku says quickly and louder than a whisper. Miyazaki stares at him for a minute. When she grins, it seems suddenly too sharp, like a predator eyeing prey. Listen here, Midoriya. There is no chance that you'd even get into a hero course, so why even try? Just give it up already.
No.
Izuku snarls in the safety of his mind. Outwardly, he offers a smile suddenly as a bout of courage washes over him. Miyazaki-sensei, if you are so sure that I'm going to fail the entrance exam, why hold me back from trying? After all, I'll probably just make a fool of myself, so what's the harm? Izuku is sad, and anxious, and quirkless. But he is also stubborn to a fault. And his only dream is to be a hero who comforts people with a smile. So he is not going to back down. Miyazaki-sensei gapes at Izuku for a moment before she realizes and schools her expression. Very well, Midoriya-kun. But you need to have a few backup options. Izuku nods. I will also apply for Yui General Education and Ketsubutsu Hero course. That's it. The counselor stares at him for a long minute.
Fine.
Let's get the applications underway then, Midoriya-kun, she huffs. Thankfully, Izuku managed to dodge Kachin and his group altogether today as he makes his short journey to Dagoba Beach. He tries his best to make what amounts to a semi-comfortable nest between two fridges and a tarp roof. The tarp is large enough to cover what could be the back wall of the shelter. The front is still pretty open, so Izuku spends a half hour looking around to see what he can find to try to cover it a little. He ends up hanging some fish netting over the entrance and then leaning a sheet of old plywood at a sharp angle. Izuku is small enough to be able to duck into the shelter without having to crawl. The space of the inside of the shelter amounts to about a twin-sized mattress floor space and a 5.5-foot height. Satisfied with his work, Izuku walks back to the apartment and eats supper. He takes a shower and lays down in bed once more. He pulls out his phone to text Aizawa-san. Izuku. Sorry my check-in is a little late. I spent the afternoon at the beach again. Aizawa Shouta. Hey, it's okay, problem child. Did you have a good day? Izuku. It was fine. Well, I had to choose some high schools to apply to. Aizawa Shouta. Yeah? What schools are you applying to? Izuku.
Well,
I'm gonna apply for Yui and Ketsubutsu. Aizawa Shouta. Both are very good schools. You going to tell me which courses you're going for? Izuku. I think I'd like to see how the applications go first. I mean, of course I can tell you, if you really want to know. Aizawa Shouta. Kid. Izuku. You're fine. You can tell me another time. I'm not mad or disappointed. I'm sure you'll be fine. You're a smart kid. Izuku.
Okay.
Thanks, Aizawa-san. After saying goodnight to Aizawa, Izuku rolls over to face the wall and stares up at All Might's face. He's a little sad he won't be able to take his posters. He always feels encouraged seeing All Might's smiling face, but he knows that is unrealistic. All Might is his favorite hero and the inspiration behind Izuku's dream of being a hero who will save people with a smile. Izuku falls asleep thinking of the words, I am here. Wednesday morning, Izuku gets ready for school. He has a very typical for him day at school. He is able to enjoy a quiet lunch, but suffers a harsh few punches from Kachin after school before he loses interest in Izuku for the day. Once back at the apartment, Izuku eats 2 noodle cups and takes a very long, hot shower, since he doesn't know when the next time he'll be able to do so again. He texts Aizawa for a couple minutes before settling in his bed. I'll just go to school tomorrow and never come back. I'll go straight to the beach and stay there. I can look for better shelter options for winter over the next few weeks. The next morning, Izuku gets ready for school, grabs his backpack and the duffel, and shoves all the money in the apartment into his duffel. He leaves the keys to the apartment on the kitchen counter, and the door unlocked as he leaves. Izuku strides quickly through the lobby area and has to pretend not to see or hear Ono-san as he calls out to him. He'll probably go up to the apartment tomorrow and discover everything. I'm pretty sure he won't bother too much with reporting anything. Ono-san is a lazy type of person. He drops the duffel and the money off at his shelter before school. Izuku doesn't want anyone at school to steal the money, so he decides to bury it in the sand under his shelter. School is a little rougher today. Someone trips Izuku on the stairs. Luckily, Izuku caught himself on the landing and only got a few bruises and scraped palms from the fall. Kachin punches him hard enough to split his lips slightly, so Izuku has to walk to his beach shelter holding a tissue against his lips. It clots quickly, and he managed to not get blood on his uniform. Izuku walks to a nearby convenience store and buys a pack of water and a small ready-to-eat sandwich, so he doesn't have to go to sleep on an empty stomach. He finishes his homework by the light of the flashlight and texts Aizawa quickly before collapsing back into his nest of blankets. I'm so tired. This really SCKS. Hopefully tomorrow won't be too bad. It has been just a little less than a month. Dark purple bruise-like marks reside under Izuku's eyes. His skin is a paler shade than normal. His cheeks have also started to lose their roundness. Bad sleep, or lack thereof, and lack of consistent meals have started to take its toll on Izuku. The beach gets colder at night and the abandoned trash creaks and makes noise when all else is quiet. It keeps Izuku up with fear and paranoia. He is able to eat something small every night, but has been going without the rest of the time. After all, he can't cook anything, so he has to buy ready-to-eat meals from the store. The first 2 weeks were mostly okay, but then Izuku's money stash started to get low. Now he has to be extra careful. He has to make sure to get enough water, so Izuku has also begun to fill empty bottles from the school when he can to help conserve money. He has been trying to get to the school early enough to wash his hair in the bathrooms and wash himself as well as he can without people noticing or, at the very least, asking questions. Izuku has also been charging his phone at the school. Every night, he texts Aizawa-san and tells him that he's okay and school is going okay before he tries to go to sleep. I'm lying to Aizawa-san. Maybe I should just ask for help. He is a pro hero. He could do something. Or he'd just drop you like everyone else and leave you to die. That's what Mom did. No one else cares, so why would he? Besides, like you said, you've been lying to him. Do you think he won't be mad at you for that? Izuku tugs roughly at his green curls as tears gather in his eyes. He is sitting in a bathroom stall, trying to avoid his bullies and Kachin. They seem to sense something is wrong with Izuku and have been getting rougher with him. And the teachers act like they don't see it happening. After all, Kachin is going to be an amazing hero, so why would they help useless Deku? The tears slide down his cheeks in thick streams.
Just keep going. Breathe.
You can do this. Don't give up. Izuku flinches when the warning bell sounds through the school. He stands and leaves the stall to wash his hands and face. He rushes back to the classroom and sits down at his seat. After the last class of the day, Mura-sensei starts talking about high school applications. I know that you have all had a chance to talk to the counselors about your applications to high school. I know many of you are going to be trying for the hero track. Some of you will make great heroes. Ha! Don't lump me in with the rest of the extras. Kachin yells. I'm going to get into Yui heroics, and I'll be the only one to do so. None of the rest of you losers can compare. I'm gonna surpass All Might. Other students start yelling back to the explosive blonde. Quirks are going off all over the room as people yell, and the teacher tries to call order back. Izuku lays his head down against the desk as he thinks about Kachin and Yui. Well, now what's this? Mura-sensei says. Midoriya, you are also applying for Yui Heroics Department? Izuku looks up in horror at his blonde teacher, who grins largely back at him. Did he really have to say that? Why would he need to do that? Teachers aren't supposed to share that kind of information in front of the whole class. The class goes silent for 3 seconds before everyone starts laughing and yelling out randomly. What is wrong with you? Quirkless loser won't get into a hero course.
Ha.
Stupid will never get in. So useless. But Izuku stares at Kacchan near the front of the room. He is the only one that is sitting quietly, completely still. Izuku knows that Kacchan is beyond angry and will catch him later for punishment. The teacher finishes up class, and the bell finally rings. Everyone rushes out of the classroom in a mass of loud bodies. Izuku doesn't get the chance to do more than stand before Kacchan is throwing him across the room. He pulls Izuku up by the collar and shoves him into the wall. You stupid Deku, the blonde growls. You really think that Yui is going to accept a quirkless loser like you? That's almost funny. Why would they when they have me? Kacchan's 2 friends laugh behind him. Hey, look at this Bakugo. One says as he hands him Izuku's hero analysis notebook. Kacchan takes it and flips through it before snapping it closed once more. Seriously creepy, Deku. You're some kind of stalker with this sheet. As he brings his 2 hands together, Kacchan explodes the notebook between them. Izuku makes a keening sound as he watches his past friend throw the notebook out the open window. He makes a move to shove past Katsuki in a bout of courage and a flash of real anger at the blonde. Katsuki grabs Izuku's shoulder and shoves him back again, keeping a tight grip on the smaller boy. You are such a useless Deku. Don't you get that no one wants a loser like you around? Izuku stumbles away with a wordless cry as a hot flash of pain explodes his shoulder in fire and light. He lands awkwardly on his hip on the floor as his hand comes up to cover the burned shoulder. Looking up with tear-filled eyes, Izuku stares at his childhood friend as he walks away. I know what you should do, Deku. If you want to be a hero so badly, then you should take a swan dive off a roof and pray for a quirk in your next life. Izuku gasps and gapes at the blonde as he stomps out of the room. He curls into himself and lets the tears fall again. He sobs and holds his hurt shoulder. Why would Kacchan say that to me? Doesn't he know what could come of that? He doesn't care. He hasn't cared in a long time. Bakugo isn't your friend anymore. Izuku wipes his face roughly with his sleeve and stands up shakily. He gathers his backpack and makes his way down and out of the school to fetch his notebook from the pond. He tries to get as much water out of it as he can. Staring at the burned, blackened, and now wet notebook, Izuku can only think that he needs to go and sleep the rest of the day away. I'm so glad today is Friday, and I don't have to come here tomorrow. Izuku starts a slow walk back to his shelter. As Izuku walks towards an underpass, he clutches the ruined notebook close to his chest. What happened to the Kacchan I knew as a kid? We used to get along. We played heroes together. Sure, he was always rough, but after he got his quirk, he just became mean. Well, if you had gotten a quirk, maybe you would still be friends. Maybe it's just because you're useless.
No.
He shouldn't act like that anyway. Doesn't he want to be a hero? Heroes don't bully people and tell them to kill themselves. Heroes don't make their once friends miserable. Heroes help people and encourage people and save people. Like All Might. Like Aizawa-san. He's always nice to me. Izuku smiles as he remembers talking to Aizawa-san every night. Aizawa-san always asks how he's doing and sometimes sends more pictures of his cats. He pulls his phone out of his pocket as he debates whether now is too early to text the pro hero. Izuku pauses as he hears a weird sound, like a thick gush of liquid, behind him. Izuku turns around slowly. What? A villain. Izuku whimpers as he watches green sludge move around to form a blob shape with a large mouth purely made of teeth and large eyes. You'll make a perfect skin suit to hide in, kid, the villain says with his guttural, growling voice before lunging from the sewer grate towards Izuku. Izuku drops his notebook and phone before trying to jump away with a scream of panic. The sludge surrounds Izuku and holds his limbs still as some tries to shove its way into Izuku's mouth and nose. Don't worry, I'm just taking over your body, the voice growls close to Izuku's ear. It would be better if you don't fight back. Izuku thrashes within the villain's hold as he tries to fight the sludge in his face. He holds his breath and thrashes. Just let it happen, you'll feel better soon. Izuku tries to tug the sludge away from his face to no avail. I can't breathe. It won't work, my body is made of sewage. The sludge forces past Izuku's lips and into his mouth and throat. Thanks for the help, kid. You're a real hero. Izuku tries to GG and cough, but that just allows more sludge into his body. Tears gather in his eyes as his chest tightens and his head begins to hurt with lack of air. Is this it? Is this really how I'm going to die? Izuku's limbs fall limp. His eyes close as everything gets fuzzy. I don't want to die, that I didn't take Kachin's advice. I don't want to die. I didn't even get to say goodbye to the Aizawa. Texas smash. Kid. Smack. Hey, kid. Smack. Smack. Wake up. Smack. Izuku springs into a sitting position with a hoarse yell. Oh, good. You are awake. Coughing harshly, Izuku looks at the giant figure beside him. His hands clutch at the uniform covering his chest.
Oh, my Kimmy.
Izuku chokes and coughs more. His eyes widen. I am so glad you are alive, citizen. I was worried. All Might. Izuku coughs.
Yes.
It is I, All Might. I am here. All Might says with his signature giant smile. Izuku's usually busy mind goes blank, then explodes with excitement and wonder. It's All Might. All Might saved me. All Might saved me from a villain. Focus. Signature. Ask for a signature. All Might. Izuku says breathlessly. Will you sign dash? Of course, citizen. I have already signed your notebook. All Might yells as he shoves the book and Izuku's phone into Izuku's hands. The notebook fell open to the signature. All Might. I'm alive. And All Might sign my notebook.
Wow.
Now, I really must be going, kid. I have a villain to turn into the police. All Might holds up a soda bottle with the sludge inside to show Izuku. I am glad you are okay, but I must get going. No, wait, All Might-san. Izuku calls out as he reaches for the giant hero. Can I ask you a case? Just as Izuku grabs All Might's leg to try and stop him, the blonde hero jumps. Izuku screams.
Loudly.
What the heck, kid? All Might yells as they fly over the city. What are you doing? Get off of me. Izuku grunts as All Might starts to shove at him. He clutches around All Might's leg. What?
No.
If I let go now, I'll fall to my death. Izuku yells back.
Oh.
Right. It only takes a couple seconds for All Might to find a roof to land on and pull Izuku off of him. What were you thinking? Why would you just grab onto me like that? Izuku breathes harshly as he stares up at his favorite hero from his seat on the roof. I just wanted to ask you a question. All right, kid. Ask your question quickly, so I can go turn this villain in. I have a schedule to keep. Izuku struggles to stand up. Well, He takes a deep breath. Can I be a hero, even though I'm quirkless? All Might stills. Then sighs. I'm sorry, kid. No. Izuku freezes. What? Heroes need to be strong and powerful to defeat villains. You would only get in the way. You'd be a liability on the battlefield. Izuku gapes at the hero. But I want to help people, Izuku whispers. You should strive to be a policeman or a doctor, then. It's good to have dreams. But you should be realistic. You can't be a hero. Tears start to fall down pale cheeks. I'm leaving now. You should knock on that door until someone opens it up for you. Go home. All Might jumps away, leaving Izuku staring after him. Izuku reaches up and wraps his fingers around his curls. I can't be a hero. He feels as if he is sinking in sand. Everything is heavy, and there's a high-pitched ringing in his ears. Consciousness feels far away as Izuku repeats All Might's words in his head. You would only get in the way. You'd be a liability. You need to be realistic. You can't be a hero. Get in the way. Liability. Realistic. You're just a worthless, useless Deku. Izuku slowly becomes aware again. The world around him is starting to sharpen into focus. He realizes that the sun is setting, the sky lit up with pinks and oranges. The wind has made his skin cold to touch. Izuku shivers and brings his hands up to clutch at his arms. Izuku realizes that he's close to the edge of the building he stands on. A fairly tall building. If you want to be a hero so badly, then you should take a swan dive off a roof and pray for a quirk in your next life. You can't be a hero. Izuku takes a deep breath, causing a coughing fit that ends with him spitting up green slime. He takes a few shorter breaths that are a little easier to manage. And he takes 3 steps back from the edge. I didn't die earlier. I'm not dying now. Izuku sits down, landing harshly in a jumble of limbs and backpack. But I need help now. I can't do this on my own anymore. Izuku unlocks his, only slightly cracked from throwing it, phone that he still holds tightly in one hand. I'm just going to have to trust him. He pulls up the contact. And he presses call. I hope he helps me.
Click.
Hey, problem child. A gruff but affectionate voice answers. You never call. Something wrong. Izuku sniffles as the deep voice washes over him like a bomb.
Kid.
Izuku? You okay? Aizawa-san. Izuku sniffles again. I need help. Shouta was having a completely regular day. He woke up and had coffee. He went to Yui with his husband to teach his classes. He even got a few good naps since he had expelled his homeroom class within the first 2 weeks. Hisashi and he ate lunch together. Everything was perfectly ordinary. So, why has he been on edge all day? Since he woke up, Shouta has had a foreboding feeling of something is wrong. Something bad is going to happen. But nothing has happened. No huge villain attacks. No fights breaking out at school. The students were well behaved for once, although that might have been because they could sense their teacher's on-edgeness. His co-workers were tolerable. Nothing has happened. It's driving Shouta crazy. Shouta sighs heavily. Hisashi wraps his arms around Shouta from behind the couch where he is sitting. Hisashi nuzzles against the top of his head.
Show.
The black-haired man wraps a hand around his husband's arms that rest around his shoulders. Just a bad feeling is all. Hisashi hums lowly. You have been a little tense today, kitten. Are you still going to go on your patrol?
Yeah.
I don't have a reason not to, Shouta responds. Be careful out there, love. Always, Zashi. Shouta stands after checking the time. The sun is beginning to set. His patrol starts soon. Shouta, followed by his husband, walks to the entryway of their apartment where a few pairs of shoes and their boots reside in a neat row. Well, with your weird feeling, I worry that something is going to happen to you out there. Shouda's dark eyes soften as he looks at Hisashi. Oh, I love him so much. I will be as careful as I can. You know I will always do everything I can to come back home to you. The voice hero gives him a sweet smile, so unlike his hero persona grin. I know, Hisashi says as he tucks a long lock of blonde hair behind his ear. Unlike Shouta, Hisashi is dressed down in comfortable clothes, orange sweatpants, an old dark gray shirt, and fuzzy blue socks. I still worry. What Hisashi doesn't say, but Shouta knows, is I don't know what I'd do without you. I wish your job wasn't so dangerous. They both think that, but would never voice it. They love what they do, and would never say anything that would make the other doubt their full love and support. Both men have faced tragedy before. They know what the price of heroism is. Death is always close. Shouta knows that one day he might have to witness his husband's death on live TV. Hisashi knows that one day Shouta might just not come home after a patrol. But they will love each other until the end of the world. Shouta gently traces his husband's cheek. Love you, Zashi. Love you, Shouta turns and leaves the apartment. Soon enough, he's swinging between buildings with the aid of his capture weapon. He pauses on a rooftop to gaze at the sunset sky as he listens to the city around him. BRRZ, BRRZ, BRRZ. He reaches for his phone from his belt.
Who is calling me?
Anyone who knows me knows I'm on patrol. And most would text me if it's not an emergency. Shouta looks down at the screen lighting with the name Problem Child. He can't help but quirk an eyebrow up as he swipes his thumb across the screen to answer the call. Hey, Problem Child. You never call. Is something wrong? Shouta hears a wet sniffle from the other side of the call. Suddenly, the bad feeling, like a heavy, cold stone settling in the pit of his stomach, is back in full force. Something is wrong. Something happened.
Kid.
Izuku? You okay?
A breath.
Aizawa-san sniffle. I need help. Shouta almost chokes on his next inhale. It's as if Tensei punched him in the diaphragm, and he's trying to make his lungs work properly again. His grip on the phone tightens. What do you need me to do?
Kid. Tell me. Talk to me.
I don't know. Okay. Hey. Shouda's voice softens. That's okay. How about I ask you a few questions? Does that sound like a good plan? Okay, sure. The kid's voice quivers. It makes Shouda's heart throb. Are you injured? There's a pause that has Shouta on edge. Yes. Shouda's entire body tenses even more. Can you tell me how bad it is? Are you bleeding? I'm not bleeding.
Cough. Cough.
There's a burn on my shoulder, and my chest, throat, and head hurt. Shouta takes a calming breath in through his nose. Okay. He is fine for right now. He's not bleeding out or fading into unconsciousness from the sound of it. Thank you for being honest, Izuku. This next question is important. Can you tell me where you are? Sniffle. I'm not sure where I'm at. Okay. You're okay. Can you tell me what you see? There is a soft rustling sound that tells Shouta the kid is moving around slightly. Well, I'm on top of a kind of tall building. It might be some kind of residential area.
Kid.
What the hell? Focus on finding him first. Izuku, can you do me a favor? I need you to send me your location. I need you to share your location to my phone. Can you do that for me? Yeah, I guess. But stay on the line with me. I will. There's a shuffle on Izuku's side. Then a buzz from Shouda's phone to let him know something was sent to him. Shouta quickly pulls up the location and memorizes where it is. Okay, kid. I got it. I'm coming to you. I'm not even 5 minutes away from you. You're coming for me? Cammy, if that doesn't just break Shouda's heart. Izuku's voice sounds both hopeful and full of despair.
Yes.
I'm coming, Izuku. Okay. Cough. Cough. Shouta frowns as he runs along the edge of rooftops. He doesn't know why the kid is coughing like that. It almost sounds like he's sick or something. He swings across a large gap between buildings without loosening his grip on the phone. Kid, can you tell me how you got on that roof? Keep him talking. Something isn't adding up. This doesn't feel like a suicide attempt. Well, cough. I was walking home from school when I was attacked by a villain. Shouta almost misses a ledge, but is able to stumble and catch himself. A villain. He got attacked by a villain. What is with this kid? He keeps running and stays silent, letting the kid continue. But a hero saved me. I grabbed onto him when he went to leave. He landed here and left me.
What?
I am going to hit whoever was stupid enough to take my child, who was just attacked by a villain, and leave him of a rooftop. Aizawa-san. I'm almost there, kid. Aizawa-san. Izuku. I think I almost died. Izuku whispers, tears in his voice. Shouta can't help the wounded sound that comes from his throat. Oh, kid. Izuku sobs. Aizawa-san.
I'm
almost there. One more building. Hold on, Izuku. Cough.
Cough. Sob.
Shouta lands harshly, rolling to a stop. As he scans the roof, he finally lays eyes on green hair. Shouta sprints toward the crying teen. He barely notices that Izuku is still holding the phone tight against his face with one hand and some kind of notebook in the other. Izuku, I'm here. Shouta chants as he falls to his knees in front of the teenager. Izuku looks up at Shouta. Tears streak down dirty cheeks. Aizawa-san. Shouta leans forward, stretching his arms out toward the kid. I'm here. I'm here. I got you. Izuku practically falls into Shouda's arms with another sob. Shouta wraps his arms around shaking shoulders that feel thin and frail. Izuku clutches Shouda's shirt tightly as he buries his face against Shouda's chest. Shouta reaches up with one hand to gently cradle the back of Izuku's head. I got you. You're okay. I'm here. Izuku sobs and chokes and coughs. Throughout it all, Shouta keeps a tight arm around the kid and a hand on his head. Shouta continues his litany of reassurances. Shouta isn't sure how long he kneels there with Izuku held tight against him. Eventually, Izuku's sobs calm. The coughing doesn't lessen, though it doesn't get worse. Izuku. Izuku hums to show he's aware. Can I look you over? The kid nods against Shouta's shoulder. Shouta gently nudges him to sit back, so he can look at the kid's face. There is some kind of slime covering the kid. With the aid of his phone's light, Shouta looks over a bruise on Izuku's left cheek and the large burn on his shoulder. But what really scares Shouta is the fact that the kid looks almost gaunt. His eyes are duller than when he first met him at the store. Deep, dark eye bags speak to little sleep. Under the dirt and slime, Izuku's skin is pale, almost translucent. Is no one taking care of this kid? Is he starving? Kid. Shouta gently cradles Izuku's face in both his hands. I need to take you to a hospital. Izuku's face scrunches like he might start crying again. I can't. Aizawa-sen, I can't. I don't have any money. My mom won't help me. She left me.
What?
His mother what? Left you?
Shouta says.
She left a month ago. She said that she couldn't do it anymore, and she left while I was at school. She never came back. A month ago? Shouta asks. Izuku nods against Shouta's hands. A month ago? Why didn't he tell me? Why didn't he ask me for help? Where has he been living? Is he sleeping on the streets? Has he been able to get any food? I would have helped him. I would have come for him in a heartbeat. Shouta takes a deep breath. We'll talk about that later. I need to get you to the hospital. And don't worry about anything. I'm going to take care of you. I'm going to help you. Izuku starts to cry again at Shouta's words. Shouta brushes the tears away with his thumbs. It's okay. I got you. I will help him now. I'm here now. I've got him. Izuku, I need to get you to the hospital. Izuku's green eyes stare into Shouta's for a long, long moment. Okay, he sighs. Shouta nods and stands quickly. He reaches out to steady the kid as he tries to stand with Shouta. As Izuku stumbles forward, his legs wobbly, Shouta catches him against his chest. Izuku starts coughing harshly, gasping for breath. Shouta moves him, so he is holding the kid around the middle with one arm as the other rubs his back. Izuku GGS suddenly and vomits green slime onto the roof. I need to get him to a hospital now. Once the kid is done coughing, he lists sideways against Shouta. Aizawa-sen, I don't feel good. Shouta, slightly panicked, decides to just pick Izuku up. It's going to be okay, kid. I've got you. I'm going to take care of you. We are going to the hospital. I just need you to stay awake until we get there. Izuku clutches the front of Shouta's jumpsuit. He nods. Okay, Aizawa-san. It doesn't take Shouta very long to get to the emergency room at the hospital, even carrying the teenager. As soon as Shouta enters, a flurry of activity surrounds them. Shouta answers as many questions as he can as he follows the gurney that the kid is laying on as it is pushed into a room. The staff never make him leave the room as they work on Izuku. Shouta probably wouldn't have let them anyway. Izuku fades in and out of consciousness as the nurses look over him. The nurses help wipe off all the slime and dirt from the kid and change him from his ruined clothes into a hospital gown. One of the nurses has a quirk that allows her to clear things of contaminants. She uses it to clear his lungs and stomach of sludge, causing Izuku to cough and vomit the rest of it out. They insert him with a fluid drip and antibiotics. They worry that the slime will cause a lung infection and want to get ahead of it. A doctor checks him over before healing damage to his throat and lungs. He is also able to heal the concussion mostly. Sadly, that is all the quirk healing they can do on Izuku, so now they simply have to treat and bandage the large burn that takes up Izuku's left shoulder. After treatment, they put Izuku in a private room. They leave the foreign and add an oxygen mask to help. Izuku has long since fallen asleep. The doctor pulls Shouta out to the hallway to talk. Shouta raises an eyebrow. How is he? His injuries should heal up just fine. We caught the infection before it really got going, so that shouldn't cause a problem. But his weight is very concerning. He is exhausted on top of being malnourished and dehydrated. Midoriya-kun might sleep well into tomorrow. After he wakes up, he will need plenty of fluid and healthy meals. Thankfully, this looks to be reversible with rest and a good diet, so this, perhaps, Hasn't been going on for a very long amount of time. Shouta nods. From what he told me, his mother abandoned him a month ago, and I suspect he's been living on the street since. Should I call child services? Shouta frowns.
No.
I have an emergency foster license. My husband and I will take him in. We will call the necessary people to get that to go through. Very well. Because he is a minor and going to be under your care, did you want to spend the night with him?
Yes.
Thank you. Of course. If you need anything, press the call button, the doctor says as he turns to leave. Shouta nods and walks back into Izuku's room. The kid looks even paler against the off-white hospital sheets. The oxygen mask fogs up with every exhale. The dark circles are purple under his closed eyes. The bruise on his cheek has faded with the healing but not gone. Bandages peek out of the neckline of the hospital gown. Shouta brushes Izuku's bangs back with his hand. Oh, kid. I wish you would have told me. I would have come for you. Shouta sits in the chair beside the bed and grips Izuku's hand that doesn't have the 4 in it gently. Shouta pulls his phone out and pulls up Hizashi's number before pressing call. Sho, you okay? Hizashi's voice sounds like he hasn't even tried to go to bed, even though it is now after 2 a.m. I'm fine, Zashi. Shouta, did something happen? You sound a little upset. I had to bring my problem child to the hospital. Hizashi gasps. What happened? He was attacked by a villain. And then the hero that rescued him left him on the roof of a building with no real way of getting down. He called me for help, and I brought him to the hospital. Oh, the poor baby, Hizashi whispers. Is he going to be okay? Yes, the doctor thinks he'll recover. But that's not all. Hizashi hums questioningly. Shouta rubs his thumb across Izuku's knuckles. He told me that his mother abandoned him a month ago. I think he's been living on the streets ever since. He's exhausted, underweight, and dehydrated. He looks so pale and skinny, Zashi. It looks so bad. Shouta's voice wobbles. Why didn't he tell me?
Why?
Oh, kitten. That's not against you personally. From the sounds of it, that kid has been abused and let down by every other adult in his life. But he called you tonight, and that means something. You've got a hold of him now. Shouta breathes deeply, trying to rein in his emotions. I want to bring him home. Humph. Of course, Shouta. He's ours now. Shouta smiles at his husband's "this is very obvious" tone of voice.
Yeah. My kid.
Our kid. 8 o'clock Saturday morning sees Shouta rubbing his tired eyes while staring at the hospital coffee machine. Shouta spent all night sitting in the same chair beside Izuku's hospital bed. He dozed a little while leaning on the edge of the bed. A few times during the night, Izuku whimpered in his sleep, but was calmed by Shouta petting his hair. Earlier in the morning, the nurse switched the oxygen mask for a nasal cannula since Izuku's oxygen levels were steady and his breathing improved. After filling a cup with coffee, Shouta ambles back to Izuku's room. He gulps half of the scalding liquid before setting it down on the table. A nurse comes in to check on Izuku and writes a few notes on the clipboard. She smiles and nods at Shouta, then leaves quietly. Shouta pulls out his phone to check his emails. Shouta nearly drops his phone. He looks up to see Izuku moving his head back and forth slowly. Shouta stands and grabs Izuku's hand to gently squeeze it. With his other hand, Shouta begins smoothing the kid's green hair back. Izuku. Shouta whispers. Kid, are you waking up? Green eyes flick open for a moment and zero in on Shouta's. Hey there. Zawa-sen. Yeah, I'm here. Where? Izuku's voice is sleep-rough and quiet. I brought you to the hospital yesterday evening. You're okay, though. Izuku hums as he blinks slowly. Shouta presses the call button to alert the nurses. You with me, kid? Yeah. Shouta smiles. A nurse comes in. Well, good morning there, sweetie. I'm Nurse Kagura, and I'm just gonna check on you. She checks his pupils and listens to his heart and lungs. After checking the machines and monitors, Nurse Kagura pats the kid's knee. Now, how are you feeling? Tired. Sore. That's to be expected after what you went through. Do you feel up to eating something light for breakfast? Then you could take a nap, she suggests gently. Okay. Sounds good. I'll have something sent up for you. It will be here in an hour. You seem to be doing very well, sweetie. This afternoon, after you've had some food, the doctor will come to check on you. If you're still doing well, you might get released tomorrow morning. Nurse Kagura helps Isizuku up and places another pillow behind him. Thank you, Shouta says to the nurse. She smiles and nods before leaving the room. Shouta looks back at Izuku. The kid is blinking slowly, staring around the room. Izuku's hands twist together in his lap. Shouta reaches forward and places one of his hands over Izuku's. What are you thinking, problem child? Izuku looks up at the pro hero, staring intently at him. Shouta stares back steadily, calmly, letting the kid look for whatever he needs to. It takes a minute or two. Shouta is just glad that the kid is awake and aware of everything. You came for me. It's not a question, but it is said with hope and caution in equal measure. Shouta stops a pained noise from escaping his throat again. I will always come for you. Izuku frowns. You shouldn't make promises that you can't keep. This kid, he has been hurt by so many that he can't believe that I just want to help him. Shouta leans forward more. Izuku, I don't say things I don't mean. That would be illogical. I will always come for you. Unless I am in the middle of a fight or I'm unconscious or dead, I will come if you want me there. He can hear the plea for understanding, for belief, in his own voice. Izuku's bottom lip quivers.
But why?
I'm just a useless Deku. He looks down at his lap. Am I going to have to murder someone? Kid, no, you're not. You are kind and honest and so smart. You are a gentle person in a harsh world. That's rare. That doesn't make you useless. That makes you strong. But I'm quirkless. I won't ever be able to measure up to anything, Izuku whispers wetly. Shouta reaches over to gently pull Izuku's chin up, so the kid looks back at him. Quirks aren't everything. Do whatever you want with your life, kid. Do you think I could be a hero? The question is said so abruptly, so strongly, that Shouta has to take a moment to process. Oh, that explains so much. Shouta hums. It wouldn't be easy. You'd face a lot of opposition, a lot of doubt. You'd have to work 10 times harder than anyone with a quirk. But quirks are just tools, Izuku. You just have to find your own tools. Izuku gapes at Shouta, then bursts into tears. You don't think I'd be a liability? Shouta gathers the shaking kid into his arms once more. I'm probably going to murder someone. I've seen heroes with powerful quirks become liabilities in certain situations. Being a hero isn't all about power, kid. It's also about being smart and clever. I win most of my fights simply because I can outmaneuver or surprise people. I use my capture weapon, a support item, to do that more often than my quirk. I want to be a hero. It's all I ever wanted. Izuku admits as he leans back against the pillows. You're going to have to train hard, learn some fighting styles, learn a lot of things actually. If you're willing to put in the work, then I don't see why you couldn't succeed. All Might said that I couldn't be a hero, Izuku mumbles under his breath. Shouta stares blankly as he processes that bit of information. All Might. Izuku pales further. Izuku, will you tell me what happened yesterday? Shouta asks gently. Okay. Izuku takes a deep breath. I was attacked by this sludge villain after school. He wanted to take control of my body, but he had to get inside of me. I was drowning in sludge. I thought I was going to die. I lost consciousness. I woke up to All Might standing over me. I think he slapped me awake. And when he tried to jump away, I grabbed his leg. I swear, Aizawa-sen, I didn't really mean to do it. It just kinda happened. More tears run down his face as he scrunches his nose. No, kid. It's okay. People do things after a traumatizing incident like that they wouldn't normally do. You were full of adrenaline. That is not your fault. Tell me the rest. Aizawa says calmly while he seethes on the inside. That attention-seeking maniac. Does he not know how to handle trauma victims at all? What does he think he was doing? Well, he realized I was holding him, and he tried to shove me off midair.
What?
But then he realized I wouldn't survive the fall, so he landed on the roof. Izuku rushes to explain, probably having seen the more violent look that Shouta was starting to wear. Then I asked him if he thought I could be a hero without a quirk. Izuku looks down at his lap. Shouta takes a deep breath. Then another, pushing the rage down to speak and look calm. It wouldn't do well to take his anger out on Izuku. Izuku, please tell me what he said to you. Izuku's expression twists even more, looking more heartbroken by the moment. He has said that I could never be a hero. He said I'd just be a liability. He said that I had to be realistic. Izuku's last word gets cut off with a heart-wrenching sob. Shouta lunges forward to pull the boy into another hug.
Sure.
I'm here. You're okay. He rubs the kid's back, up and down, repetitively. Aizawa-san, Izuku cries helplessly. Shouta hugs him tighter against his chest. It's okay, Izuku. I've got you. I'm going to erase All Might's quirk and break his nose. Maybe stab him. Or maybe I'll throw him off a building. It takes a few more minutes to calm the kids sobbing down once more. The entire time, Shouta keeps a grounding hold around him. Once Izuku starts to pull away, Shouta helps him get comfortable against the pillows again. I'm sorry for crying all over you, Izuku mumbles, not meeting Shouta's eyes. Don't apologize for having emotions ever. My husband cries on me all the time, especially during every movie we watch. Doesn't matter the genre. He will find something sad, happy, or inspiring enough to cry on me about. You are allowed to cry. And I will be here for you. Izuku smiles shyly at him. Thanks, Aizawa-san. Shouta gives him a small smile, not the creepy one he shows his students in return. Soon after their talk, a couple of the hospital staff brings their breakfast trays in and sets them up for them. Shouta uncovers the plates, revealing easy-to-digest foods and tea. Shouta eats his meal quickly while watching Izuku eat, getting slower as he gets more tired. After helping the kid finish the meal, Shouta lowers the bed so Izuku is lying down again. The kid can't even keep his eyes open longer than a second now. As Shouta is tucking the blanket around Izuku's shoulders, Izuku catches his sleeve in a tight grip. Aizawa-san. Izuku whispers. Yeah, kid? I'm homeless. Izuku says in a low tone. Shouta pats Izuku's hand. I know, he replies just as quietly. I don't know what to do. Izuku's voice wobbles. Izuku, I'm planning on taking you home with me, my husband, and I will take care of you. But your husband hasn't met me?
No.
But he's already fond of you. I've talked to him about you. Really? Izuku asks breathlessly.
Yeah, kid.
I care about you, Shouta says, voice as soft as velvet. Tears slip from beneath the teen's closed eyelids. Okay.
Can I sleep?
I'm tired. That's fine, kid, take a nap. Izuku drifts off quickly, allowing Shouta to step out into the hallway to call his husband. He tells Hisashi everything that has happened and everything Izuku told him. Oh, poor little listener, Hisashi cries. Zashi, this kid, he sounded so broken when he told me what All Might said. And when he admitted that he was homeless. Oh man, All Might should know better than to treat a victim like that. He was so far outside the range of okay behavior. Not many people can hear Hisashi's real anger under all the bluster and drama. But his anger is a cold, swirling mass, ready to swallow anyone that truly deserves it. Shouta, do we need to make this a big thing? Do we need to make it public? Should we go after All Might, the hero, symbol of peace? Shouta loves that his husband is willing to throw all the weight of his public persona, which is nothing to sneeze at, because Present Mike is a popular and well-loved hero with powerful networks and allies, into taking down someone that wronged an innocent kid.
He sighs. No.
I don't think destroying the symbol of peace will actually be a good thing. Hisashi huffs. Can I DJ punch him next time I see him? Shouta does not laugh. He doesn't. Not really. So, can I come visit today? Hisashi asks, not waiting for Shouta to respond. Yeah, that sounds like a good idea. I already told him that we were going to take him home with us. Awesome. I'll come over now because I have a patrol after lunch and I'll be at the radio station later tonight. Sounds good, Zashi. After saying their goodbyes and hanging up, Shouta re-enters the room and sits down in his chair. It does not take long for Hisashi to show up to the hospital. He arrives in a quiet, for him, flurry of tall, blonde man. "Hello, my love," Zashi greets in a whisper yell before he wraps Shouta in a tight hug. "Zashi," Shouta responds, affection obvious in his voice. His Zashi kisses Shouda's cheek. "I brought you a change of clothes. I also brought some clothes for the kid even though I wasn't sure when they were going to release him." Shouta hums. "Thanks, Zashi." His Zashi lets go of him and stands up straight. He lays a small duffel bag on the table and unzips it. "I also brought you your charger and the book you're reading. Oh, and your laptop in case you needed anything for work." Shouta smiles as he watches his husband dig through the bag. His Zashi's long blonde hair is styled in a braid down his back. He's wearing gray jeans and a bright green shirt with headphone decals on it and his yellow framed glasses. He turns and holds a stack of clothing out to Shouta. "How's the little listener doing?" "Nothing has changed since our phone call. He's sleeping," Shouta explains calmly. "I'll watch him while you go change. You still have green goo on your uniform." Shouta takes the clothes with him into the bathroom attached to the hospital room. He changes into the black lounge pants and a soft dark gray sweatshirt. He keeps his capture scarf around his shoulders though. When Shouta leaves the bathroom, he sees Hizashi sitting in the chair while watching Izuku's sleeping form. "Thanks for bringing clothes." "You're welcome, Shou," Hizashi says with a bright smile. He frowns as he looks back at the kid.
Poor kid.
He looks so small and hurt right now. "I'm so glad you ran into him at the store when you did. Kid needs people who will care about him. We'll take care of him." "Yeah, and we will, Zashi." For a while, Shouta talks softly with Hizashi, mostly about what they need to do to get their apartment ready for Izuku. Hizashi informs him that he has already spoken to Nedu and that with his help, along with Shouda's friend, Tsukachi, a detective, their custody of Izuku is already done. Adoption is something they think about but don't bring up yet. They want to see if Izuku will be comfortable living with them first and see how he settles. Nedu and Tsukachi are also investigating Midoriya Inko. Both men turn to the green-haired teenager when Izuku starts to wake up. Shouta steps forward and bends closer to slide the kid's hair as green eyes flutter. "Aizawa-san? Time is it?" Izuku slurs slightly. "About noon." Izuku opens his eyes fully and stretches a moment before meeting Shouda's eyes again. "Izuku, would you like to meet my husband?" Izuku nods slowly while glancing down and then back up. "He's here," he asks shyly. Shouta nods. "Let's get you sitting up." After Shouta helps Izuku sit up against pillows again, he steps aside but stays close to Izuku in case the kid gets overwhelmed. Hizashi steps forward with a bright smile. "Hey there, little one. I'm Yamada Hizashi. It's so good to meet you," Hizashi says as he shoots finger guns at Izuku. Izuku stares at Hizashi for so long and so intently. The blonde glances at Shouta to see if something is wrong. Shouta shrugs. As far as he can tell, the kid's not upset or scared, just observing. Suddenly, Izuku turns toward Shouta and pouts. "You didn't tell me that you were married to present Mike," he accuses, his bottom lip still pushed out. Hizashi JRKS in surprise as Shouta grins, glad to see a playfulness in the kid. "How'd you know that?" Hizashi asks. Izuku's expression abruptly goes blank as he looks down at his lap as starts to wring his hands. Shouta touches Izuku's shoulder gently to encourage him. "Well, your hair is the right length and your voice has the same inflections, if not the exact tone, probably due to your support equipment. Your mannerisms are similar. Oh, and you're wearing your hero boots. Plus, I'm pretty sure that t-shirt is some merch from your radio station." Hizashi laughs, loud and excited. "Sho said you were smart. Most people don't notice." "That's great, kid." Izuku smiles shyly at the voice hero. "You're my second favorite hero," he admits quietly. Hizashi swallows thickly as tears well up in his eyes. "Kiddo, that means a lot to me. Who's your first?" Izuku glances away as a blush starts to rise in his cheeks. "Eraserhead," he murmurs. Shouta can feel his own face heat up at the kid's honest admission. "AW Shou." Shouta erases his husband's quirk. Hizashi, grinning conspiratorially, leans toward Izuku as he brings a hand to cup around his grinning mouth. Well, little listener, Eraserhead is my favorite too, Hisashi whispers loudly. Izuku giggles. Shouda's breath catches as he watches Izuku relax a bit around Hisashi.
Oh.
This kid. He's ours. He's going to fit with us just fine. After an hour of talking and eating lunch, Hisashi rises from where he was sitting on the hospital bed by Izuku's feet. I would honestly love to stay and talk with you more, Izuku, but I have a patrol I need to go get ready for. I will come back tomorrow, though, so we can talk more. If that's okay with you. Yes, Izuku says excitedly. Hisashi holds his arms out toward Izuku. You can say no. Can I hug you? Izuku nods and melts in Hisashi's hold as the hero wraps the kid up in his long arms. Izuku's thin arms come to wrap around Hisashi as well. Izuku, I know that you really don't know me too well yet. I want you to know that I am so excited to get to know you and to have you stay with us. You are more than welcome with us. If you need anything at all, that I could bring you or do for you, tell Shouta to text me, okay? I'll be back tomorrow. Sniffle. Okay, Yamada-san. Thank you. Hisashi steps back and ruffles Izuku's hair. I'll see you tomorrow, kiddo. Hisashi steps toward Shouta to give him a hug and a kiss. If you or Izuku need anything, text me. Shouta nods. After Hisashi leaves, Shouta turns toward Izuku again. Yamada-san is very nice. He is. You two love each other. We do. Izuku just smiles shyly. A little while later, the doctor comes to give Izuku another checkup. They pull the nasal cannula off. Well, Midoriya-kun, you are doing very well. I believe as long as everything looks good in the morning, you will be able to be released. We will send a prescription of antibiotics with you as a precaution. As of now, everything looks good. The doctor leaves after that. Izuku decides that he is still tired and lays down for another nap before dinner. Shouta texts Hisashi the tentative plans of morning release and gets a lot of hearts and thumbs ups in response. The next morning, the doctor checks Izuku one last time before informing Shouta that Izuku can go as long as they keep an eye on any signs of trouble breathing or fever. Izuku looks somewhat excited, more like he's excited but trying very hard to not let too much show in case the hope he's feeling gets crushed. The nurse brings in discharge papers to sign, as well as all the information papers of proper care and symptoms to watch for. After she has Shouta sign the papers, she politely informs them that they are free to go, but there is no rush if they need to wait a little bit. Shouta places the duffel bag down next to Izuku on the bed. All right, kid. Hisashi put clothes and such in there for you if you want to look at them and change. He probably put more than one outfit in there knowing him, so just pick stuff you want to wear. If you're okay with getting dressed by yourself, I'm going to step out to call Hisashi to tell him we are ready to go. Izuku nods while staring at the bag. Yeah, that's fine, Aizawa-san. I can get ready. Shouta pats Izuku's green hair. Come get me if you need help. Shouta walks out of the room as he pulls his phone from his pocket. Leaning against the wall, he presses the contact for his husband and presses it to his ear. Hey, Sho. Hisashi greets on the second ring. Know when the green bean is able to come home? Shouta smiles at Hisashi's excitement. Whenever we can get a ride. Yeah, I'll be there in like 20 minutes. Actually, Sho, make that 30. I'm going to pick up a few muffins or something from the bakery down the block. Sounds good, Zashi, Shouta says fondly. You just make sure our kid is all ready when I get there, and we can bust him out.
Zashi.
He's been discharged. Shouta sighs with an eye roll. Hisashi laughs loudly. Yeah, but my version is more fun.
Shouta sighs again.
Love you, babe. I'll see you soon. I love you too, Zashi. Shouta hangs up the phone and tucks it back into his pocket before returning to the room. After another minute, Izuku walks out of the bathroom.
Zashi. Seriously.
Shouta resists the urge to sigh loudly when he sees what the kid is wearing. Izuku, wearing bright orange sweatpants with "Put Your Hands Up" written up the entire left leg and a black hoodie with headphones plastered on the front, smiles shyly at Shouta. Yamada-san had these in the bag. I hope it's okay that I'm wearing them.
Oh.
This kid is going to kill me. Shouta reaches forward slowly to ruffle green curls. Don't worry, kid. Hizashi is going to love seeing you in them. He might even start crying a bit. Izuku smiles a little wider at the encouragement. He sits back down on the bed and plays with the strap of the duffel bag. Shouta lets the comfortable silence stretch, knowing that the kid is thinking, and sits down in the chair across from Izuku. I really like Yamada-san. He's really nice, Izuku says softly. Shouta smiles gently. He really likes you too, kid. Izuku looks up from under his bangs. Aizawa-san. Yeah, kid. Am I really going home with you today? Izuku whispers. Shouta's heart beats harshly against his sternum. This kid. I'm going to protect him for the rest of my life. Yes, Izuku. Hizashi and I are fostering you from here on. We want you to come home with us, Shouta explains, keeping his tone soft and soothing. Unless you've changed your mind, of course? No. Izuku yells, then flinches backward. I mean, no, I haven't changed my mind. I really want to go with you. Izuku starts wringing his hands so tightly the color of them pales. Shouta reaches out and takes them gently in his own and strokes his thumbs gently across Izuku's knuckles. Izuku. Be honest, his husband's voice says in his mind. You sometimes have to directly tell people how you feel. I care about you. You have become very important to me. Hizashi and I both want you to come home with us, so we can take care of you. Izuku lets out a high-pitched keen as tears start to stream down his face. Kid, it's okay, Shouta murmurs. Aizawa-san, can I have a hug? Shouta immediately stands to pull him against his chest. Of course, Izuku. Anytime you want. I'm going to hunt down every person that has hurt him. I might even let Hizashi help punch people. Suddenly, the door swings open and bangs against the wall. Oh, whoops. Hey, how are you, Ichiwai? I want a hug. Shouta turns a red glare towards his loud husband, but still keeps a tight hold of the emotional kid in his arms. Hizashi. Be quiet. We are in a hospital. Hizashi pouts at him. But I want a hug, he mutters. Izuku giggles against Shouta. After the kid leans away, Shouta lets him go and turns fully toward his husband. Hizashi grins at Izuku before spreading his arms wide. You can say no, but can I have a hug too? Izuku giggles again before walking the last couple steps to hug the tall blonde. Hizashi hugs Izuku tightly, even lifting him off the ground and swinging him gently back and forth. Good morning, Green Bean. I love the outfit, looks great on you, Hizashi exclaims. He meets Shouda's gaze over the kid's head. Hizashi, of course, has tears welling up in his eyes, which makes Shouta roll his eyes. They separate after a moment. Izuku smiles up at Hizashi widely. Thanks for the clothes, Yamada-san, I really like them, he says shyly. Hizashi ruffles green hair. Of course, kiddo. I love being able to dress people. Sho never lets me dress him anymore. You like too many bright colors, Shouta mutters darkly, causing Hizashi to laugh. So, when can we get out of here? Hizashi asks. Already got all the discharge papers signed. We can leave whenever. We'll just have to pick up antibiotics from the pharmacy on our way home, Shouta explains. Yeah. Hizashi almost yells. Let's go. I think the cats know something's up. They'll love you. Izuku smiles, cheeks pink, as he ducks his head. I'm excited to meet them in person. Shouta smiles at the kid. Let's get out of here. Hizashi grabs the duffel bag, while Shouta carries the bag of Izuku's belongings and backpack. On the walk out of the hospital, Hizashi keeps up a constant chatter until they are loaded up into the car and on the way back to their apartment. They stop for the antibiotics before driving the rest of the way to their apartment building's private parking area. Shouta carefully watches Izuku's expressions and is content to see only thoughtful, not fearful, looks. Shouta walks beside Izuku as Hizashi leads the way down the hallway to their door. Izuku suddenly tugs on Shouta's sleeve. Shouta raises an eyebrow as he looks down at the kid. What if the cats hate me? Izuku asks anxiously. I highly doubt that, Shouta says gently back. Animals tend to be good judges of character, and you're a good kid. Cream can be a little shy, but he'll warm up to you. Hizashi turns to grin at them as he turns the doorknob. Yeah, don't worry, kiddo. He opens the door and steps in. Shouta gently nudges Izuku forward and then follows him in. All three of them toe off their shoes and line them up against the
wall.
row. Shouta sees Coffee sitting at the entrance to the kitchen staring at them. Izuku twitches forward in an aborted move towards that calm cat. Shouta smiles and nudges the kid's shoulder gently. Go ahead. She's the friendliest. Okay, Izuku whispers as he takes a few cautious steps toward the brown feline. Coffee sits very still as she watches the new person approach. She calmly sniffs the offered hand before butting her head against Izuku's palm. Izuku lets out a breathless laugh as he begins truly petting the cat. Alright, kiddo. I started setting up the guest room for you yesterday, Hisashi starts explaining. How about we do a quick tour, and then we can make lunch? Izuku turns to smile softly at Hisashi. Sounds good, Yamada-san. Shouta follows as Hisashi leads Izuku around the apartment. To the left of the entrance is the kitchen with a breakfast bar-type peninsula. The living room is just past the kitchen and dining table. To the right is the short hall that leads to 4 doors. The first on the left is the office. The second on the left leads to the master bedroom, which has its own master bath. The first door on the right leads to the main bathroom, and the second door leads to the spare room turned Izuku's bedroom. At the end of the hall is the stackable washer-dryer behind an accordion door. So, this is your room now, Hisashi excitably explains. I wasn't sure how you'd like to decorate, so I figured we could maybe take you shopping sometime next weekend to get stuff you want. Izuku's cheeks flush pink. That seems like a lot. You don't have to do that for me. Shouta watches as his husband gently lays a hand on Izuku's shoulder. But we want to. Well, I definitely want to. I love shopping. Hisashi chuckles. We can always order stuff online if you don't feel like shopping at the mall or anything, Shouta interrupts, wanting to make sure the kid knows they won't push him. Izuku turns a shaky smile on Shouta. Hisashi nods. Of course. I like all kinds of shopping, he says gleefully. Shouta drops the backpack and other belongings gently on the floor by the room's desk. I did take the liberty of stocking the dresser with a few things just in case you needed them, Zashi explains to Izuku. Izuku looks away, staring off in the distance. Hisashi turns a questioning look to Shouta, who immediately steps closer to the kid. What is it, kid? Shouta asks quietly. It's just, I have things at the beach that I left there. I'd like to get it, Izuku whispers. Shouta nods. Makes sense. We can go tomorrow. Izuku frowns at the floor. My uniform got damaged and my spare is at the beach shelter. Izuku. I was not going to make you go to school tomorrow, Shouta explains. You have been through something traumatic and you should probably rest another day, do any homework you might have left, and then go back. Izuku looks up at Shouta hopefully. Really? Shouta smiles. Of course, kid. I'm going to stay here with you tomorrow. Izuku blanches. What the hell? What the hell? Shouda's mind crashes as he stares at the pale kid. Hisashi kneels on one knee close to Izuku. Hey, little listener, it's okay. What's wrong? Izuku starts wringing his hands again. I don't want you to miss work because of me.
Oh.
This kid. Izuku.
Kid, no.
It's okay. I rarely take off. This will not affect anything majorly. I'm just going to stay with you to make sure you're safe and resting. And I can go with you to your shelter to grab your stuff. It's no problem. Oh, that's what it is. Shouta places his hands on Izuku's shoulder and waits patiently until he looks up at him. Izuku, you are not a problem or an inconvenience to us. I want you to rest tomorrow. I want to be here with you to make sure you get settled. Izuku sniffles. Mom hated when I messed her schedule up. Don't react. Don't you dare react. You will scare him if you get angry. You never have to worry about that with us, Shouta promises, his voice steady. Izuku nods with another sniffle. Shouta knows that the kid probably doesn't fully believe him, but that's okay. They'll prove it to him. Thankfully, the rest of the day passes fairly calmly. Izuku meets the other 2 cats. All 3 officially love Izuku. Bestiardi especially seems to attach himself to the kid. The 3 of them eat supper around the table as they talk. Izuku smiles a little easier at Hisashi's jokes and stories. Izuku takes a shower and goes to bed early. Poor kid is still exhausted, with the 3 cats following him. Afterward, Hisashi and Shoyuta lay in their bed together. Shoyuta falls asleep quickly after kissing his husband goodnight. He can only hope the next day goes well. Izuku opens his eyes and stares at the wall opposite the bed he's currently laying on.
Wow.
I can't believe Aizawa-sen and Yamada-sen are actually letting me stay with them. They are so nice. Izuku sits up slowly and stretches. Looking at the simple alarm clock on the bedside table, he sees it's a little after 9 in the morning. I don't remember when I slept this late, when I was able to sleep this late. I hope that's okay. Aizawa-sen would have woken me if he needed me, right? Izuku starts chewing on his bottom lip. He jumps when he feels something bump into his elbow. Turning, he sees Coffee sitting by his side. Morning, Coffee, Izuku says quietly. Did you stay with me all night? Coffee lets out a purr and bumps her head against Izuku's arm. With a soft laugh, he starts petting the calm cat. She leans against Izuku and continues to purr. Knock.
Knock.
Aizawa-sen pokes his head in through the doorway. Izuku stops petting the feline and looks up at the dark-haired hero. Morning, kid, Aizawa-sen greets with a grin. I thought I heard you moving. Did you sleep okay last night? Izuku smiles shyly back. Good morning, Aizawa-sen. Yeah, I did. Thank you. Good. Want some breakfast? Izuku bites his lip and nods slowly. All right. I'll warm up what Hisashi made for us earlier. I'll be in the kitchen. Take your time. With that, Aizawa-sen turns and walks down the hallway. Izuku stands up and walks over to the dresser and pulls open the drawers to find something to wear. Grabbing a pair of dark jeans and a lime green long-sleeve shirt, he goes to the bathroom. After getting ready, Izuku walks to the kitchen. Aizawa-sen places a plate on the counter across the peninsula from him. Here you go, Izuku. Eat what you can. He picks a coffee mug up and takes a long drink of dark liquid. Izuku shuffles into one of the stools and grabs a fork while staring with wide eyes at the large plate of food. It's piled high with a Western-style breakfast of 2 pancakes, bacon, and scrambled eggs. Hisashi likes to cook Western-style whenever he can, Aizawa-san explains. He made this before he left for work this morning. Izuku can feel his cheeks heat up. Yamada-san didn't have to do that. He didn't have to go through all the trouble for me. Izuku risks a glance up to study Aizawa-san's face. He has a soft smile adorning his usually severe features. You will come to find that Hisashi tends to do as he pleases. He will shower you with affection and gifts and care, as much and as often as you will let him. Zashi likes taking care of people. Izuku flushes more and looks down. He starts eating breakfast to be able to do something with his hands. Does Yamada-sen really care for me that much? He's known me for 2 days. Aizawa-sen says they want me here. Both of them. And Yamada-sen is so nice. What if it's a trap? Get you all trusting and not paying attention before they hit you.
No.
They wouldn't do that. They are good.
So is All Might.
Look what he did. Izuku stabs a piece of pancake a little harder than he means to. Kid. Izuku looks up to see Aizawa-san watching him with a worried look. Izuku, are you okay? Do you and Yamada-san really want me here? I can leave. Izuku heaves a harsh breath. You don't have to go through all this trouble for me. I'm not worth it. Aizawa is suddenly right beside him and reaches out to lay a hand on top of Izuku's green curls. We want you here. You are not a burden. You are worth it. I'm just a cute quirkless nobody, Izuku sobs. Aizawa-sen pulls Izuku into a hug. Yes, you are quirkless. But you are important. You have faced prejudice and hatred for something outside of your control. That is not your fault. We want you here. We care about you. Izuku hugs the tall man around the middle as tight as he can as he sniffles and begins to calm down. Aizawa-sen keeps him in the hug for a few minutes before Izuku finally pulls away. I'm sorry I cried all over you, Aizawa-sen, he whispers. Don't worry about that, I don't care. You can always come to me or Hisashi for comfort, or even if you just simply want a hug. Especially Hisashi. As you have probably noticed, he loves affection. Izuku smiles. And Izuku, please, you can drop the honorifics. You can call us by our given names. But if that's too weird yet, just don't worry about the san. Izuku nods slowly. I'll try. All I can ask, Aizawa huffs. Finish eating. Then you can do your homework if you have it with you. The morning passes by calmly. Izuku sits in the living room and does his homework at the coffee table while Aizawa grades papers at the kitchen table. Coffee and BSDRD keep close to Izuku while Cream naps on top of the bookcase. For lunch, Izuku and Aizawa eat simple sandwiches at the breakfast bar. It's just after 1 in the afternoon when Izuku shyly walks up to Aizawa, who's typing on a laptop at the table. Aizawa immediately turns his attention to the teen. I was wondering if we could go get my stuff from the beach? Izuku asks quietly. Sure thing, Izuku. Aizawa responds easily. Hizashi left the car for us today, so we can go now if you're ready. Izuku smiles.
Yeah.
I'll just grab a jacket and put my shoes on. After they are both ready, Aizawa leads Izuku down to the car. It's not a far drive to Dagoba Beach. After Aizawa parks the car, they make their way to the steps that lead to the actual beach. Okay, kid. I understand you might want to do this a certain way. Aizawa starts while gently holding on to Izuku's shoulders. I can come with you to your shelter and help pack everything. Or I can wait right here, and you can go get your stuff together. You do not have to feel pressured either way. I will follow your lead here. Izuku is immediately thankful for Aizawa's blunt nature. He wasn't sure if Aizawa was going to insist on helping with every little thing. And Izuku doesn't want Aizawa to see all the All Might stuff Izuku managed to keep here. Izuku can tell Aizawa is mad at All Might for what he said and did to Izuku. Can I go first and pack everything I want? Will you really wait here? Is your shelter close by? Will I hear you if you yell for help? Izuku nods after thinking for a moment. Then, yes, I will wait here until you come get me. Just promise me that you will be careful and won't lift heavy stuff. You have to go easy on yourself for a few more days. Izuku smiles. I don't really remember the last time someone cared like that for me. It's so nice. I promise. Aizawa nods and makes a shooing motion with his hand. Go at it then. Izuku jogs down the steps and weaves through the trash heaps until he finds a shelter. He takes time to toss his All Might blanket and pillow. He can't bring himself to get rid of the figurine though. He packs his supplies and clothes away, and then the figurines on top. He folds up the other 2 quilts that he wants to keep. Finally, he pulls out his analysis notebooks and starts flipping through number 10. He knows he has his analysis on present mic in this one, and he wants to add some to it. Wow, is that analysis? A bright, cheerful voice says from behind Izuku. Izuku yelps as he throws himself forward. He spins around and freezes at the sight of the person now in front of him. The girl is a little shorter than him with pink dreadlocks and yellow eyes with crosshairs for pupils. She's wearing overalls over a white t-shirt and heavy boots. She suddenly stands straight and laughs loudly. I didn't mean to scare you, Greenie. She steps closer and leans over Izuku, where he's kneeling in the sand. So, was that analysis done by you? It looked good from what I could see. At those words, the crosshairs in her eyes shift slightly. Definitely sight-based quirk. With what she said that she could actually read my writing, it has to increase the range of her vision, and with the crosshairs my guess is that she can magnify what she sees. Useful quirk. Would be great at recon and scouting if she wasn't so loud. Can I see more? She asks. Izuku stares at the crazy person with his mouth open. Who are you? He asks, too surprised by her enthusiasm to stutter. She leans back and with big hand movements points to herself. I'm Hatsume. I'm a support equipment inventor. I'm gonna make amazing babies for heroes one day. Izuku rears back further. What? Babies? What is wrong with this girl? You know, inventions. I'll be a famous inventor. All the heroes will want my awesome support. Equipment. So, when you say babies, you mean your inventions? Izuku asks, voice a little breathless. Yeah. Izuku nods. Okay. So, did you write that analysis? Hatsume asks, once again leaning way too close to Izuku. Yes.
Cool.
Can I look at it more? Hatsume collapses on the sand next to Izuku so their shoulders are touching. I've never really met an analyst before, but my dad, he's an inventor too, says analysts can be super helpful in the support field. Izuku isn't really sure what compels him to hand the notebook to the exuberant girl, but he does it anyway. I've always loved analyzing quirks, but a few years ago, I also started analyzing heroes' fighting styles and equipment. Hatsum takes a minute to read a few pages before suddenly handing it back to Izuku. That's really good, Analyst Cohen. Looks like I've run into another genius. So awesome. Izuku gapes at the girl. My name is Midoriya Izuku actually. And I'm not a genius. Hatsum scoffs as she kicks her legs out and relaxes back on her hands.
Yes.
You are. I've never seen that kind of in-depth analysis outside of the actual professionals that get paid big money for it. And you look to be my age, Analyst Cohen. Is she purposely ignoring my name? What a strange person. So, I'm planning on going to UE next year. Support course, of course. What about you? Are you planning on going into support too? You'd be great with a brain like that. Izuku blushes. Actually, I was, planning on trying to go into the hero course. Really? That's so cool, Analyst Cohen. Hatsum grins even wider at him. I bet you'll be so cool. You're smart. We don't have many heroes that are actually smart and strategic anymore. All they care about is being flashy. Hatsum scoffs. I swear some heroes aren't even heroes. Izuku stares at Hatsum and suddenly feels courage well up inside his chest. I'm actually quirkless, he blurts out. I've been bullied and abused and looked down on because of it. And I want to be a hero so that I can save people and maybe show other kids like me that they can survive it too. They could be heroes or anything they want to be. Izuku stops talking abruptly and stares at the Pinkette to watch for her reaction. She suddenly gives him a feral smile. That's amazing. Really? Izuku asks, much more softly. Something in Hatsum's yellow eyes soften. Yeah, Izuku-kun, you're amazing. My uncle was actually quirkless. He moved away though cause he couldn't take the discrimination here anymore. I think your dream is fantastic. Izuku feels hot tears spill over and run down his face. And with how smart you are, you'd make a great underground hero.
Oh.
And you know what? We could be partners when we are older. I'll make all of your support gear, and that will build my repertoire, and you'll have all the best equipment to help people and stay safe. Why you think I could really do it? Why not? Izuku lets out a sob. Not many people believe in me. Hatsum suddenly throws an arm around Izuku's shoulders and hugs him tightly. That's okay. You'll prove them all wrong. You'll be great. I'll support you. Izuku hugs her back. Thanks, Hatsum-san. She pulls back to look Izuku in the eye. None of that. Call me May. We are best friends now. Really? Yeah. Hatsum rubs the back of her head, cheeks pink. Actually, I don't have any friends cause people think I'm crazy. And people are a lot of work, but you seem pretty awesome. She's like me. Izuku thinks suddenly. She's lonely, but she is smart and honest and in your face. Well, Mei-chan, I think you're pretty great too. Guess that means we are best friends now. Mei-chan smiles blindingly at him. It's a deal, Analyst Cohen. Oh, hey. Why are you here anyway, Mei-chan? My parents let me do school online, and I like to come here for parts and stuff for inventions when I can. What are you doing here, Izuku? Do you live here? She sounds more worried with her last question. It warms Izuku's heart to think he has a friend who already cares about him. When was the last time I had a friend who cared this much? When was the last time I had a friend? Since I was 5, and everyone learned I was quirkless. Well, I was living here because my mom abandoned me a little while ago. But Aizawa found me, and now I'm going to be living with him and his husband. Izuku, Hatsum pulls him into a slightly less aggressive hug. Your mom SCKS. I'm glad you found Aizawa though. Oh no. How long have I been talking to Mei-chan? Actually, he's waiting for me to pack up, so he can help me carry all my stuff back to his home. I shouldn't be carrying really heavy stuff cause I was attacked by a villain a few days ago, and I'm still healing. Mei blinks at him a couple times. Then she grins her feral grin again. I have a feeling that chaos and mayhem surrounds you, Izuku-kun. I love it. It makes Izuku grin back at her. Hey, how about I help you carry your stuff to your Aizawa? I'm strong cause I work with equipment and heavy supplies a lot, so it won't be a problem. Really? Thanks, Mei-chan. That'd be great. Together, they get Izuku's belongings gathered, and Izuku leads her back to where Aizawa is waiting for him. The fact that Aizawa doesn't look surprised makes Izuku wonder if he had come to check on him at least once and overheard them some. Not that Izuku minds. Aizawa, this is my new friend, Hatsume. She's an inventor. Mei-chan, this is Aizawa. Izuku introduces. Hey, tired man. Mei greets. Izuku hides his snort with a cough. Mei-chan's so crazy. Hatsum. Aizawa replies calmly, with no emotion on his face. But if Izuku had to guess, he'd say Aizawa was more amused than upset. Mei-chan hands Aizawa the duffel and quilts before turning to Izuku. She lunges against him to hug him tightly. Well, I should get back before my parents get worried I got lost in all the trash, she laughs. Oh, here's my number. She pulls a small notepad and pen from one of her overalls pockets and writes on it before handing it to Izuku. Text me later, Analyst Cohen. Maybe we can get together on the weekend or something.
Bye.
With that, she turns and runs off, full of energy. After she's gone, Izuku turns to look at Aizawa, who's watching him with a soft expression. I made a friend, Izuku says shyly. Aizawa smiles ruefully. I noticed. She seems energetic. Izuku giggles. She's crazy, but I think it's the good kind. She thinks I could be a hero. Aizawa nods. Did you check on me? Izuku asks quietly, not making eye contact. I heard her yelling, and I was a little worried. Yes, I
checked on you.
But once I saw you were okay, I left you two alone to talk. I only heard her gush about your notes a little. Izuku is definitely surprised Aizawa just tells him that so honestly and doesn't hide anything. Are you curious about my analysis notebooks? Izuku asks. His voice has the slightest quiver. He wants Aizawa to look at them, but at the same time is afraid he will hate the analysis or think Izuku is creepy for doing the analysis. I am. But I will wait for you to be comfortable showing me for me to read them.
Oh.
Aizawa is such a good person. He'd probably appreciate the analysis. After all, as the hero, Eraserhead, he has to do at least some analysis on the job to have survived as long as he has. I want to show him. Maybe later, Izuku says but can't bring himself to promise. Do you think Yamada would let me ask him questions about his quirk? I want to update my notes on him now that I've seen him up close. Aizawa huffs fondly. Yeah, he'd love that kid. Izuku smiles. After that, they pack up the car and return to the apartment. Aizawa puts Izuku's stuff in the washer and leaves him to put his other stuff away in his bedroom. Izuku puts his present Mike figurine on his bedside table and the Mirko one on his dresser. But he shoves the All Might figure into the bottom of a desk drawer, so he doesn't have to look at it. By the time he's unpacked his stuff, which was not that much actually, he hears the front door open and Yamada calls out a greeting. After supper, Shouta sits down on the couch with Zashi as Izuku takes a seat on the floor in front of the coffee table. Shouta watches as Izuku methodically places 3 notebooks, pens, and pencils on the table. Unsure of what's going on, Hizashi glances at Shouta. Shouta just shakes his head and smiles at his husband. Shouta doesn't fully understand the notebooks, but he is very curious where this is going to lead. Yamada, can I ask you questions about your quirk and hero work? Izuku asks as he glances shyly up at the blonde. Shouta almost rolls his eyes as his husband clutches a hand to his chest dramatically. Of course, you can, green bean. Is that what you write about in the books? Izuku tugs at his wild curls as he stares at the notebooks. After seemingly making a decision, he nods and looks back up at them. I've always loved analyzing quirks and heroes, ever since I was a kid. I also started studying how they fought and equipment they use and what they could maybe use in the future. I think that's why Mei-chan was so excited when she saw one of my notebooks. Mei-chan? Hizashi wonders. Izuku blushes. I made a friend at the beach today. Her name is Hatsume, and she's planning on becoming a hero support inventor. She is very aggressive, but not really in a bad way. She has good intentions. She has a lot of energy and she is very loud. We have agreed that we will be best friends from now on. Hizashi nods with a bright smile. She sounds interesting. The look he throws at Shouta reads, our kid is so adorable. Yeah. Izuku says excitedly. But anyway, I have an entry on present mic, and since I know you now, I'd love to update your information some. I also have to rewrite my newest notebook, since it got ruined. Sure thing, kiddo. Izuku flips open the notebook labeled with the number, okay. So, I actually want to confirm a theory of mine. Your quirk is called voice. I wanted to ask if you could confirm that your quirk is your actual voice versus the amplification of your voice like most people assume? I mean, I think it's more than that, but that's the broadest question. Shouta watches his husband smile at the boy. Can I ask what your full theory of my quirk is? Izuku smiles shyly. Well, yeah, of course. Deep breath. My theory is that your quirk is your actual voice, but that it's actually a mutation-type quirk of your vocal cords and surrounding area of your throat. While your quirk definitely has emitter qualities like amplification, at its base it's a mutation. It's changed the structure so that you can emit sound waves capable of destruction. It would explain why, when Aizawa uses his quirk on you, you lose the ability to emit louder and more destructive sounds, but will still keep your base tone of voice. I also have a theory that you can change your voice to much lower hertz. Certain levels of hertz can be healing in nature, like reducing anxiety and heart rate. Stuff like that is sound therapy. While other frequencies could cause immediate serious harm, maybe death. I haven't researched that too much though. And your quirk could also be used, and probably be more destructive, underwater since sound travels faster through water than air. I'm also curious if you can only control the production and direction, or if you could also control the origin of the sound, like throwing your voice to a different location so that it would seem to come from somewhere else. Although that wouldn't really fit your fighting style at all. Shouta stares at the small green-haired child as Izuku pauses in his monologue to chew thoughtfully on his pen. Shouta turns to look at Hisashi to see his husband gaping at Izuku with the most flabbergasted expression Shouta has ever seen on his face. Zashi turns to stare wide-eyed and open-mouthed at Shouta. Shouta can feel his own wide-eyed expression almost mirroring his husband's. Hisashi quickly schools his expression when Izuku calls his name again. Zashi turns back around and gives Izuku a small, doting smile. You're correct that my quirk is my actual voice, and you explained it better than I have ever been able to. I've never really tried that many different frequencies, but I know I can make people's ears and eyes bleed. That was an accident when I was younger, and I try not to hurt people permanently if I can help it. I've never tried to use my quirk underwater. Not sure if I'd ever be in a situation that would require it, but I will keep that in mind just in case. And the sound has to originate from my throat. I'm not capable of throwing my voice, but that would be cool. Hisashi's voice stays level and calm while explaining his quirk to the kid. Shouta, on the other hand, is having a crisis. He allows himself to drift a little as Izuku starts writing quickly in his notebook as Hisashi watches over him. What the hell was that? If he weren't adamant about being quirkless and the fact that I saw the X-rays, I would assume he has some kind of intelligence quirk. But this is just straight-up natural talent. A talent that has not been nurtured by anyone other than the boy's own curiosity and thirst for knowledge. This kid, he's seriously something else. I'm gonna have to check his school records sometime and see his grades and reports. I knew he was smart and observant, but this is genius-level intelligence. Nedu is going to want to meet him now for sure. He already was curious about the kid, but now he's going to want to meet and test him or teach him or something. Shouta almost groans at the future headache he knows will happen when he brings this up to the principal. Can I look at your notebook? Shouta asks quietly when there is a lull in conversation between the other two. Izuku bites his lip. Yeah, sure. This one. Izuku pauses to hand the one labeled 10 to Shouta. Is a year or so old. I'm going to start rewriting this notebook that got ruined a few days ago, Izuku says as he motions to the dirty notebook sitting beside the new one. How'd it get ruined, little listener? Hisashi questions gently. Izuku flinches slightly and looks down. Oh, well, It just kinda happened, and then, it got dropped in a pond, and then, the sludge villain. Hisashi nods slowly. Okay, Izuku, I'll leave you to it then, he says softly. Hisashi is very intelligent and good at reading people. He must have some instinct telling him not to pry this time, and Hisashi has always been good at knowing when to push versus when to back off. Of course, Shouta follows his lead. Shouta takes his time to skim through some of the entries in the notebook he currently holds. He sees that Izuku has taken time to sketch many of the heroes' costumes and support gear as well. He glances over entries on Present Mike, Death Arms, Hawks, Wild Pussycats, Ingenium, Manual, and a few others. Every entry has the information of known quirks, support gear, fighting styles, known allies, and nemesis. What almost scares Shouta is the fact that quite a few have theories on how to use the hero's weaknesses against them and how to bypass strengths and powers. Never mind. I'm totally for Nedu teaching this kid. Izuku could probably surpass me in a couple years with good training. Nedu would be great for the kid's sheer ability of observation and theory work. This kid is a genius and we need to feed that intelligent mind.
Nedu would be the best at that.
Although we need to start training as soon as we can. If any villain ever found this kid and knew his skill, he could be taken and manipulated by them. He needs to know how to protect himself when Hisashi and I won't be there. Shouta shuts the notebook and gently lays it on the table close to Izuku, who looks up at Shouta with a curious expression. Izuku, Shouta says in a grave tone, we are going to start your training as soon as you're completely healed. You are incredibly observant and intelligent. I would also like you to start thinking about a code to use for all of your notes, okay? If this kind of information gets leaked, someone could get hurt. Izuku gapes at Shouta. It's not that good, it's mostly theory. Kid, Shouta almost feels actual pain in his hurting heart. Izuku, Hisashi cuts in with a serious expression. From the little I've seen, I can tell you are brilliant. Shouta is right in telling you that you should keep this kind of stuff safe. Not that you shouldn't do it because this is great, but you should be careful. Hisashi pauses to smile widely at Izuku. Geez, little listener, you're such an amazing kid. I'd love to see where you take this. I bet you'd make a good hero, with that mind of yours. Oh, Hisashi, you perfect, wonderful man. Izuku chokes on a sob. Why you think I could be a hero? Of course, kiddo. You're so smart. You could go underground like Shouta. I bet you'd thrive doing that. Tears start to flow down the kid's cheeks. Thank you, Izuku gasps. Hisashi stands and takes the 2 steps around the table to drop to his knees beside Izuku before gently encompassing the child in the circle of his arms. Oh, little listener, it's okay. Let it out. It's okay to cry. And nobody ever believed in me. Nobody thought I could be a hero. Izuku cries into Hisashi's chest. Hisashi, tears beginning to well in his eyes, hugs him tighter. We do. We believe in you, Izuku. A few hours after the emotional display, Izuku is sleeping in his room as Shouta and Hisashi settle in their own room. Shouta? Shouta hums. Our kid is a genius, Hisashi whispers with a soft expression. He's gonna be one of the great ones. I can tell. Shouta shares a soft expression with his husband. I agree. Izuku wakes on Tuesday morning feeling a lot better than the last few days. Once awake, Izuku stands and stretches before making his way to the bathroom to start getting ready for school.
School.
Where everyone hates me. Where Katsuki will be.
No. Don't think about it right now.
Focus on getting ready. After Izuku finishes brushing his teeth and dressing, he leaves the bathroom. And nearly has a heart attack. Aizawa is standing directly beside the bathroom door, so Izuku almost walked into him in the slightly shadowed hallway. Aizawa gives a slow, toothy grin before reaching out to ruffle Izuku's hair. Sorry, problem child, I didn't mean to startle you. I wanted to ask a favor. Aizawa explains, voice still slightly sleep-rough. Izuku huffs out breath, somewhat amused by the dark-haired man. I like when Aizawa and Yamada call me by nicknames. It always makes me feel warm instead of looked down upon, like when Katsuki does it. Sure, what is it? I wondered if you would let me take a few of your notebooks to UA today to show Nedu. Flabbergasted, Izuku stares at Aizawa. Aizawa stares calmly back, letting Izuku think it over.
What?
Izuku says. Why would you want to show them to him? Aizawa carefully lays a hand on Izuku's thin shoulder. Izuku, you are incredibly intelligent. Nedu is someone that greatly values people who are intelligent and observant. And he may also like to teach you, Or at least give me pointers on how to teach you, so I can help you improve. You're smart, Izuku defends. Aizawa chuckles. Yes, kid, I know I'm smart. But you're on a whole different level. I want to be able to provide all you need to surpass me and be the best you can be. Aizawa squeezes Izuku's shoulder gently. You do not have to agree. I am asking your permission. Izuku looks down as he wrings his hands together. Yeah, that's okay. Aizawa puts a finger under Izuku's chin and gently nudges his head up to look the hero in the eye once.
More.
Izuku, no matter what Nezu says, you're staying with Hisashi and me. You're ours now. I will still be personally training you as well. Nezu is a whole different category of training, if that is what he would end up wanting to do. Izuku can feel the heat of tears well up behind his eyes. He sniffles and manages to hold them back long enough to whisper a shaky, okay. Aizawa nods and releases Izuku. I have to head in early to do a few things. Hisashi will be with you for breakfast. Will you fetch a few of your notebooks for me? Izuku nods quickly before scampering back to his room. He grabs notebooks 9, 10, and he quickly returns and holds the trio of notebooks out to Aizawa. Aizawa takes them carefully and nods at Izuku. Thanks, kid. I'll keep them safe for you. Izuku's eyes widen. Why does he make it seem like some important mission? Because they hold potentially dangerous information on professional heroes? Because he cares about you and can see that they are important to you? Probably both. Whatever it is, it warms Izuku. I trust you, Izuku says as he turns to make his way to the kitchen. Morning, little listener. Yamada greets with a gentle side hug when Izuku enters the kitchen area. Are waffles okay for breakfast? They are one of my favorites. Izuku smiles. Sounds delicious. Izuku can't remember the last time he had homemade waffles. Aizawa says goodbye and leaves while Yamada is cooking the waffles. Afterwards, Izuku and Yamada sit side by side at the breakfast bar and eat quickly. So, kiddo, I was thinking if you're up for it, you and I, maybe Shouta too if we can convince him, could go shopping this coming weekend, Yamada suggests softly, as if a little nervous. We could stop at the food court as well while we are there. I love the ramen shop there. Izuku smiles. Yeah, that sounds nice. It's been forever since I had a day just being out with people that like me. And Aizawa did say to let Yamada spoil me. So this is probably okay. Yamada likes to shop, and I think it could be fun. Yamada's face almost splits in half with the size of the smile he shows Izuku. Great. Yamada reaches over to ruffle Izuku's hair. So, better get going. Both of us have to be at school soon. Would you like me to drive you? No, that's okay. It's not far to school from here, and I'm feeling really good. I'd like to walk if that's okay. I don't want him to see any of my bullies. I don't want him to see how nervous I am. All right, little listener, Yamada says softly. Just remember that you have our number. If you need us for any reason, text or call one of us. Okay. Warmth spreads through Izuku's chest at the promise that Yamada is actually making. We will come get you if you need us for any reason, is what Yamada is saying. It makes Izuku want to cry, sorrow because it's taken over a decade for someone to care enough, relief because he finally has them, and just straight joy. Instead, Izuku smiles widely at the blonde hero. I will, Izuku promises. Yamada smiles back. Good. Now, we better be going. Izuku makes it to his homeroom unscathed. Then Katsuki walks in and looks straight at Izuku. Izuku shivers. He looks feral. That's the only way I can describe it right now. That's not good. Katsuki walks stiffly over to his desk and sits down before whipping around to glare at Izuku. Izuku looks down at his desk immediately. Oh geez. He looks madder than usual. I've got to stay away from him today. Izuku sits and takes minimalistic notes during his morning classes. Every few minutes, he feels a vicious red glare glance against him. Izuku can't help looking back up at the angry blonde. A minute before the lunch bell rings, Izuku has his things packed up and is nervously chewing his bottom lip. I need to get out of this room before Bakugo can get a hold of me. I'm small, I can hide in the crowd for a few moments, so I can escape and hide somewhere. I just need to get out of the room first. The moment the bell rings, Izuku is out of his chair and speeding towards the door. A hand grabs his shoulder and fists into his uniform. Turning, Izuku sees crimson eyes. Izuku SCKS in a harsh breath as he tries to twitch away from the angry teen. Come on, Deku, you and I need to talk, Bakuga growls. Izuku whimpers. For the first time in a long time, Izuku turns to look straight at the teacher. He doesn't know if it's because he has two reliable adults in his life or just pure desperation, but he stares at the teacher still at the front of the classroom. Mura-sensei watches as Bakuga drags a pale Izuku past him. Mura-sensei, Izuku calls out in a thin voice, please. Don't let him take me out of this room. I'm not safe. Bakuga will hurt me. Please help me. The teacher simply smiles an empty smile. You boys have fun at lunch. Izuku can't stop the sob that escapes his mouth. You know Bakuga will hurt me. He's done it before.
And you won't help me.
I asked you for help and you ignored me. I begged for you to save me, and you did nothing. For one moment, the fear inside of Izuku twists into rage. All he can think about is how Aizawa would never allow this. Yamada wouldn't allow this. They would never knowingly allow their student to be hurt or bullied. And the rage burns. Izuku curls his lip up as that rage rushes through him. You are an awful teacher, an awful human being. You won't get away with this forever. The last Izuku sees of the Mura-sensei, the teacher's eyes widen and lips part as surprise and the slightest hint of something that Izuku can't place in that moment, enter his eyes. But then Bakuga is dragging him down the hall and turning a corner. Bakuga slams Izuku up against the wall of a deserted hall. Izuku notes in the back of his mind that this is the hall that leads to the roof access, so of course there aren't any people here. The rage rushes out as fast as it came. All Izuku is left with is terror. He has never seen Katsuki this angry, practically foaming at the mouth. It's just the two of them in the hallway. Bakuga's normal lackeys are nowhere to be found. Bakuga slams Izuku against the wall again, his hands FSDNG tightly in the front of Izuku's uniform. What the hell, Deku? WW. Izuku squeaks. You weren't here yesterday, Bakuga growls. And now you're back looking completely fine. I thought you finally rid the world of your DMN uselessness. Tears roll down Izuku's freckled cheeks.
What?
Izuku reaches up to grip Bakuga's arms. IW is attacked B by a villain. W went to our hospital. Bakuga stares at Izuku long and hard. Then he grins suddenly. And you didn't take it as a sign? SS sign. It only takes a second.
A sign I should be dead.
That I should die. Rage is flaring again for a moment inside Izuku. What's your problem? Why do you hate me so much? What did I ever do to you? Izuku screeches. Why do you hate me so much? We used to be friends. I just wanted to be your friend. Suddenly, Izuku is laying on the floor, his cheeks stinging from a punch. Don't look down on me. Bakuga yells. Izuku shoves himself up into a sitting position. I've never looked down on you. Don't lie to me. Bakuga grabs Izuku's collar and drags him up so their noses almost touch. You were always following me, offering your help like I was some weakling. And you're talking back to me. Bakuga pulls one arm back just to send it forward with a strong punch into Izuku's nose. Izuku cries out as he feels blood rush down across his lips and chin. I just want you to stop hitting me. Bakuga punches him again, but this time to the chest. It knocks the air out of Izuku as he hits the floor hard. Izuku wraps an arm around his throbbing midsection.
Stop hurting me, please.
Izuku raises his left arm to try to ward off the next attack. One he can't see past the blood and tears. Bakuga yells wordlessly as he uses his quirk to blast Izuku's arm away from him. Izuku cries out as the explosion burns his arm and hand. Please. Izuku sobs brokenly. He coughs as he chokes on blood, the taste of copper heavy on his tongue. Bakuga lunges, so he's crouched above Izuku and wraps a large, hot hand around Izuku's throat. Remember, Deku, you are a useless piece of shit. You will never amount to anything. You're just some quirkless freak that no one cares about. Bakuga throws him roughly away from him before standing up and stomping away. You're wrong. Aizawa and Yamada believe in me. Nimming in pain, Izuku pushes himself up with his uninjured arm from the ground again to sit against the wall. Crying, he cradles his burned arm to his chest and looks it over. Around his hand and lower arm there are various patches of reddened skin and ugly blisters. The blisters are mostly on the palm of his hand and underside of his arm and wrist. I need to go to the nurse. This needs to be looked at. Kami, he really hurt me. Sobbing, Izuku pushes himself to his feet. Unsure of how long it actually takes him to get there, Izuku stumbles into the nurse's office. Midoriya? Nurse Watanabe asks as she stands up from her desk chair. What happened? She leads Izuku over to a bed where he sits down heavily. She presses a cloth to his bleeding nose as she begins to look him over. Bakugo, Izuku begins. Midoriya, she interrupts sharply, you need to stop picking fights with other students. Izuku wants to scream. Not from pain. Anger. They always blame me. Assume I did something that deserves this. I'm so tired. I want Aizawa. I need to call my guardian, Izuku says. Of course. Izuku takes his phone out and presses Aizawa's contact. He answers on the third ring. Izuku, are you okay? Sniffle. Aizawa, I got hurt at school, Izuku admits. Izuku hears rustling on the other side of the call and some indistinguishable words as Aizawa speaks to someone else. Okay, Izuku, I'm coming to you. I will be there soon. Okay. Relief floods Izuku. Can you tell me how bad it is? Izuku looks down at his burned and blistered arm. His nose isn't bleeding anymore, but it's throbbing painfully in tandem with his heartbeat. Kid. There's an extra edge of worry in Aizawa's voice. I think my nose is broken and my arm is burned kinda badly, Izuku explains in a congested rush. Someone attacked you. Aizawa's voice is low rumble. Why yes, Izuku whispers. Was it a teacher? And no. A student. Izuku lets out a keen. Yeah. Deep inhale. Long exhale. Okay. I'm going to get the keys from Hisashi, and then I'm coming to get you. I will be there soon. Do you need me to stay on the line with you? No, I think I'll be okay. Okay. Izuku, I need you to stay awake until I get there. I will be there soon. Aizawa promises. K. Izuku mumbles. They hang up, and Izuku shoves his phone into his pocket. The nurse hands him an ice pack and a tube of aloe vera. She won't even help me. She just hands me stuff to take care of myself. Izuku gently presses the ice pack against his nose, making more tears fall. I want Aizawa. I want Yamada. I want to go home. Shoyuta decides to run across the rooftops to work. UA is not very far from their apartment after all. He finds himself needing to burn off a little bit of energy. He could call it nervous energy, but he would never admit that. He keeps his messenger bag cinched tight across his shoulders. The notebooks are safe in the center of the bag. Every time Shoyuta thinks about the notebooks in the bag, he can't help thinking about what Izuku said to him just a few minutes ago. I trust you. Izuku had said those words honestly, bluntly, and with the smallest upturn of his lips. I know Zashi said the kid trusts me, and Izuku has proven to have some measure of trust in me. He called me on that roof and came home with me. But still, to hear Izuku say it so honestly, with such a complete wholeness to it, that's something else. Shoyuta nearly trips on the edge of a roof. He pauses to look around. Good, no one was around to see that. Shaking his head, Shoyuta continues until he reaches the gates of the school. He swings down to check his ID before striding onto the grounds. Shoyuta ambles down the halls until he reaches his office connected to the teacher's lounge. Shoyuta sends a quick email to Principal Nedu, telling the Chimera that he needs to have a serious discussion with him about Izuku. Nedu is quick to get back with a short reply simply telling Shoyuta to come by his office during Shuta's free PRD before lunch. After replying with an affirmative, Shoyuta decides to pull his yellow sleeping bag out and take a quick nap before teaching his classes. A few hours later, Shoyuta walks calmly up to the principal's office. 3 notebooks, his kid's most precious items, Shoyuta has observed, are nestled safely in the crook of his elbow. Before he can knock, the large door swings open silently. Used to this, Shoyuta doesn't hesitate to walk into the large office and over to the couch to sit down. Nezu sits across from him holding a teacup in one hand. Ah, Shouta-kun, so glad to see you. Shoyuta nods in greeting. He sets the notebooks down beside him on the couch to free his hand to pick up the tea
Cup in front of him.
He knows his former homeroom teacher will want to exchange pleasantries first before getting to business. Most likely, the Chimera knows they have about 2 hours before Shoyuta needs to leave to teach a class, and is probably planning on taking full advantage of that time frame. After all, every time Shoyuta gets a chance to talk to his former sensei, Nedu makes a point of saying he enjoys their time together and likes to remind Shoyuta he was always a favorite of the principal's. The tea is light and infused with citrus when Shoyuta takes a sip. He hums. This one is nice. Nedu smiles widely. You always did like citrus if you weren't drinking coffee. After exchanging some pleasantries for a few minutes, Nedu puts his teacup down on the saucer. So, Shouta-kun, you said you wished for me to look at a few things dealing with your foster child? Oh, and I already have the adoption process in motion for whenever you and Yamato wish to proceed. Shoyuta nods. Thank you. Yes, I believe Izuku has genius-level intellect and a gift with analysis. He cuts right to the chase bluntly. He let me bring a few of his analysis notebooks with me today to show you. I was wondering if you could at least give me some advice in advancing his training with this. I have some skill, but this is beyond what I could already teach him. Nedu grins, showing his teeth in a way that could be threatening. Hizashi always tells Shoyuta that he got his creepy and threatening grins from his former Gen Ed homeroom sensei. Oh, that sounds quite promising, Nedu remarks. Shoyuta hands the notebooks to Nedu and then relaxes back against the couch. Nedu begins flipping through the pages quickly, though Shoyuta knows that Nedu can read that fast and isn't just skimming. Shoyuta watches as Nedu's expression transforms from somewhat detached interest into a slight grin, into slightly widened eyes, then into a large, toothy grin. Nedu cackles as he closes the last notebook. Full-on, head tilted back, mouth wide open cackles. Anyone else would be somewhat anxious or even scared of Nedu's laughter. Shoyuta simply smiles slightly.
Sensei sees it.
Oh, Shouta-kun, Nedu laughs. You have indeed found someone so interesting. Nedu takes a deep breath, immediately calming the laughter. This boy you found, Shouta-kun, is most certainly a genius. This analysis is very good. Midoriya is logical, inspired, and creative on top of being very observant. He wants to be a hero, Shoyuta reveals softly. Nedu waves a paw over the analysis journals. Great. We need more heroes like you and Midoriya-kun. You think he can do it?
Oh, yes.
He has the intelligence and obvious determination. Nedu's smile softens in a way Shoyuta rarely sees. From what you've told me and from what I already know about the quirkless population, Midoriya-kun would have grown up very harshly. Quirkless individuals tend to be abused by their families or the foster system, ignored by teachers, bullied by their peers, and often attacked for hate crimes. For this boy to still want to be a hero is almost a miracle. People have turned to villainy for less. Shoyuta nods with a frown. I don't know everything about his school. Hizashi and I were going to talk to him about it. We know the statistics. It can't be good. We were thinking about maybe homeschooling or testing out of this grade. From what I see here, he could test out and focus his attention on other things. Sensei. Shoyuta asks with a fake air of exasperation. I would love to tutor this boy personally, Nedu explains bluntly. These skills and analysis need to be nurtured. I can train him in different things along with analysis. There's always hacking, computer engineering, and law.
Called it.
That would be great. I don't think I could teach him much more about the actual analysis part, Shoyuta admits. I assume that you'll be handling the majority of the physical training aspect, as well as important observational skills as well. Shoyuta nods. Hizashi and I were talking about getting a training schedule together. He wants to apply to the UA entrance exams. I see, Nedu hums. He may not be able to get in through the physical entrance exam, but he would probably do well in the sports festival. Probably better, since that would be versus opponents and not robots. You did fantastic going that route. Shoyuta smiles at his former sensei. I think if he can get some good physical conditioning and training, he could do some damage. And there are other ways to earn points in the entrance exams. I think he could do it. Nezu smiles a little maniacally. Shouta-kun, you must bring him around soon. I cannot wait to meet this young man that has won over your faith so fully. I can even give him the test here to test out of his grade if you want. 2 birds, 1 stone, as they say. Shouta grins back. I'll ask Izuku about testing out and probably bring him around soon. Perfect. After that, the two spend more time talking and catching up. Shouta also brings up ideas about training Izuku, and Nezu gives some additional advice. About an hour later, Shuta's phone starts to vibrate from within his pocket. Shouta pulls it out to see who's calling, and if he could ignore it. Why is Izuku calling me? What happened? I have to answer this, Nezu-sensei. It's Izuku, Shouta explains as he swipes to take the call. In his peripheral vision, Shouta notices a slight frown on Nezu's face. He presses the phone against his ear and cheek. Izuku, are you okay? Sniffle. Aizawa, I got hurt at school, Izuku admits. Shouta can hear the pain and tears in Izuku's young voice.
Sheet.
What happened to my kid? Shouta looks at Nezu as he pulls the phone away from his mouth slightly. Sensei, I need to go. Izuku is hurt at his school. Oh no. Yes, of course, Nezu responds without hesitation. Shouta nods as he focuses back on Izuku. Okay, Izuku, I'm coming to you. I'll be there soon. I'll have to take the car, so I can leave with Izuku. Okay. Izuku breathes, sounding relieved. Can you tell me how bad it is? Shouta asks. Do I need to call an ambulance? Will I need to take him to the hospital again? I wonder if I could bring him back here to Chio. Izuku is quiet for a moment, obviously thinking something over. Oh, kid, it's going to be bad sheet. Kid? Shouta asks, anxious. I think my nose is broken and my arm is burned kinda badly, Izuku explains in one breath.
What? Who dared?
Shouta seethes.
Calm down.
Don't scare Izuku. Save the rage for the people who deserve. Someone attacked you, Shouta growls. Shouta hopes Izuku doesn't take the tone as anger towards him. Why yes, Izuku whispers. Was it a teacher? Shouta asks. And no. A student. Izuku whines, sounding so hurt. Yeah. Shouta takes a deep breath. An adult I could have probably punched without consequences. But for another child to attack Izuku, why weren't they stopped? Where were all the adults? Okay, Shouta says, reining in the anger to stay calm for the kid. I'm going to get the keys from Hisashi, and then I'm coming to get you. I will be there soon. Do you need me to stay on the line with you?
No.
I think I'll be okay. Okay. Izuku, I need you to stay awake until I get there. I don't know if you're concussed as well, and I don't trust anyone there to watch over you. I will be there soon, Shouta promises. "'Kay," Izuku says, sounding small. They hang up. Shouta immediately texts Hisashi. Shouta, are you in your office? I need the keys. Thankfully, Hisashi replies quickly.
Zashi. Yes.
Okay. What's wrong? Are you okay? Shouta. I'm okay. I have to get Izuku. I'll explain when I get the keys. Shouta looks back up at Nezu, who has since stood up and is watching Shouta with a softer expression. Shouta-kun? Shouta frowns. Some kid at Izuku's school attacked and hurt Izuku. Nezu nods. Is it very bad? He said he thinks his nose is broken and his arm is burned badly. He sounded congested and tired. He could also have a concussion or other injuries. I think he just gave me the worst, Shouta explains. Nezu frowns. You've said that Midoriya-kun goes to Aldera, right? I think I'm going to look into that school while you're out. So you're going to hack into their systems and start compiling evidence and information. All so you can eventually close down a bad school and ruin some careers.
Perfect.
Shouta nods. Have fun. Nezu grins, all teeth. Oh, I will. I'll send you some relevant information. You should message me to tell me what you observe while there. Of course. And take Chio with you, so you won't have to take the child to a hospital. Shouta nods again. Thank you, Nezu-sensei. With that, Shouta gathers the 3 notebooks and quickly leaves the principal's office. Shoyuta jogs down the hallways, all the way until he reaches Hisashi's office. Once in his husband's office, Shoyuta pauses. Hisashi stands there looking ready to go with both of their bags. What might be a little more shocking is the fact that the blonde's hair is de-gelled and pulled back in a bun at the nape of his neck. Hisashi also has changed from his leather jacket into a plain blue long sleeve, took off his gear, and changed his orange, triangular glasses for his regular ones. He's still wearing his pants and boots, but they're plain enough to look past. Zashi. Shoyuta starts. The blonde hero shakes his head. I'm going. Something is obviously wrong with Izuku. And Nedu already messaged me a few minutes ago saying that he will get ectoplasm to watch over the rest of our classes for the day. I figured civilian gear might be a safer bet, at least at first. We can go in as parents first and heroes second if need be. Shoyuta is glad for his intuitive husband. And Shoyuta knows his husband is very capable of quick wardrobe changes when necessary. So Shoyuta decides not to argue. His husband was right after all, and Nedu took care of the other stuff here. He takes his bag and places the notebooks into it before shouldering it. All right, we have to get Chio. Shoyuta turns sharply and leaves the office. Hisashi follows quickly behind. Chio. Izuku's hurt? How badly? Is he conscious? Izuku called me and told me another student attacked him. Possible broken nose. Burned arm. Could have a concussion. I'm not sure if he has any other minor injuries. Hisashi lets out a harsh breath. Poor little listener. Together, they rush into the infirmary, where Recovery Girl is already waiting with her medical bag and cane. Nedu called and filled me in. Let's go, Chio states matter-of-factly. Shoyuta nods. Zashi, go and start the car and bring it around. The taller man nods and takes off, his long legs eating the distance quickly. Shoyuta looks at Chio, who is walking quickly beside him. What all did Nedu tell you? Chio raises one gray eyebrow at him. You're adopting a young teenager who happens to be quirkless. He's been abused and abandoned. He's been attacked by another student at his school and possibly severely injured. Shoyuta nods. Yeah, that about sums it all up. When Shoyuta and Chio rush out the back entrance, Hisashi is already there waiting for them in the car. Shoyuta throws himself into the front seat while Chio climbs into the back. Hisashi drives quickly through the open gates of the school. What's the plan? Hisashi asks tensely. Shoyuta glares out at the road. Check Izuku first. Then start asking questions. I want to see if they're going to try to cover all this up and make excuses. Hisashi nods, his expression serious. Let's do this. Shoyuta tries hard to not sprint up to the entrance doors of Aldera. Hisashi is no better, practically vibrating with stress and worry. Chio is calmer as she follows the two younger heroes. The trio stops at the receptionist's desk. The middle-aged woman sitting there gapes at them. Excuse me, what do you think you are doing? You can't just come in here like this. Shoyuta narrows dark eyes at the woman. Our kid was hurt here today, and called me. The woman's pale eyes widen.
Oh,
Can you tell me what your child's name is? Midoriya Izuku, Hisashi says, worry clear in his voice. The receptionist rolls her eyes as she scoffs. That boy? You are not his guardians. His mother is Midoriya Inko. Shoyuta steps forward and leans on the counter, hands spread across the wooden surface. I would suggest looking at his file. It's been changed. My husband and I are fostering him. She huffs, but does as Shoyuta said. Oh, she mutters dumbly. So are you Aizawa and Yamada, then? Yes, Hisashi interrupts as he puts a soft hand against Shuta's lower back. And Izuku called my husband and said he's been hurt. We need to know where he is. Tell us where he is, you idiot, Shuta's inner voice snarls. Well, if he injured himself again, then he'll be in the infirmary. It's down this hall to the left at the end there will be a sign, the receptionist explains boredly. Shoyuta bares his teeth. Hisashi steers Shoyuta away and down the hall without saying anything more to the woman. Shoyuta shares a look with his husband. They both heard how. She immediately put the blame on Izuku, without even knowing the situation. We have to stay calm for Izuku's sake right now, Hisashi says gently. I know we want to burn the place, and everyone that's hurt him. But Izuku is hurt and probably feeling like he might lose us because he's causing us trouble. Which is obviously not how we feel, but we have to show him that. We have to show him he comes first, and also stay calm. I'm sure Nedu will take care of everything else. I know, Shouta says quietly. I still want to punch people though. Hisashi gives him a sharp grin, obviously thinking something similar. The men enter the nurse's office without so much as a knock. Shouta's eyes glance around the room before landing and staying on Izuku.
Who are you?
You can't be here. The brunette woman writing at the nurse's desk yelps. Hisashi motions for Shouta to go to Izuku. Plenty willing to allow Hisashi to deal with the startled nurse at the moment, Shouta nods as he makes his way over to Izuku. Izuku looks up at Shouta from his seat on the infirmary bed. Aizawa. Shouta stops directly in front of the teenager. Hey, kid, can I take a look at you? Izuku sniffles and nods. Shouta's blood boils as his eyes trace over every injury. Izuku's cheek and jaw are already bruised purple from what looks like a punch. His nose is bruised with the remnants of blood on his lips and chin. Thankfully, his nose doesn't look crooked, so it should heal up okay. Shouta gingerly takes hold of Izuku's left arm above the elbow and pulls it out from how Izuku is holding it against his chest. From the palm, across his wrist, and up to almost his elbow, the skin is red and puffy, with white blisters around his palm and wrist especially. Izuku's uniform sleeve is burned away from his arm, but, thankfully, nothing looks like it's stuck to the burned skin. Stay calm while facing the kid. I can't get angry. It will scare him. Oh, kid, Shouta breathes. I'm so sorry. Why are you sorry? Izuku asks, sounding stuffy and confused. Because you got hurt. Because someone hurt you. I couldn't stop it. Izuku frowns a little as he stares at Shouta. But you didn't hurt me. You didn't know it was going to happen. Shouta opens his mouth to reply. But I should have known something could have. I should have been able to protect you better. But Izuku speaks before Shouta gets the chance to respond. And you're here now, Izuku says softly. He bites his lip as if he wanted to say something else but wasn't sure. Shouta reaches out to gently clasp Izuku's chin and pulls the kid's gaze up to meet his. Izuku. Izuku's eyes start to water. I thought it would be okay, he cries. I didn't think this would happen. And I asked for help, and Sensei didn't do anything. And Kaken hurt me so badly. But you answered. You came. And I still need protecting now. Because they won't do anything. But you're here. You and Yamada will protect me now. Right? By the end of Izuku's rant, he's sobbing and leaning forward toward Shouta. Shouta immediately, but still oh so careful about the injuries, pulls Izuku against him in a hug. Of course we will.
Oh, kid.
I've got you. We're here now. We'll protect you. I'd set fire to this school and roast marshmallows over the open flames. Izuku grabs onto Shouta's shirt with his good hand as he sobs into Shouta's chest. I asked for help. I asked. And Mura-sensei ignored me. Katsuki punched me and burned me. I tried. Mura and Katsuki.
Got it.
Shouta hums under his breath as he strokes green hair. I know. It's okay now. I've got you. We're going to protect you. He continues to hold Izuku against his chest as he looks toward Hisashi. Hisashi, looking thoroughly set off, is looking through some kind of file. The nurse standing in front of him is staring at the ground and looking nervous. Shouta looks away from his husband when Chio taps his shin with her cane. I would like to take a look at my patient now, the older heroine says. Shouta nods and softly takes hold of Izuku's shoulders to press him back onto the bed behind the kid. Izuku, there's someone here that needs to check on you. Izuku nods. The poor kid's face is a bit of a messy mix of blood, bruises, and tears now. He turns to look at Chio. Chio steps forward closer to Izuku. Hello there, Midoriya, I'm Dash. Your recovery girl, the youthful heroine. Izuku gasps. Wow. Shouta can practically see hearts in the kid's eyes. He huffs fondly. Chio gives Izuku a matronly smile. That's right, dearie. My name is Shizenji Chio. You're welcome to call me by my name if you'd like. I was hoping to take a look at you and use my quirk on you to help heal some of those injuries, if that's okay with you. Izuku hesitates, staring at the older hero. He turns to Shouta, pleadingly. Shouta runs a hand through the kid's curls. It's okay, kiddo. We trust Chio. Izuku turns back to the patient Chio and nods shyly. Why, that's okay, Shizenji-san. Shouta keeps his presence steady and calm as Chio looks at the kid's nose and burned arm. Izuku is still a little tense, watching Chio's every move carefully. It warms Shuta's heart that Izuku is willing to trust someone on his word. Okay, dearie. I should be able to heal you fully. You might get drowsy and even fall asleep afterwards, depending on how draining it is for you. Is that okay? Izuku bites his lip.
Yeah.
That's okay. Chio doesn't waste more time and simply kisses Izuku on the forehead. Shouta watches as, in just moments, the bruising, broken nose, and burns heal. All that's left of this ordeal is the remnants of blood on Izuku's lips and chin, and the ruined uniform sleeve. And any new mental trauma, of course. Izuku's eyes droop slightly. Wow, Shizenji-san, your quirk is amazing, Izuku says earnestly, though quietly. Chio pats the child on his knee. Thank you, dear. Here, have a lolly, she says as she pulls a lollipop out of her white coat pocket. Such a nice young man. Izuku smiles shyly at her as he takes the candy. Thank you. Shuta's phone vibrates once inside his pocket, signaling a text. He pulls his phone out to see a text from Nedu waiting. Nedu, see if you can get your hands on physical copies of Midoriya's student files. What I found is concerning. Teachers allow illegal quirk use and bullying. Even encourage it. Shouta. Find a teacher called Mura. He blatantly ignored Izuku asking for help. Shouta frowns at the phone screen for a moment. So, Nedu hacked the school system and probably found a lot of incriminating evidence. He possibly wants me to see firsthand. I'm going to have to go to the principal here for it. Before Shouta can put his phone away, it buzzes with another text from Nedu. Nedu, that would be his homeroom teacher. I have a lot on him already. He will have heavy charges against him. Aldera principal is Soma Reiko. Her quirk is a minor transformation type. She can change her hair color. 46 years old. Brown eyes. From my research, she is clever, but not dangerous. It looks like she might cover up a lot for some of her more promising students. You may be able to use UA as an approach first. Ask about Bakugo Katsuki. Bakugo Katsuki. So that's the brat that attacked my kid. Shouta puts his phone in his pocket and turns toward Izuku. Okay, kiddo, I have to do a few things while I'm here. I have to talk to the principal. I need to get some files and talk about transferring you out of here. And leveling charges against her, the teachers, and the school district. As Shouta is talking, Hizashi walks over, hands the file to Shouta, and sits down beside Izuku. Zashi wraps an arm around the kid's shoulders and pulls him against Hizashi's side. Izuku's bottom lip wobbles as he keeps his gaze on Shouta. You have to leave me here, Izuku whispers. Hizashi rubs Izuku's shoulder. Don't worry, sweetheart, he softly says to the kid. Sho has to leave to go talk to the principal, but I'll stay here with you the whole time. Izuku glances at Hizashi shyly. Promise. Hizashi gives him a wide smile. I promise. Izuku looks back at Shouta. Okay. You said I'm transferring? Shouta nods. I'm not allowing you to stay where you are being abused and neglected. We can talk more later, when we're home. Okay, Izuku says quietly before turning to bury his face in Hizashi's shirt. Shouta isn't sure if the kid is too tired or genuinely wants out of the school, but he'll take it. Yamada glances at the file he handed Shouta with a clear you need to read that look. Shouta nods back at him before he turns and leaves the infirmary. Shouta knows that Hizashi had words of some sort with the nurse and doesn't feel like getting into it with her. His main concern is getting any evidence that is necessary and getting Izuku out of this hellscape. Once, in the hallway, he opens Izuku's medical file to skim it. Shuta's grip tightens as he reads the many times Izuku came to the nurse's office with injuries that explicitly point toward targeted bullying. There are many cases of burns that Shouta would bet came from the Bakugo kid. Huffing out an angry breath, Shouta makes his way back to the receptionist's office. Is Soma Reiko in her office? Shouta asks as he strides past the receptionist's desk toward the door that's labeled Principal Soma. Yes, but you can't just walk in there, she's busy. Watch me. Shouta throws the door open and steps into the office. The woman behind the desk startles and looks up as Shouta closes the door behind him. The woman is tall and willowy with light pink hair that matches her pantsuit. Her dark brown eyes narrow at the hero. Just who do you think you are to barge into my office like that? Soma spits as she stands up. Shouta grins, not the gentle or affectionate one he gives to Zashi and Izuku, but the I'm about to ruin you crazy smile he aims at villains. Soma flinches at the smile. It makes something a little vindictive in Shouta preen. I'm a representative of Yui. Shouta starts as he pulls out 2 IDs from his scarf. One is his hero ID. The other is one Nedu gives to many of Yui's teachers that identifies him as a talent scout and teacher for Yui. Soma gapes at the IDs before looking back up at Shouta. Can I ask what you are here for, sir? Still nervous, but she has a calculating edge in her gaze now. I need to see some of your student files.
Oh.
Of course. We have many promising individuals that would be perfect for UA. Some people are so easy, making assumptions when they should ask more questions. I want to see Bakugo Katsuki's first. Soma smiles proudly. Yes, Bakugo-kun is this school's pride and joy. He is so smart and has such an amazing quirk. I'm sure he would be a wonderful addition to UA. I doubt that. Shouta stays silent as Soma pulls a file out of the many cabinets behind her. He takes the file once she hands it to him and opens it to read. The picture of the blonde boy shows him glaring at the camera with narrow red eyes. Boy has an explosion quirk. That explains the burns. Teachers have never complained about him and only say he's delightful in class. Except there is plenty of evidence that shows this kid is an abuser just from looking at Izuku's file from the nurse. Do you have footage of your school grounds and classrooms? Shouta asks quietly. Soma's smile tightens slightly. Well, we only have them in the hallways. I'm sure you can understand we are a small school with a small budget. Do you have footage from today? Her eyes flick to the sides before going back to Shouta. I don't understand why you would need that. So, at least somewhat suspicious.
Oh well.
I never liked playing these games anyway. And I want to get my kid out of here and back home where he's safe. Principal Nedu has probably seen it already. But I'd like to see for myself the instance where this Bakugo kid attacked and severely injured another student. Soma frowns.
What? No.
Things like that don't happen here. We are a good school doing our best to raise future heroes. How arrogant. How ignorant. Shouta narrows his eyes. But first, I need Midoriya Izuku's file.
Right now.
A flash of understanding across her face. Soma pales as her hair darkens considerably. Duh. You will hand me Midoriya Izuku's file right now. Or so help me, I will tie you to the chair and get it myself. Some of the threat must show on his face, because Soma almost trips as she rushes to open the filing cabinet drawer. She tugs a thick folder out and shoves it into Shouta's hands. I don't know why UA would care about some quirkless brat, Soma mutters. The rage that has been simmering since Izuku called him flares up. Shouta can feel the burning in his eyes as he struggles to not activate his quirk. Be quiet, Shouta snarls. Soma flinches and takes a step away from Shouta. My husband and I are fostering that child. Principal Nedu is so impressed by Izuku's intelligence and analytical skills that he plans on taking him on as a personal student. From here on out, that quirkless brat, as you called him, will be raised and trained by heroes. Soma takes another step away from Shouta. But he's quirkless. What can he even accomplish? How can he compare to someone like Bakugo, who has the perfect quirk for heroics? Shouta sneers at the trembling woman. A quirk is merely a tool for a hero to use. What good can a child like Bakugo do when he has turned his quirk on a fellow student and classmate? What use is your quirk? All you can do is change the color of your hair. How does that help you in life? Why can't Izuku accomplish wonderful things? He has a bright mind and a determined spirit. He has only been abused, neglected, bullied, and hurt thus far. And he still managed to impress Nedu and others. Imagine what he'll do after he's been encouraged and allowed to grow. Soma collapses into her chair and stares at the desk. Shouta scoffs. And what did you accomplish? You ruined multiple children by encouraging bad behavior and habits. You've rewarded bullying. Shouta takes a breath and tries to calm himself. His phone buzzes again. He takes it out to read the message from Nedu. Nedu, I found everything we'll need. I don't need anything from them. I've sent evidence to Tsukauchi. The school will be shut down by the end of a week. I'm helping expedite. Mura Hideo will be arrested and charged with multiple accounts of child negligence and child endangerment. At least Mura will be arrested. I assume Nedu will have many charges against the school as a whole, along with this incompetent example of a principal. Shouta puts his phone back in his pocket and looks at the pale principal. You'll be hearing from the authorities soon. What? Authorities? He tosses Bakuga's file onto her desk, in her line of sight. What you've done is help raise villains, not heroes, Shouta states mercilessly, coldly. And now, you will all be facing the consequences of those actions. Soma looks up sharply.
No. No.
That's. She stops and shakes her head. I'm leaving with my child now, Shouta informs as he turns away. He tucks Izuku's file under his arm. He plans on reading it later, before giving it to Nedu. Outside of the infirmary, Shouta pauses to take a few deep, calming breaths. Calm down. Nedu is getting this disgusting school shut down. All I need to do is take Izuku home now. Izuku is my priority now. Deal with more stuff tomorrow. Shouta walks into the infirmary. He doesn't bother hiding the gentle smile he aims at his husband and son. Son. Yeah, son. He's ours. We can talk about adoption later. They are lying side by side, with Hisashi's arm curled around Izuku's shoulders, on the infirmary bed watching videos on Hisashi's phone. He can't help himself. Shouta has to take a picture of them. It's too cute. Tucking his phone away once more, Shouta makes his presence known and walks over to stand next to Chio, who is sitting at the nurse's desk. The other school nurse is nowhere to be seen. Shouta raises an eyebrow at Recovery Girl. She smiles grimly. I had a talk with that nurse about how we, as medical professionals, ignore any personal opinions and bias about our patients, and that we always put the children under our care first. So you chewed her out and she ran away, Shouta states. She did look close to tears. Shouta chuckles darkly. I think people forget that Nedu and I are friends as well as fellow heroes. And I take my job very seriously. Shouta nods and leaves her side to walk over to his husband and Izuku. Hisashi grins up at him. Ready to go, Sho? Is it handled? Yes, let's go. It's been handled. Hisashi helps Izuku stand up. The kid immediately burrows against Shouda's side, who simply wraps an arm around him to hold him close. The four of them walk out of the school. Hisashi gets in the driver's seat again. Shouta follows Izuku into the back seat. Chio climbs into the front. Izuku keeps yawning the entire way home while he leans against Shouda's shoulder. Shouta leads the kid up into the apartment while Zashi drives Chio back to UA. He helps Izuku out of the burned clothes and into soft pajamas. Izuku flops into his bed and closes his eyes, falling asleep in seconds. Shouta sits on the couch and reads through Izuku's school files until Hisashi gets home. From the looks of it, the teachers blamed Izuku for any disturbance even when he wasn't the cause. They blamed Izuku for getting bullied. When Hisashi returns home, Shouta explains what happened as he hugs his husband for a long, long time. Nedu is going to close that school and ruin the career of every teacher. Izuku's homeroom teacher is going to be arrested for child negligence and endangerment, Shouta says. That's good. It doesn't feel like enough, Shouta whispers. Hisashi hugs him tighter. I know, Sho. It doesn't. Because we can't go back and change every moment that Izuku suffered. It will never feel like enough. But we got him out of there. Nedu is going to teach our green bean how to take over the world. We'll make sure to be there for him from now on. We will teach and train him. We will love him. He's our kid. And we take care of our own. I want to adopt him. Hisashi laughs. I thought that was already underway. Figured we were just waiting for the right time to ask Izuku and sign some papers to make it official. Shouta smiles against Hizashi's shoulder. I guess we are. Izuku stands in the halls of his school. Everything is dark and silent. Izuku starts to walk forward. Aizawa? Yamada? Izuku calls out. Something isn't right. As he turns a corner, Izuku trips and falls into a puddle of red spider lilies. The red petals are stark against the pale skin of his hands.
Ah!
Izuku yelps as he fights to stand up. Izuku freezes once he's on his knees. Whispers. He can hear whispers. They start out low and indistinguishable, but then they start to build and get clearer. Your son will never have a quirk, the doctor says, the same voice as that day. Izuku can hear his mother crying. You're such a loser. A young Kaken calls out as Izuku keeps following him. Get out of my way, freak. Kaken yells as Izuku steps between him and another kid. Izuku looks around. The halls are different. There's just one, and it seems to stretch on forever one way and lead into inky darkness the other. Izuku begins running away from that darkness as the whispers turn into taunts and screams reverberating around him. Such a useless Deku. You don't even have a quirk. What are you gonna do, huh, freak? We don't want a useless loser like you hanging around us. Izuku tries to run faster, stomping across red petals that seem to be everywhere. You'll never get into UA, Deku. Stop with your creepy muttering, idiot. Stop picking fights with Bakugaku and Midoriya. Who could love a quirkless brat like you? You should be realistic. You can't be a hero. Izuku sobs as he runs. Aizawa. Yamada, he cries out desperately. Please help me. Suddenly, something grabs Izuku from behind and pulls him into the darkness that he can't seem to outrun. Thick, gelatinous liquid surrounds him in the pitch black. You'll make a perfect skin suit. Izuku GGS and tries to fight off the sludge. Everything is dark and the thick liquid presses against him, suffocatingly tight, trying to push into his mouth and nose. He can't breathe. A bright flash of an explosion, and Izuku is thrown out of the sludge, through empty space until he lands roughly, his arms and legs hurting from the impact. Izuku struggles to stand up. Once he does, he almost wishes he hadn't. He's not in the darkness of his empty school or the confines of homicidal sludge, but Izuku thinks that he hates this more. There's nothing around him but a small square of space that overlooks the streets below. If you want to be a hero so badly, then you should take a swan dive off a roof and pray for a quirk in your next life. Izuku curls his arms over his head, trying to block the painfully familiar voice. Aizawa. Izuku sobs. Please save me. He's not sure how, but suddenly, Izuku has lost his balance and is falling. Falling. No! Izuku screams as he JRKS into a sitting position. Everything is too cold and dark. He hears the scrabbling of a cat fleeing from the foot of his bed but can't focus on it. His breath catches as he can only picture red petals and sludge, can still hear the whispers and taunts. Izuku isn't conscious enough of another person coming into the room until the lamp on the bedside stand is turned on, dispersing the cruel darkness that reminds him too much of his nightmare. Izuku, what's wrong? Izuku starts sobbing, breathing erratically. Hey, no, little listener, it's okay. A warm voice coos from close beside him. Arms wrap around Izuku and pull him into an embrace.
Sure.
It's okay, Izuku. I've got you, green bean. It's okay. Just breathe. Izuku buries his face into Yamada's, because Izuku knows that soothing voice, has listened to this hero's radio show for years, shoulder and sobs. He's only barely aware of Yamada picking him up to maneuver him so that they are both sitting on the bed with Izuku pulled mostly into Yamada's lap. It's okay, Izuku. I'm here. I've got you. I won't let anything happen to you. Izuku sobs harder against Yamada's chest as he clutches the hero's t-shirt. Yamada, his voice cuts out with a sob.
Sure.
It's okay, sweetheart. Yamada croons. Resting his chin on Izuku's head, the blonde starts humming. It's a little deeper than his normal speaking tone and rich sounding. Izuku doesn't know what song it is. But Izuku can almost feel the hum against his bones. It seems to surround him like an aura. To Izuku, whose mind was overtaken by whispers and shouts by his tormentors, it is comfortingly different. It also makes Izuku wonder if Yamada is using his quirk. Izuku stays nestled in his arms as he listens to the humming for a few minutes as his slowly breaths calm and even back out. He presses his ear to Yamada's chest so he can listen to his heartbeat as well as his humming. Finally, after what seems like a long time to Izuku, Yamada stops his humming and squeezes Izuku tightly within his embrace. "You with me, little listener?" Yamada asks softly. Izuku nods slowly. "I'm sorry," he whispers roughly. "Hey, no." Yamada pushes Izuku back gently so he can look at him in the lamplight. His golden green eyes are narrowed slightly in worry. "Izuku, you never have to apologize for having a nightmare. You definitely never have to apologize for needing comfort." Izuku sniffles. "But I woke you up." Yamada snorts quietly. "Kiddo, it's not even 10 o'clock in the evening." "Wa." Izuku gapes. "You've been sleeping since Shouta carried you in here after we picked you up from your school. Chio warned us that could happen, and that we should let you sleep and just feed you when you woke up." Izuku's cheeks warm a little bit at the knowledge that Aizawa carried him from the car to his bed and doesn't remember it. Yamada smiles down at him. "It's okay. Honestly, I was expecting something like this sooner or later. You've had some major traumas recently, and we expected it to affect you. You never have to apologize for something like this. Shouta and I have nightmares too. We would never be mad at you for this. We are here for you." Izuku sniffles again and nods. "Thank you." You're welcome, sweet pea. I'm so glad I could help. Do you want to talk about it?" Izuku shakes his head. He doesn't want to think about the darkness, the voices, the sludge, the roof. "That's okay, I won't push. How about we get up and I'll heat the leftovers up for you?" "Okay." Yamada smiles and helps Izuku stand up. Together, Yamada's arm thrown over Izuku's slim shoulders, they walk out to the kitchen. Izuku sits at the breakfast bar and watches Yamada warm food up for him. "Yamada?" Izuku asks quietly. "Where's Aizawa?" Yamada smiles over at him. "Well, Sho had patrol tonight from 9 until 2. He wanted to cancel it, but I told him I'd hold down the fort until he got back. But if you need him, I can give him a call." Izuku shakes his head. "I like when Aizawa is here. He's a very daunting protector. He makes me feel safe. But Yamada is very warm and comforting too." "I'm okay, you're here." Yamada's smile softens as his eyes seem to become a little wet. "Yeah, little listener, I'm here and I'll take care of you." He turns to pull Izuku's bowl out of the microwave and stir it. "Were you using your quirk when you were humming?" Izuku asks quietly. Yamada chuckles.
Yes.
"I was wondering if you caught it. I used a little more power to get a clearer and deeper sound. I wanted to use just enough that you could feel it, not just hear it." "It was really nice," Izuku whispers honestly. "It was comforting and perfect." I'm glad you liked it, kiddo." Yamada sets some curry with rice in front of Izuku. Izuku eats quickly, not realizing how hungry he was until he started. Once Izuku finishes, Yamada takes the dishes and sets them in the sink to soak. "All right, green bean. Did you want to go back to sleep or watch a movie? Or we could play a board game. Or read. Anything really." Izuku smiles shyly. "Can we watch a movie?" "Of course. We can. Watch in the living room and cuddle on the couch if you want. Shouta would be the first to tell you that I'm a huge cuddler. Although, don't let the resting murder face fool you. Shouta likes to cuddle too." Yamada is grinning widely as he says that to Izuku. Izuku smiles a little wider as he follows Yamada into the living room. They decide to watch a pre-quirk movie from Studio Ghibli called Kiki's DLVRY Service. After that, they watch The Sound of Music. They must have fallen asleep at some point during the second movie, because the next thing Izuku knows, Aizawa is gently shaking him awake. Zawa," Izuku mutters as he struggles to open his eyes. He turns his head a little from where it was nestled up against Yamada's side to look at the dark-haired man. Aizawa smiles from where he's crouched in front of Izuku on the floor. "Hey there, problem child. You two have a good night?" Izuku shifts, trying to be careful not to jostle Yamada, who he was cuddled up to and who is still snoring softly. Izuku holds his arms out to Aizawa, silently asking for a hug. Aizawa moves forward to catch him as he almost topples off the couch in search of said hug. Aizawa chuckles as he holds Izuku close. You're cuddly tonight. Yamada said to not be fooled, that you like cuddles too. Izuku mumbles against Aizawa's capture scarf. Did he now? Aizawa asks, amusement in his voice. Izuku nods. After a minute of hugging, Aizawa gently pushes Izuku back so he can look him in the eyes. You okay, kid? I had a nightmare, Izuku admits quietly. Aizawa frowns. Are you okay? Izuku nods and smiles shyly as his gaze flicks to Yamada for a second. Yamada helped me. Then we watched movies and cuddled. I'm glad he was there for you, Aizawa says. Yeah, he's the best, Izuku says with a yawn. Right after you. Aizawa lowers his face so that the bottom half is hidden in his capture scarf. Izuku can tell he's smiling though, from the little wrinkles around Aizawa's eyes. Izuku yawns again. I'm really tired, he says sleepily. That happens after Chiyo uses her quirk on someone. Did you want to go to bed? Izuku nods. Aizawa helps Izuku stand without disturbing Yamada and walks him to his room. Once settled in bed, Izuku holds his arms out. Can I have another hug? He asks shyly, eyes averted. Of course, Aizawa says quietly and bends down to hug Izuku again. After the hug, Aizawa stands back up and shifts to turn the bedside lamp off. Actually, Izuku whispers, can I keep the lamp on tonight? I don't want to be in the dark. Aizawa nods as he watches Izuku carefully. Of course, kid. We can get you a night light this weekend, if you'd like. Those are for babies, Izuku mutters sadly.
Who told you that?
Aizawa asks with the edge of a growl in his tone. Izuku shrugs. Kakin when we were 8. Mom when I was 11. Aizawa hums thoughtfully before shrugging. It's okay to need a nightlight. We have one in our bedroom and one in our bathroom. Mostly cause Zashi is blind without his glasses, and he is an uncoordinated mess getting up to do something in the middle of the night. If we didn't have nightlights, he probably would have broken something by now. And I like them, helps you see better, it's logical even. Izuku giggles quietly. Okay. If Aizawa says it's okay, maybe I can at least look at them. Aizawa nods. Do you need anything? Izuku chews his bottom lip as he watches Aizawa.
Can
I ask a question? Aizawa's eyes soften. You can ask me anything. Always. Izuku glances to the side of Aizawa instead of staring at him directly. Am I going back to Aldera? No. Aizawa growls. He sighs and shifts so he can sit on the bed by Izuku's hip. I would never allow any kid to go back to a situation in which they were unsafe. That school allowed, and at times encouraged, illegal quirk use and bullying. It was a terrible environment for you to be in. We want you to be safe and happy. While Izuku knows Aldera wasn't great, he always figured he could have had it a lot worse. Though he is relieved to not have to go back.
Oh,
Where will I go now? We were going to take you with us to UA tomorrow. Nedu would love to meet you. We were going to talk with you about maybe testing out of your grade so you can focus on other things. Other things? Izuku asks curiously. Well, Nedu wanted to see if you'd like to learn from him. And you could also work on training physically as well. Aizawa explains. Nedu, the smartest person creature in the world. The principal of UA. And he wants to meet me? Teach me? Aizawa chuckles as he reaches over to close Izuku's mouth with a nudge. I was going to talk to you tomorrow about all this.
Wow.
Izuku is incapable of saying much else at this point. Aizawa smiles fondly. I would love that, Izuku whispers. I want to meet Nedu. I want him to teach me. I want you to train me so I can go to UA and be a hero like you. Okay, Aizawa says softly. We can talk more in the morning. You okay going to sleep now? Need anything else?
No.
I'll be okay now. Okay. If you need us at any time, you can come knock on our door or call for one of us. We will hear you, Aizawa promises. Okay. Thanks, Aizawa. Aizawa ruffles Izuku's curls. No problem, kiddo. Get some sleep. He stands up and leaves Izuku's room. He quietly closes the door. Izuku turns onto his side, so he's facing the room and closes his eyes.
Wow.
I'm going to UA tomorrow to meet Nedu. I can't believe it. It's going to be awesome. I hope Nedu likes me. Izuku falls into a dreamless sleep. Izuku wakes up early the next morning feeling more refreshed and relaxed than he has in a long time. After getting ready, Izuku sits down at the breakfast bar and pulls out his phone. Izuku knows that it's still pretty early and that Aizawa and Yamada, who apparently made it to his own bed at some point last night, will probably wake up around 7 or so. In his contacts, he adds a new number from the scribbled notepaper Mei-chan gave to him. Izuku opens a new text and begins typing. Izuku. Hey, Mei-chan. It's Izuku, from the beach. I hope it's not too early in the morning to text you. Her response comes in less than a minute.
Mei.
Analyst-kun. Gijgstryhag. I was hoping you'd TXT soon. And you can TXT me anytime I'm awake weird hours, so don't worry about it. Izuku.
Sorry.
It's not the best excuse, but I was kinda busy.
Mei.
Hey, none of that. I get it. I'm just glad you texted. So are you okay? Did SMTH happen, or were you like busy with HW or SMTH? Izuku. Well, I went to school yesterday, and I got hurt. But Aizawa and Yamada came to get me, so it's okay. And I'm going to test out of my grade, so I can train for the UA entrance exam.
Mei.
Izuku.
Who hurt you?
Izuku.
What?
Why would you assume that?
Mei.
It's kinda obvious. You are smart and don't seem like an overly clumsy kid. If you got hurt bad enough you had to call you our guardians, I'm assuming it's BC someone attacked you. Izuku. You're not wrong.
Mei.
Wanna tell me about it? Izuku.
Well,
my childhood friend has a really powerful quirk. He'll be a great hero one day. But we don't always get along, and yesterday he was really mad at me.
Mei.
He used his quirk on you. Izuku. Yeah.
Mei.
He doesn't sound like hero material to me. He's your bully. Izuku. Mei-chan, you don't know him like I do. He was just angry because I wasn't at school on Monday. We actually used to be really close when we were little. Then he got his quirk and I didn't.
Mei.
Heroes don't hurt PPL, just BC they annoy them. Heroes don't bully their former friends for SMTH out of their control. Izuku. But he's amazing. He's so strong and confident. He'll be great someday.
Mei.
Izuku. Heroes aren't the only PPL that are strong and confident. Heroes aren't the only ones who end up GR8. Villains can be too. Villains are the ones that hurt PPL, just BC. They can just BC they're more powerful than someone else. Izuku sniffles as tears well up and overflow onto his cheeks. His chest feels tight, but not like panic. He doesn't know why he's so upset. Well, he does. It's just hard to think that his childhood friend is something like a violent bully, that he could someday become a villain if someone doesn't stop him. But Izuku isn't quite ready to acknowledge that outside of the deepest part of his mind. He scrubs his face with his sweatshirt sleeve. His hands shake as he types another message to his new friend. Izuku. Mei-chan.
Please.
Can we stop talking about it?
Mei. Okay.
But I want you to understand SMTH RLY important. I promise that I will NVR intentionally harm you in any way. And I'll always be here to support you. Izuku. Intentionally?
Mei.
I may sometimes cause things to explode in my lab. So you may first day be injured BC of an experiment. But I don't think you can be a support engineer genius WO a few explosions. It's obviously a sign of genius at work. Izuku. Mei-chan. You're so weird LOL. But like in a good way, I promise.
Mei.
Thanks, Zu-chan. Izuku.
Oh. Mei.
That okay? Izuku. Yeah, that's okay, Mei-chan.
Mei.
Awesome. So how are you doing WUR new dads? Izuku. What? They are my dads. Surprised face.
Mei.
Didn't you say you got taken in by that Aizawa guy and his husband? Izuku.
Yeah.
They're fostering me. You know, temporarily. Probably until they can find a different place for me to go.
Mei.
But Zu-chan. Aizawa seemed to RLY care about you from what I saw. Have they said anything about it being temporary? Izuku.
Well, no.
But it's probably temporary. And, Mei-chan. You met him for like 30 seconds.
Mei.
So? I could see it in his eyes. Izuku. See what?
May. The dadness.
Izuku. Mei-chan.
May.
Are you happy W them? Like, do you like being their W them? Izuku. Yeah, they're amazing.
May. Tell me about them.
Izuku stares at the messages as he debates on how much to tell her. If Aizawa and Yamada let me invite her over, she's bound to figure out their heroes at some point. But I don't want to just out them without permission. Maybe I'll ask them later if I can tell Mei-chan everything. But I want her to know how amazing they are too. Izuku.
Well.
They saved me. Stuff happened, and I called Aizawa when I really needed help. He came and got me. Then he brought me to his home. Aizawa is kind of gruff and quiet, but he really cares. I can see it when he stares at Yamada and the cats and sometimes even me. Aizawa promised to help me prepare and train for UA as well. He's very logical and honest. He's a good man. Yamada is loud and happy. He's just so kind. He is a very good cook. He also gives amazing hugs. I had a nightmare last night, and he just hugged me, and we watched movies till we fell asleep. I think he's very smart but puts on a bit of a show to people around him, so they underestimate him. They both told me they think I can be a hero.
May.
Smiley face. Zuchan, they sound amazing. I mean, you are obviously not telling me SMTH, but that's okay. BC, you might not be able to, I won't pry. And OFC, you can be a hero. Izuku. Before you, Aizawa and Yamada. No one ever said I could.
My mom abandoned me.
My childhood friend turned on me. My teachers refused to help me. My hero said I needed to be realistic. No one ever believed in me.
May.
I'm glad you have us now. If you give me names, I'll glitter bomb PPL for you. I have a prototype in the making. And whoever that hero is, he's an a-hole. Izuku. Mei-chan.
No.
And it's okay, I've got better heroes now.
May. Okay.
But if you EVR change your mind, I'll totally glitter bomb them. You should come over sometime, so I can introduce you to all my babies. And my parents want to meet you too. They are RLY happy I made a friend. Izuku. I'll ask Aizawa and Yamada sometime, once things calm down a bit.
May.
Ya gotta get your dad's permissions. Izuku.
May.
They aren't my dad's.
May.
Izuku. They care about you. I don't think that they're temporary. And you obviously love them. Izuku. SDFJKSHKJ. Izuku drops his phone onto the counter after his key smash. He knows his cheeks have to be red with how hot they feel. Oh, Kami. Mei-chan is right. I've become attached to them. Izuku presses the heels of his hands against his damp eyes. Okay. Maybe Mei-chan is right. Aizawa and Yamada have never said that what this is temporary. Everything they've done has been to protect and care for me. Aizawa is going to train me. Yamada wants to take me shopping for stuff for my room. The evidence is pointing to them wanting me here. Maybe they'll want to keep me. Izuku sniffles and wipes his face. I trust them. I trust them to save me. And now all I want is to be able to trust them to love me. Izuku picks up his phone to see a few worried messages from his friend.
May.
Is that a you are totally right key smash? Or like a panicked key smash? Izuku, you okay? Duchan? Did I upset you? I'm sorry, I thought it was obvious. Are you mad at me? Izuku. Mei-chan. No, I'm not mad at you.
I'm sorry.
You just pointed that out, and I hadn't realized it until you said something. Yeah, I love them. They're amazing and kind. They've saved me. And I love them.
May. Zuchan.
They are definitely your dads. Izuku. Mei-chan.
May.
Sure, it's not official, but they sound like awesome dad material. Izuku.
Yeah, May.
You should try calling them dad. Izuku. I can't just call them dad out of nowhere. I've only been living with them a couple days.
May.
You have only known them a couple days. Izuku.
No. I mean, I've known Aizawa for like a
month. I officially met Yamada almost a week ago. Honestly, it feels like longer.
May.
Hey, NTHG wrong W instant imprinting on people. I feel like you are a good judge of character for the most part. If they feel like they're right, then that's it. Sometimes you just know when a person is meant to be in your life. Izuku. Is that what you did? Instant imprint with me?
May.
Heck yeah. Moment I saw you, I knew I just had to become your friend. And now we are BFFs, even though we've only spent like 20 minutes together and haven't seen each other since. We are similar, yeah, we just knew. Izuku. Smiley face. Makes sense.
May.
Laughing face. GTG Zuchan mom is awake, so we're going to the lab for inventing time. TXTUL8R. Izuku. Okay, Mei-chan. Have fun. Whatcha looking at, little listener? Izuku startles and almost throws his phone. As it is, he fumbles the device before pulling it to his chest and turning his head to look at Yamada, who's dressed in acid-washed jeans and an orange long-sleeve shirt. Izuku wonders a little about the outfit. He knows that the heroes who teach at UA wear their hero uniforms at the school. Yamada holds his hands up as he smiles at Izuku. Sorry, Green Bean, didn't mean to startle you. You were just smiling at your phone. Izuku relaxes. It's okay. I was texting Mei-chan. Yamada reaches out to ruffle Izuku's hair. That's great, kiddo. Izuku smiles. Yeah, I was telling her about what's been happening. I didn't tell her you and Aizawa were heroes, though. I wasn't sure if that was something you wanted me to keep a secret. Well, we can talk about that later, Yamada hums. It really shouldn't be a problem, especially if you two become close friends, but we can talk to Sho just in case he has a different opinion. Izuku nods. Yamada claps his hands together. Alright, Green Bean, let's get some breakfast, yeah. Izuku watches Yamada make 2 plates of French toast and bacon. He sits down beside Izuku, and they eat together in comfortable silence. Together, they watch Aizawa, fully dressed in his hero uniform, stumble out of the master bedroom, almost trip over BSDRD, and finally stagger into the kitchen to pour coffee that Yamada made into a large cup. When Izuku glances up to see Yamada staring lovingly at Aizawa, he can't help but smile at them. Yeah, I love them. I want them to love me. I want them to be my dads. Once breakfast is eaten, coffee is drank, and the cats have been fed, Izuku follows the 2 heroes to the entry for them to put their shoes on. They leave the apartment and make their way down to the car. Izuku is carrying his yellow backpack with his hero notebooks and some school supplies just in case he might need them. On the way to UA, Izuku learns that Yamada usually likes to get ready at UA or at his hero agency when he works patrols, and rarely gets fully ready at their home. Izuku thinks that makes sense as Present Mike is a very well-known hero, while Eraserhead isn't. It's safer if people don't see Present Mike coming and going from their home. Yamada, who is obviously the morning person in the family, talks about how UA staff have private parking and their own entrance to keep secret identities secret and to help with security. Yamada drives them the short distance to UA and parks in the staff parking that is actually under the school. Izuku follows his guardians into an elevator that will take them to a hall by the teachers' offices and lounge. Yamada explains that Izuku will meet some of the staff before Aizawa leads him up to Nezu's office. Izuku is somewhere between excited to meet more heroes and terrified they'll judge him for being quirkless. He's also excited to meet Nezu and relieved to be taking exams to test out of middle school. While in the elevator with just the 2 heroes, Izuku can't help thinking about what he and Mei talked about and how Yamada has been generous with his hugs so far. He thinks about how Aizawa didn't deny him when Izuku asked for hugs after his nightmare. Come on, Izuku. They'll give you hugs. Just ask for them. And so, Izuku turns to Yamada, who happens to be humming a song under his breath and standing in the center of the elevator closer to Izuku, and opens his arms to the blonde-haired hero. Can I have a hug? Izuku asks quietly, chewing his bottom lip after. Long arms wrap around him in a second. Of course, kiddo. Yamada squeals. Yamada rocks them side to side for a moment before letting him go after Izuku pulls back slightly. Izuku turns to Aizawa. Can I have a hug? He asks a little more confidently, boosted by Yamada's easy acquiescence. Aizawa gently grabs his one hand to pull him against his chest for a tight hug. After a few seconds, Izuku steps back and smiles brightly up at Aizawa, who smiles back and ruffles Izuku's hair. Izuku feels warm and content, comfortable in their presence. Once the elevator doors open, Izuku follows his dad's guardians out into the hallway. Could they want me? Could they love me? Izuku follows closely behind Aizawa, who is following Yamada, through the door that's labeled Teacher's Lounge. From within the room, he hears multiple people call out greetings. Izuku nervously steps past the threshold and stays close to Aizawa's side. "Oh my, is this your kid you've been talking about?" Midnight screeches as she lunges towards Izuku and his guardians. Yelping, Izuku steps even closer to Aizawa, grabbing hold of the man's shirt. "Back off," Aizawa growls lowly as he steps in front of Izuku. "Hey, now let's all give the kid some breathing room," Snipe says from his place on the closest couch to the group. Midnight halts in front of where Izuku is hiding behind Aizawa. "Hey there, sweetie. You can call me Kayama, or Auntie Nem if you want. I've known Shouta and Hizashi since high school. They're some of my closest friends." She smiles brightly at Izuku as she bends over a little to be closer to Izuku's height. Izuku isn't sure if she's brave or oblivious as Aizawa is glaring daggers at the woman. Izuku also thinks that Midnight is a good hero behind the act she puts on. He also knows that she stands up for victims of violent crimes and has always been upfront on her views on MLSTRS, RPSDS, and abusers. And at the moment, her smile is a little softer than her usual sharp grin, and her eyes are curious and kind. Neither Aizawa nor Yamada have forced her away from Izuku, so he knows they are waiting on his reaction to this new situation. They will most likely follow Izuku's lead here. Izuku gives the tall heroine a shy smile. Hello, Kayama-san. It's nice to meet you," Izuku greets quietly. She grins a little, wider at him, showing perfect white teeth. "Oh, you are such a cutie." Aizawa sighs. "Namuri, give him some space." Kayama-san pouts but steps back a little. "You are just hogging him." "Yeah, well, he's our kid. We can do that," Aizawa mutters. Izuku feels a little like he's floating as he glances up at Aizawa from his place partially behind the man. He looks over at Yamada to check his reaction to Aizawa's words, but Izuku sees the blonde man watching Izuku. Yamada smiles warmly, maybe encouragingly, at Izuku and winks. Izuku smiles a little wider, warmth on his cheeks. "I'll have to tell Mei-chan about this later." After that, Yamada disappears into his office to get ready and get into his hero gear. Aizawa allows the teacher pro heroes to introduce themselves. Izuku is somewhere between in awe over meeting so many pros at once and almost overwhelming shyness of being introduced to so many new people. Izuku hopes that he will someday be comfortable enough with them to ask about their quirks and special equipment. Yamada comes back out, now fully dressed as Present Mike, and crouches down in front of Izuku. He glances at Izuku over the rim of his orange glasses, revealing sharp green eyes. "Okay, Green Bean." Yamada starts softly. "Show is going to take you to meet Nezu now, before homeroom. I think you're going to get along with Nezu pretty dang well. After all, he always enjoys the company of intelligent people." "You excited?" Izuku chews his lip nervously, very aware of the fact that many of the heroes are still in the room and can probably hear this soft conversation. But he also knows that his dad's guardians trust and work with these heroes, and that so far they have been very nice and welcoming. I'm a little nervous that I won't do well on the tests," Izuku admits. "If I can't test out, will I have to go back to school?" Aizawa said, "He won't let me go back to Aldera, and I trust him." Yamada grasps Izuku's small hands and squeezes them gently. "I believe that you can do it, kiddo. You're so smart. I'm sure it won't be as hard as you're worrying. You'll do your best, yeah?" Izuku nods seriously. "That's all we will ever ask of you," Yamada reassures. "Now, go get, the listener." Izuku nods again, feeling a little more determined, a little braver than before. "Yamada believes in me. Aizawa and Yamada believe I can be a hero. First goal is to pass these exams, and then I can focus on training. I can do this." Izuku waves shyly at the goodbyes called after him as he follows Aizawa out the door. Aizawa wraps an arm around Izuku's shoulders as they walk towards a different elevator. "Izuku, you'll do fine on the tests. Nedu will like you." Izuku nods. "I'm still nervous, even with your and Yamada's reassurances." They step into the elevator, and Aizawa leans back against the wall and watches Izuku with steady dark eyes. "It's okay to be nervous. It's okay to be afraid," Aizawa says softly. Izuku frowns. "Heroes aren't afraid." I can't be afraid if I'm going to be a hero. Aizawa sighs. That's a misconception of idiots and the media. Izuku squeaks in surprise at the droll tone of Aizawa's voice. He sounds so exasperated. Fear will keep you alive. It keeps you alert. It sometimes even gives you a reason to keep going when everything is against you, when you're at what seems to be the end. Izuku bites his lip as he stares up at the erasure hero, who looks contemplative and a little wistful. What are you afraid of? Izuku asks softly, his tone so carefully quiet. Aizawa stares at Izuku for a long moment as he thinks. I'm afraid that one day, I'll die on patrol or during a raid, and I'll leave Zashi behind. I fear leaving my loved ones behind to grieve me. Izuku's lip wobbles at the thought of Aizawa dying. Aizawa sighs as he kneels on one knee in front of Izuku. He lays his hands on Izuku's shoulders and gives him a serious look. Do you want to know how I live with that fear? Izuku nods quickly. I promise myself that I'll fight death, Aizawa says without hesitation. Izuku gapes at him. Fight death, he squeaks. Aizawa nods seriously. I'll fight until I no longer breathe, until I can't move anymore. I'll fight death off with everything I have in me to get back to those I love. Heroes fear things, but the good ones fight on despite it. Oh. So, Aizawa is saying that it's okay to have fear, but to be able to fight and push past that fear is what makes you brave, makes you a good hero. He fears dying because he doesn't want to leave his family behind, so he will do his best to get home every night. Makes sense now. Aizawa stands up and guides Izuku out of the open elevator and down the hallway. What do I fear? Being useless. A Deku. Failure. But Aizawa says that you have to fight to overcome fear. So how can I fight those fears? Izuku chews on his bottom lip as he turns the problem over in his mind. Okay, problem child, we're here. Aizawa interrupts. Izuku looks up to see the open door to the principal's office. Come in, young one. Aizawa gently herds Izuku into the office and onto one of the couches. Distracted, Izuku stares at the mammal sitting on the couch across from him. Oh, Kami. It's Nedu. The smartest person on Earth. High spec gives him a high level of intelligence that aids him with strategy and analysis as well. He may not fight on the front lines, but almost all heroes show him great respect. He acts as a commander during fights and supports heroes by directing and planning. He appreciates learning and good heroes. Not too much is known about his origin, though, just that he was experimented on at some point before either being released or breaking out. I think it's more likely he broke out and then took down whatever group experimented on him before fighting for his rights as a person. Not many people really know what animal he is, though I believe him to be a chimera of a dog, mouse, and bear, the trio. He tends to ask what people think he is. He also keeps UA as the top hero school in Japan with low acceptance rates, as he says they only accept the best. Kid, you have to breathe, Aizawa says, sounding amused. Izuku takes a deep breath, realizing he feels like he's been running. What? He turns his gaze back to Nedu and freezes at the grin on the chimera's face. Oh, now that was so interesting, Midoriya-kun. Very good, quick analysis of me, I do say, Nedu says excitedly. You do indeed have a bright mind. How about we have tea together before I give you the exams? Okay? Izuku says, unsure. He glances at Aizawa, who nods. Taking the nod as encouragement, Izuku turns to smile back at Nedu. I would love to have some tea with you, Nedu-san. I don't want to be a Deku. Nezu's expression changes slightly, still excited but with a softer edge, a little less maniacal. Aizawa pats Izuku's shoulder and gives him a tiny smile when Izuku looks up at the dark-haired man. Okay, kid, I need to get in my homeroom. Nedu will take care of you, but if you need me or Zashi, you have our numbers. Feeling a little more brave, Izuku smiles at Aizawa. Okay, I'll be okay. Aizawa nods once, and then stands up to walk away. Don't corrupt my kid too much, Nezu-sensei. No world domination. Of course not, Shouta-kun. We'll save that for his third year. Nedu cackles. After Aizawa leaves, Izuku and Nedu pretend not to notice Aizawa's amused snort. The office door closes quietly. Izuku watches Nezu-san pour tea into light green cups and hands one to Izuku. This is a caramel tea that I've found young ones tend to like a bit more. Tell me if it's suitable. Taking a sip, Izuku tastes the warm, soothing tea with hints of chocolate under the caramel. Izuku hums as he closes his eyes to take a longer drink of the tea. It's very good, Nezu-san. Fantastic. We'll have to try some other flavors when you visit with me until I can find your favorites. I just love tea. Now, let's discuss your wonderful notebooks while we enjoy our tea, and then we can get to your exams. Izuku nods with a smile. For the next 2 hours, Izuku discusses his notebooks and how he got started in analysis while drinking tea. He explains that he's always loved understanding how something works, and quirks are just so intricate and unique, so interesting to learn about. Izuku blushes a little when Nezu compliments his skill and natural talent. Then he spends another hour analyzing quirks and heroes with Nezu-san. Nezu-san claps his paws together as he smiles brightly at Izuku. Midoriya-kun, I think we should pause so you can eat some lunch before your exams. I almost forgot I was taking the tests. I got lost in the analysis. That sounds nice, Nezu-san. Izuku replies, smiling softly. Nezu picks up a phone and dials down to, Izuku assumes, the cafeteria. Izuku watches the chimera thoughtfully. I think that's why Nezu-san went through so much trouble to talk all that analysis with me. He wanted me to be less nervous for the tests and maybe also more comfortable around himself. He seems odd, but also caring. Although I don't think that he's always this nice to people, he seems to have a sharp edge to him that he's been holding back while speaking to me. I wonder what he's like when he's actually comfortable around someone. Does Nezu-san have friends? I wonder if he's lonely. A clone of ectoplasm brings up their lunch of ramen and quickly leaves. After they finish eating, Nezu-san directs Izuku to a desk where there is a thick packet of paper. All right, Midoriya-kun, you will have 3 hours total to complete this. If you need to stop to take a break for a snack or the bathroom, we can pause the time and resume afterwards. I will be at my desk working on other things if you need me. Izuku nods. I understand, Nezu-san. Then begin. Nezu-san announces as he turns with a flare toward his desk. Izuku flips the packets over and starts to read the first math question. What if I fail? The numbers seem to swirl in his vision. Such a useless Deku. How dare you think you can accomplish anything like this? You're not worthy of their attention. Izuku's breath catches as his grip on his pencil tenses. Be realistic. You'll never be a hero. Izuku holds his breath as he begins to tremble, trying not to cry as the intrusive thoughts flood his mind. Suddenly, a phantom sensation of a pair of larger hands grasping his own. That's all we will ever ask of you. Yamada's voice chimes out. Yamada promised that they only want him to do his best. That he'll still support me even if I fail, as long as I give it my all. Yeah, but you're so terrified of a simple test. How are you going to be a hero? Stupid Deku. Izuku tries to breathe evenly as the cruel voice in his head rings loudly. It's okay to be afraid. Aizawa's voice may be quiet, but it echoes. His words seem to chase the cruel voice back to the depths. Heroes fear things, but the good ones fight on despite it. Aizawa has fears. He said that it's okay to be scared, that I just need to find a way to fight back against it. I can beat my fear of failure, but I need a weapon. Izuku closes his eyes and breathes as he remembers every hug Aizawa and Yamada gave him. He pulls Aldera and Mei-chan's encouraging words to the forefront of his mindscape, imagines surrounding himself with their words and promises and affections like a barrier. I'm afraid of failing, of being a Deku. So, I will use my family's encouragement like a shield. I love them, Aizawa, Yamada, and Mei-chan. I want to prove that I'm not a useless Deku. Passing this exam is the first step.
No.
That's not enough. I'm going to ace it. Taking another deep breath, Izuku steadies his hands and opens his eyes, feeling the determination to make his dads and friend proud of him consume him like a forest fire. Izuku gets to work on the test. Time passes, though he keeps no track of it. He simply answers question after equation. Feeling both like all of a sudden and after a seemingly long time, Izuku confidently fills in the last question and lays his pencil down on the desk beside the finished test. He lifts his head to look over at Nezu-san, who also lifts his head to look back at Izuku. Do you need a break, Midoriya-kun? Nezu-san questions calmly. No, Nezu-san, I'm finished with the test. Izuku crushes the hesitance he feels under the weight of his fiery determination. Oh, Nezu grins widely. Fantastic. He motions with a wave of his hand for Izuku to bring the test up to the principal's desk. After Izuku hands the packet over, Nezu-san places it in a drawer and looks back at Izuku. That only took you a little over an hour. Now we have plenty of time to discuss your future studies and training. Izuku feels anxiety crawl up his throat. I only used a third of the given time? What if I got it wrong? What if I missed something? Shut up, I didn't, Izuku thinks stubbornly. It didn't take me long because I knew all the material that was tested. I know I aced it. But Nezu-san doesn't know that he didn't check the test. Why would he worry about talking about my training if he's not sure I passed? He doesn't seem to be the type to waste his time on unsure things like this. Nezu-san. Why are we going to talk about that? I mean, you didn't even check to see if I passed, Izuku mumbles. Oh, Midoriya-kun, Nezu purrs. That was merely a formality. I believe we both know you passed that with flying colors. I feel confident in your knowledge of the subjects that middle schoolers are required to know. I would even bet you could skip a few grades if you really wanted to. Now, let's talk about learning new things. Izuku smiles shyly back at the principal as he blushes at the easy compliment Nezu-san gave. What did you have in mind? Well, now, I'm so glad you asked, Nezu-san says gleefully. Izuku has found that he loves Nezu-san. The Chimera does not hold back when talking to Izuku like some adults do, like when they think he's just a dumb kid, a dumb quirkless kid. Nezu talks like he knows Izuku will understand what he's saying and be able to discuss it in depth. Izuku loves being treated like he's intelligent, but underneath that is also something that Izuku would describe as possessive. Not necessarily a bad kind, just different from most humans. Izuku thinks that Nezu wants Izuku as one of Nezu's student, his pupil, his protege. And Izuku knows that he wants to belong. He hopes he can belong to Aizawa and Yamada, like a family, like a son. But now, Izuku also wants to belong with Nezu, one of his students and maybe apprentice. After all, with someone as intelligent as Nezu, Izuku could learn so much more than he'd be able to on his own, even putting in the research and reading. Sometimes it's just easier to learn from someone who already knows. Deep down where Izuku wants to admit he wants Aizawa and Yamada to be his dads, parents like he never had, who could love him and believe him and support him. He also wants to admit he wants Nezu as his teacher, different than all the horrible prejudiced teachers who only ever squashed his potential, who only ever looked the other way when Izuku was getting bullied. He has a feeling that Nezu wouldn't allow that to happen to his pupil. Izuku is not used to wanting anything other than to survive. It's terrifying. It's exhilarating. Izuku smiles shyly at Nezu as the Chimera hands Izuku a paper with a list of future studies that they could do. Skimming the page, a few especially catch Izuku's attention: hacking and computer programming, analysis training, strategy training, introduction to engineering, and support item design. Of course, Aizawa-kun and Yamada-kun will be handling all your physical training, so we will probably be able to meet 2 or 3 days a week until the entrance exams. After you enter UE, I'll probably take you for a free PRD every day, and maybe some weekends when we get to something really interesting. Izuku glances up at Nezu. Nezu-san? Yes, Izuku-kun? When I get into UE? Izuku repeats. Nezu grins sharply. Oh, I have no doubt you'll get into the school itself. Now, you will have to take the normal entrance exams for the hero course because the recommendation students are already chosen, but I have faith that you may just make it into the hero course with a little training and encouragement. But even if you don't get into the hero course, there are many ways to move into it later. People just don't meet the requirements often. You already have a few people who have more than enough faith in you. Izuku feels his blush explode across his cheeks. Thank you, Nezu-san. No thanks necessary, Nezu says gently with a wave of his paw. I believe you will one day take Japan by storm, if not the world. Izuku's whole face lights up with warmth as he hides his eyes behind his hands. I don't know about that, Nezu cackles. Oh, I guess we'll just have to wait and see. Come now, let's pick a few things to study and start talking about schedules. I know Shouta schedule, so we should be able to come up with something that works with everyone. Izuku uncovers his still warm face and smiles. Okay. Over the next hour, Izuku talks with Nezu-san as they create a schedule for training for the entrance exams. They come up with the tentative schedule of Izuku training with Nezu on Monday, Tuesday, and Thursdays. Izuku will come to Yui with Aizawa and get dropped off with Nezu for the day. Physical training with Izuku's dad's after school during the weekdays and weekends will be either training or off days, depending on Aizawa and Yamada. And Izuku will also have time to spend with other teachers and heroes of Yui. Izuku is happy to know he'll be able to hang out with Recovery Girl more and maybe learn first aid from the heroine. Mondays and Thursdays will be for analysis and strategy studies and exercises. Tuesdays will begin computer coding. Wednesday, Izuku will be with Recovery Girl. And Friday will be the surprise day. Whoever is free will watch over Izuku as he works on stuff or for private lessons about something the hero knows about. Then after school, there will be an hour of time that Aizawa or Yamada will work on training with Izuku in one of the many gyms the school has. Izuku smiles as he looks over the schedule on the paper in his hands. It is a busy schedule, Nezu-san says. Of course, there will be days where we will take a break and do something a little more fun. Izuku grins at the principal. I can't wait to get started. Nezu-san chuckles. That's the spirit, Izuku. Izuku bites his lip as his mind wanders back to his pinkette friend. Nezu-san, would it be okay if I told my friend, Mei-chan, about my training? She's also applying for Yui, but she wants to be in support. You must be talking about Hatsume. I've read her application. Yes, she is a promising young support engineer. I'm sure she will be a good support to you. Of course, you can tell your friend. Once you both start Yui, you two may take extra lessons together if she's ever interested. Izuku smiles, his eyes a little damp. Thank you, Nezu-san. No thanks necessary, Izuku-kun. Trying to keep his tears from falling, Izuku thinks about the people, good people, suddenly in his life willing to support him in his endeavor to become a hero. Deep inside, something begins to melt from caution into a steadfast love and loyalty to this newfound family. Not that Izuku can see that clearly yet. Botting. Izuku glances up to see Nezu-san, looking at a phone. Shouta is coming up, Nezu-san hums. He'll be here in 3-2-1. Turning, Izuku watches as Aizawa walks through the door as it opens from him automatically. Aizawa gives Izuku a soft look before glancing at Nezu-san. How much have you corrupted my kid? Now, Shouta, we have merely come up with a schedule for Izuku-kun. Nezu-san laughs. You can tell me for sure if this will be alright with you and Yamada-kun. Aizawa sits down beside Izuku and looks at the schedule Izuku is holding. Yes, that's fine. He gently reaches out and brushes a calloused hand through green curls. Having a good time with Nezu, kid? Izuku smiles. Yes, I'm excited for training to start. As Izuku says that though, he notices a tightness to Aizawa's eyes, an emotion within that he can't place. Is something wrong? Izuku asks quietly. Nothing is wrong really, but something has come up. Izuku swallows and bites his lip. Involving me? Don't freak out. Don't freak out. Aizawa and Yamada have made it clear they want me. Aizawa gives him a gentle look. A friend, who is a police officer, wants to talk with you about Aldera and your mom. He's available to come here if that's easier, or we can go to the station. Izuku looks down at his hands, which are gripping the now crumpled schedule. Will he, care that I'm quirkless? Izuku whispers. Aizawa carefully pulls Izuku against his side in a gentle hug. Sakachi won't care one bit. He's a good man, a good friend to a lot of heroes. And I'll be able to stay with you the entire time. I promise you'll be safe. He does want you to give a statement about Aldera. And he wants to talk about your mom. Is he going to find my mom? He's going to do his best. Izuku shifts his hands, letting go of the paper to wring his hands together. Will I have to see her? Do you want to? She doesn't care about me. She abandoned me. I have people that want me now. I don't need her. No, Izuku breathes. Then, We will do our best to keep you out of it all, but you still need to talk to Tsukachi about it all. And I won't let you near her alone if you do ever have to be around her again. Izuku nods. Okay. Do you want to go to the station, or do you want him to come to us? Izuku glances up, seeing Nezu-san watching their interaction. Izuku-kun, Detective Tsukachi can use my office here to interview you if that's more comfortable, Nezu-san offers. Izuku smiles gratefully, if a little shakily, at the chimera. Thank you, Nezu-san, I'd like that. I'll let him know, Aizawa says as he pulls his phone out and starts typing. After a moment, Aizawa looks back up at Izuku. He said he'll be here in 20 minutes. After nodding, Izuku looks down at his hands once more. Neither hero forces Izuku to talk to them as he gets lost in his thoughts and lets the time pass with quiet chatter Izuku doesn't track. Before long, Nezu lets Izuku know that Detective Tsukachi is on his way up. And, suddenly, a tall man wearing a tan overcoat and hat in hand is standing a few feet from Izuku. Izuku studies the dark-haired man quietly as the man stands relaxed against the scrutiny. Hello, Midoriya-kun. I'm Detective Tsukachi Naomasa. I'd like to ask you a few questions. The man's voice is level and calm. Izuku nods. Tsukachi sits down across from Izuku and Aizawa. Izuku notices that Nezu-san has moved further away to his desk. First, I'd just like to let you know that my quirk is lie detection and it's always active. Izuku's mind immediately races. Oh, wow. Does it only work with languages you know? Does it work only through verbal words? Does it detect half-truths? Is it the truth as someone knows it, or is it absolute truth? Tsukachi blinks. Izuku pales and looks down. Sorry. Tsukachi chuckles. I have to be able to understand the language. Only verbal words, yes. It detects when someone is purposefully lying, but not if they are wrongly informed. It can pick up on half-truths most times, but is subject to omission. Izuku smiles shyly. That's very cool. And so useful. Tsukachi smiles. Thank you, Midoriya-kun. Izuku hums and looks away. I'm sorry I interrupted you. That's okay. I love that you're passionate about something like that. Aizawa has told me you're very smart and like analysis. Izuku blushes. Well, I don't want to keep you for too long. The school day is finished now. How about we get through this interview, and you guys can go home? Izuku nods. Oh, okay. Tsukachi pulls out a notepad and pencil. Let's start with your mother, is that okay? Izuku takes a shaky breath. Why, yeah. Slowly, Izuku answers the questions Tsukachi asks. When did his mom leave? Was there physical abuse? Emotional abuse? Did she restrict his food and water? Izuku tells the detective how his mom had locked cupboards, so he couldn't get to stuff at times. He explains that she only ever hit him a couple times. He tells Tsukachi how she would ignore him, even when he told her about the school, and she would call him useless and a waste of time, money, and space. How she just left one day, leaving only a note and some money. He explains surviving on the beach until Aizawa took him in. And Tsukachi takes diligent notes. And you are now safe with Aizawa and Yamada? You like staying with them? Tsukachi asks. Yes, Izuku says without hesitation. They are good and kind, and they care about me. I don't want to leave them. The detective smiles. That's good. I'm glad you are safe and happy with them. Izuku nods. I love them. I want to stay with them for as long as I'm allowed. Let's talk about Aldera. Would you rather I ask you questions, or would you like to give a flat statement about it? Izuku glances away as he clenches his hands in his lap. I know what Aldera did was wrong. I wasn't the only one to be abused by them. I have to tell Detective Tsukachi to help save others from the same abuse. I think I could tell you about it. Okay, when you're ready, go ahead. Izuku nods and takes a calming breath. It wasn't bad in elementary school. The teachers always acted like I was delicate and weaker than others because I was quirkless. They treated me like I would break if I'd play too hard. They'd keep me inside sometimes during recess if they thought I was being too active. It was worse when middle school started. The teachers started acting like I was stupid, like I couldn't do anything. They'd talk to me slowly. The teachers, all of them, Started looking the other way when the other kids would make fun of me or accidentally spill their lunch on me. The teachers brushed me off when I told them that one of my classmates tripped me or pushed me and just told me I was klutzy. Actually, in my second year of middle school, there was one teacher that stood up for me. She was new and I think had just graduated college. Her name was Monoma Ino. She stood up for me and gave detention to 3 kids that tried to push me down the stairs. Monoma-sensei even stood up for me against other teachers and yelled at the principal for discrimination. But I think they fired her. She was gone the next day. She was nice, and I don't know if that ruined her career. It would have been my fault. Izuku stops to gasp a watery breath. It wasn't your fault, Aizawa says as he puts an arm around Izuku. That school is at fault. I'm glad there was at least one person that tried to protect you. Izuku nods and takes a few calming breaths before looking back at Sakachi. Were there any others who tried to help you? Sakachi asks. Izuku shakes his head. No teachers. The janitors and lunch ladies were always nice to me though, and helped when they were able. They couldn't do much. Sakachi nods. Okay. Are you able to continue? Izuku nods. This year has been the worst. I have Mura-sensei this year. He's mean and has even encouraged bullying. He has accused me of lying and cheating when I've aced tests, stating that I'm too stupid as a quirkless person to understand the subject. The other kids started using their quirks on me last year, but it has worsened this year. He's even ignored when other students suicide bait me with their words, and also by putting red spider lilies on my desk. I asked Mura-sensei for help yesterday, and he turned away and ignored me. The school nurse has barely ever helped me when I went to her injured. She mostly just let me wrap my injuries and sent me back to class. I know that some other kids that have weaker quirks or quirks that people might call villainous get bullied and abused too, and I've seen the teachers turn a blind eye to them as well. Izuku takes another deep breath. I think that's everything. Sakachi nods as he finishes writing something. Okay. There's one more matter concerning a classmate of yours, a Bakugo Katsuki.
What can you tell me about him?
I see that he's the one that severely injured you yesterday, yes. Izuku can feel the blood rush from his face. They know about Kaken. They know. But Kaken is going to be a great hero one day. I can't be the one to ruin his dreams. I have to protect him. Izuku, Aizawa whispers close to his ear. Do not think you have to protect your abuser. Izuku remembers what Mei-chan said. How it sounds like Katsuki is on his way to becoming a powerful villain, not a hero. Izuku SCKS in a harsh breath. Aldera failed me. Izuku almost yells. I know that. But they failed him too. Instead of giving him the tools to get better, all they did was encourage his temper and made him worse. The teachers and system harmed me, but they also harmed him. Hot tears streak Izuku's face. All Kaken ever wanted was to be a hero. He's powerful and he could be a great hero one day. Aizawa moves so he's kneeling in front of Izuku. Kiddo. He hurt you. He could have maimed or killed you. He needs to face consequences for those actions. But if no one helps him understand, if no one tries to help him be better, then he'll be a terrifying villain. Izuku sobs, distraught voice rising in pitch. Please, Dad. Please don't make me be the thing that ruins this for him. I want him to get better. I don't want to see my childhood best friend become a villain. I don't want to have to one day be on opposite sides of the battlefield. Aizawa pulls him into the safe embrace of his arms and holds Izuku tightly. Sure, kid, Izuku, that's not on you. That's not your fault. It's okay.
Sure.
After a minute, Izuku feels a paw against his arm. I may have a solution. Izuku turns to look at Nedu, who is standing next to him, and Aizawa. What? You, dear boy, are correct that Bakugo has been failed by Aldera and the system, that they could have done better at correcting him. But Aizawa-kun is also right that he needs to face consequences. But if he can't be a hero, it'll be break him, Izuku whispers. I have a compromise in mind, Nedu says. I will bar him from Yui. After all, we have a strict code on entrances of our students. But I know that a few other hero schools would be willing to take him on as a general education student and make sure that he gets the therapy and anger management and the help he needs to be a better person. If he can prove that he can be good, then he will be allowed to try for the heroics department, but only with the necessary therapy and community service. This way, it will be purely up to him to prove whether he is even worthy of a chance to become a future hero. Izuku leans on Aizawa's shoulder. You can do that. Nezu nods. I have many contacts and allies. I'll make sure it gets done. Izuku nods, suddenly exhausted. Okay. Maybe this will be a good thing. Nezu smiles gently. I think that's enough for today. Detective, are you good? I've got all I need. Takachi's voice is soft and cautious. Good. Aizawa's voice, on the other hand, is tight. I'd like to get my kid home. I'll take my leave first, Takachi offers. Izuku hears quiet steps and the door softly closing. He can hear Aizawa and Nezu-san talking but doesn't even try to focus, feeling much too drained to keep up with more words. After an unknown amount of time, Izuku feels Aizawa nudge him slightly. Kid, we're gonna go home now, okay? Hizashi already has the car running. Izuku hums, leaning against Aizawa still. Do you want me to carry you? Aizawa asks quietly. I can walk, Izuku mumbles. Aizawa hums. Izuku stands up and leans against Aizawa, who wraps a strong arm around his slim shoulders. Bye, Nezu-san, Izuku says quietly. See you soon, Izuku-kun. Nezu replies with a wave of his paw. Izuku leans against Aizawa as the man leads him to the elevator. Once inside the elevator, Aizawa crouches down to look Izuku in the eye. Kiddo, you don't have to give everyone chance after chance when they hurt and abuse you. Usually one time is plenty. Izuku shakes his head tiredly. I know, Izuku whispers as he stares into dark eyes. But Katsuki used to be my best friend. I know that there's still a chance for him to be good one day. If someone were to make him see what's wrong, then maybe they can save him. Tears bubble to the surface as Izuku realizes what it is he is so sad, so heartbroken by. I couldn't protect him from the people who were supposed to help both of us. I couldn't stop them from twisting him. I can't save him. But maybe someone else can. He might still have a chance. Aizawa cradles Izuku's face between his large hands. Kid, Izuku smiles. I know this is Katsuki's last chance. I just don't want to be enemies on opposing sides. Aizawa strokes under Izuku's eyes with his thumbs. You might still anyway. I know, Izuku admits sadly. But at least then I'll know that's on him and no one else. You have a big heart, Aizawa says. Is that bad? No, but it could get you hurt. Izuku nods and looks down. But it could also make you strong, Aizawa whispers. Izuku glances up through his bangs. You want to protect people, but you might forget to protect yourself. But hopefully, you'll have people like Zashi and me who will help protect that big heart of yours, so you can help others. Izuku nods. And Mei-chan. And Nezu-san. Aizawa smiles. Exactly. Izuku leans forward for another hug that the older man readily gives. All right, kid, let's go home and have some dinner. On the drive home, Izuku falls asleep in the back seat as Shouta watches from the mirror. Hizashi, who's driving, keeps glancing at Shouta. Please, Dad, Izuku had said as he begged for his school bully to be given a chance. Please, Dad. Dad. He called me Dad. Sho. Zashi calls gently. You okay, sweetheart? You're staring pretty blankly at the little listener there. Shouta turns his gaze to his husband and watches his profile for a moment. Hizashi has already taken his hair down and changed from his hero uniform into civilian clothes, his everyday glasses perched on his nose. Even with a worried little frown, his husband is very beautiful. Beautiful, smart, wonderful husband. Shouda's gaze flicks back to Izuku for a moment. Brilliant, kind, good son. My son. Shouta? Hizashi prompts again. He called me Dad, Shouta admits quietly. He was under stress, though. I don't think he even realized he did it. Hizashi throws him an amused glance before looking back at the road. Love, I'm glad that he's beginning to get more comfortable around us that he called you that. But I already knew that was going to happen. He stares at you like you're his hero, which you are, don't deny it, and you're the best thing that's ever happened to you. He already loves you, sweetheart. Maybe he wasn't aware of it, but that's his subconscious. He already instinctually trusts you, and so he is placing you in that role. Shouta hums. Called me dad. Hisashi smiles. I figured you'd get the first dad. Still, I'm a little jealous. Do you think he'll call me dad too? Or will he call me something else? Shouta smiles softly. I'm sure he will. He's already trusting you. Hisashi smiles brighter. They park at their apartment building after that, and Shouta wakes Izuku up and nudges him to the elevator, while Hisashi grabs their things. Izuku is more awake by the time they get to their apartment. Zashi begins working on supper after hugging both Shouta and Izuku. Shouta sits down at the breakfast bar to work on grading while being close to Zashi. Izuku sits down beside him and pulls out a couple notebooks. So, little listener, tell us how your meeting with Nedu went, Hisashi says with a smile. Izuku lights up. Nedu-san and I had a lot of fun. He talked with me about analysis for a while, and then after I finished the test, we talked about scheduling and everything. He's going to be teaching me so much and helping with my analysis. And Nedu-san said that he has no doubt that I'll be able to get into UE. And we talked about how I'll be spending time at the school while you two will be working, and I'm going to be able to work with and learn from other heroes there too in their free PRDS. Shouta smiles down at his grading while he listens to his husband ask Izuku clarifying questions to keep him talking excitedly. Shouta revels in this peaceful atmosphere where his husband and son are happy and chatting and everything is okay and good at this moment. Once they sit down to eat, Izuku fidgets before looking over at Shouta. Shouta raises an eyebrow as he chews his food. Could I, maybe go hang out with Mei-chan soon? Izuku asks quietly, though he maintains eye contact and doesn't look scared. The pink one from the beach? Shouta clarifies. After Izuku nods, Shouta glances at Hisashi, who just smiles. Yeah, we could plan something for this weekend if that works on her end. Oh, I know, Hisashi says to Izuku. I wanted to take you shopping Saturday, so maybe after the mall, I can just drop you off at your friend's house for a couple hours or so. Hisashi looks at Shouta. Is that okay with you, dear? Shouta nods. Sounds fine. Izuku smiles brightly at both of them. Thank you. Yamada reaches out to gently ruffle green curls. Of course, kiddo. She sounds like a good friend. Gotta make time to hang out with friends. After a few more bites of food, Shouta can tell Izuku is gearing himself up to ask another question. Shouta has a lot of patience, so he gives him the time to think it over. Would it be okay to tell Mei-chan that you are heroes? Izuku asks quietly. It's just, I feel like I shouldn't lie to her. You both are my important people and Mei-chan is my first real friend in a decade. I also think that she would eventually figure it out as well. She's also brilliant and observant. But I know secret identities are important and can be dangerous if information gets leaked, but I think Mei-chan can be trusted and she doesn't seem the type to use that information in a bad way, and I think she'd be good at keeping it a secret if she knew it was important. Whoa! Izuku, take a breath. Hisashi interrupts gently as he reaches over to hold a fidgeting hand. It's okay. Shouta also reaches out to take one of the kids' hands and strokes across knuckles. I think that you seem to be a fair judge of character. And as you said, your friend is smart and seems like a good person. If she's going to be hanging out with you a lot, she'll be spending a lot of time with us as well. Eventually she'll see something. You can tell her. All I ask is that you do it in person or a call, not a text, and just be careful where you talk about hero identities at, okay? Izuku nods slowly as he seems to process. Okay, thank you. Of course, kiddo, Shouta says softly. After that, they finish their meal and sit down in the living room to start planning a training schedule among other things for a couple hours. Later that night, after Izuku goes to bed, Shouta is lying in bed with his husband. What else happened today, Sho? You know Tsukauchi came, right? Shouta waits for Hisashi to nod. Well, he got a statement from Izuku about his mother and Aldera. It's just awful what he's had to go through ever since he was diagnosed quirkless. Across his schooling, there was only one Zashi, teacher that ever stood up for him. Zashi hums. Shouta can feel the air vibrate slightly as his husband's quirk activates slightly. I bet she was quickly fired for doing that. Izuku said she was gone the next day. And all she was doing was trying to protect an innocent child, a child everyone else judged worthless. Keep going, darling. Some of the teachers even encouraged the bullying. I'm glad Nezu-sensei is handling it. But then he started talking about that Bakuga kid. Shouta has to pause and wrangle his emotions for a moment. Izuku tried to defend his bully. They used to be friends, but then Bakuga turned on Izuku. And Izuku tries to protect him. States that the school failed both of them and that Bakuga deserves a chance to do better. Izuku begged me to not make him at fault for being the one who takes his bully's dream away. As if Izuku is to blame for it. The rage boils under Shouta's skin. I can see both ways, Hisashi says softly. Shouta huffs. Show love, I know. We would like to destroy every single person who ever hurt our kid. We would beat them, lock them up, maim or kill them if we were lesser heroes than we are. But you and I both know how bad people can use the system to damage and twist anyone. The quirkless and those with so-called villainous quirks are looked down on, degraded, shunned, bullied, and sometimes killed for it. But then those with powerful quirks are put on pedestals and told they can do no wrong because they are better than everyone beneath them. Neither situation is right, and both can be damaging on children when their brains are still developing. Now, do I think this Bakuga should get off easy just cause he was also hurt by the system? Hell no. He needs to be punished as he should know right from wrong. But maybe given the right tools, he could be the person our Izuku thinks he could be. Now, if he's given the tools and the chance to do better and he still turns out to be a bully and abuser, then yes, we should lock him up and throw away the key. Shouta frowns hard. Stop using logic against me. But, Sho, you love logic. Not when used against me. Shouta growls. Hisashi chuckles. Oh, love, I get it. We love Izuku, and we want to punish everyone for hurting him. But when we are too close to it, then we can only focus on vengeance instead of what might be right. Shouta sighs. I still hate him. Me too, love. Our kid has a gentle heart. Yes, he does. He'll get hurt, Shouta whispers, worried for his son. It will open him up to hurt and betrayal and pain. Hisashi hums.
Yes.
But it will also open him up to friends and love and happiness. There are people who will try to use it against him. There will also be those who will love him enough to stand by his side and protect him. He's so good, Shouta says. If he could cry, he would be by now. He is just so good, and the world has done its best to stomp him out of existence. That kid is made to love, and the world has only given him hatred.
No, darling.
The world also gave him us, Nedu and Mei-chan. And he will find more. We both can tell that he is strong and resilient. He'll make it. After a few minutes of thoughtful silence, Hisashi reaches out to tug on Shouta's arm. Now, come cuddle me. Let's sleep. Shouta moves closer to nuzzle into his husband's chest and closes his eyes. The next morning, Shouta is grinning down at his phone. Sho, darling, I love you, but I really don't like when you smile like a deranged serial killer. People get the wrong idea about you. Rolling his eyes, Shouta hands his phone to Hisashi and turns to make himself another cup of coffee. Oh yeah, Hisashi crows. Nedu, overlord of Yui, master of destruction, strikes again. Shouta smiles into his cup. The article that Nedu sent to him this morning speaks of Aldera school system being closed down fully and many of the teachers and other staff being arrested for child endangerment, child abuse, child neglect, and quirk discrimination. Nedu is ruthless and works quickly. Shouta loves it. Oh, you're getting textier, Hisashi says as he hands him back his phone. Shouta looks and realizes it's Tsukachi.
Tsukachi.
Just wanted to let you know that Izuku's homeroom teacher and the principal is getting hit especially hard with charges and will probably be in jail for a long time, as well as being blacklisted across the country. Shouta. Good.
Tsukachi.
Also, Nedu works fast. Bakuga Katsuki has been charged with bullying but has been offered a deal so it doesn't get put on his record permanently. He will be doing community service for a year, as well as therapy for the foreseeable future, and if he is accepted into one of the 3 schools Nedu listed for him, they will put him into anger management counseling as well as close monitoring for a year, and he will only be allowed to switch to a hero course if he can prove he has changed. Shouta. I still think he's getting let off easy. Takachi. I met Bakuga's parents. They were horrified and said they didn't know what was going on. They were very concerned about Izuku, but accepted that they were not to contact him for the foreseeable future. They were grateful that Bakugo wasn't getting worse charges and was being given a chance to do better. They were also angry with him because he was being cruel and made it worse that it was against someone that they used to all be close to and care about. Shouta. Well, at least his parents are okay people.
Takachi.
Yeah, for the most part.
Oh.
I'm looking into Midoriya Inko. I'll let you know when I find her and keep you updated. Shouta. Thanks. Izuku comes out dressed in pants and a t-shirt labeled dress shirt. Hisashi snorts his drink and coughs for a moment. Shouta smirks. Izuku blinks confusedly up at them. Are you okay? Sweetheart. Hisashi begs Izuku. Please let me buy you clothes. Izuku furrows his brows at the blonde. I thought we were doing that Saturday? Thank Kami, Hisashi says. Weird sense of humor with your clothes. Izuku shrugs. I guess I never had much of a choice, and Mom stopped taking me shopping a long time ago, and just got whatever bargain stuff she found whenever my stuff got too damaged. Shouta winces as he watches his husband tear up at that confession. Yamada, are you okay? I'm going to hug you now, okay? Hisashi says very softly and moves towards Izuku in the exact way he approached Cream when he stepped on her tail and she ran 2 weeks ago. Izuku, looking confused, relaxes as Hisashi hugs him. I don't understand why you're so upset, Izuku admits. That's okay, Hisashi says, still choked up. You don't have to understand right now. I just want you to know that we will always do our best to provide you with everything you need, and I will never act like getting you things or shopping for you is a burden. You are not a burden. You are ours, and we love you. Izuku promptly bursts out crying. But I'm... Sure. It's okay, it's okay. Hisashi strokes up and down Izuku's back. We're all okay. It's okay. You can't love me. Izuku sobs quietly. People don't love me. Oh, honey, you're a child. You are a person. You deserve to be loved. All children especially should be loved. Can you try to believe me on this? You don't have to understand. Just try to believe I am telling you the truth.
Waya.
Okay. You are loved. We love you, Hisashi whispers into Izuku's curls. We love you. We want you. But I'm just a me. Shouta, who till now has been letting Hisashi deal with the emotions, steps forward to also engulf Izuku in his arms. Hush, problem child. You are you, and that's amazing. We love you. We want to adopt you. We want you to forever be ours. Izuku sobs as he hears that. Shouda's eyes burn. Do you want to be ours? He asks quietly. Yes. Izuku cries. Good, great. Hisashi yells as he suddenly picks Izuku up and twirls him around, almost hitting Shouta in the process. No takebacks. Izuku giggles as he's spun, and he hangs on tightly. Okay, no takebacks, he agrees breathlessly, smiling through his tears. Izuku is still a little shaky after all the emotions from the morning talk with Yamada and Aizawa. He still is unsure of exactly why Yamada got so upset about the clothes, but he promised to believe the hero in what he said. They love me. They said they love me. They said they want to keep me forever. Izuku smiles to himself as he follows his guardians to the elevator that will take them up into Yui proper. I need to text Mei-chan and tell her all of this. And also ask her about hanging out tomorrow after Yamada and I finish shopping. Aizawa presses the elevator button and slumps against the wall, still looking exhausted. Yamada is smiling and glancing between Aizawa and Izuku. They love me. They even want to adopt me. No one has ever wanted me that much. So much that they'd go through all the trouble to adopt me legally, officially. I wonder if they'll let me call them Dad, or will they not want to be called that? Izuku freezes as he stares at his reflection in the elevator wall mirror. Oh, Kami. Please, Dad, Izuku had said to Aizawa when talking about Kabakugu.
Okay. It's okay.
Maybe he didn't notice. Izuku tries to glance at Aizawa out of the corner of his eye surreptitiously, only to see Aizawa watching him with a raised eyebrow. Izuku almost squeaks as he looks quickly away. There's no way one of the most observant heroes ever did not notice my slip-up yesterday. I've got to assume that he noticed. Why didn't he say anything? Well, I was kind of freaking out at the time. Did he not like it? I'll ask Mei-chan when I text her. Kiddo. Yamada prompts. Izuku turns to him and hums. Yamada smiles. You've been staring off into space pretty hard there, little listener. You okay? Izuku notices that Yamada's eyes are still a little red and puffy from crying. Yeah, but I think he was happy too, not just sad earlier. Yeah, just thinking, Izuku mutters absent-mindedly. Yamada reaches out to give him a side hug. As long as you're okay. Well, I'm gonna go get ready while Sho takes you up to Nedu. Have a good day, Izuku. I'll see you later. Izuku hugs him back. Thanks, you too. Yamada leaves the elevator. Aizawa presses another button before turning to watch him again. Do you want to talk about it? Izuku pauses. Not right now, I guess. Aizawa nods. I'm not going to make you. I just want you to know you can always come to us. Izuku smiles as warmth spreads across his body.
Yeah.
I think I know that now. Smiling slightly, Aizawa reaches out to ruffle his hair. A couple minutes later, Aizawa leaves Izuku in Ned's office after a hug and hair ruffle. Izuku sits on the couch and pulls out a couple notebooks as he waits for Nedza-san to finish up some work on his computer. He said he'd be a few minutes as he was communicating with other schools and police right now among a few other things. Izuku pulls his phone out and opens the messages up to Mei-chan's contact. Izuku. Hey, Mei-chan. Mei-chan. Hey, Zu-chan. What's up? Izuku. So, I was wondering if we could hang out tomorrow? Yamada and I are going shopping and he said he could drop me off after if that's okay. Mei-chan. I asked Mom, she said yeah. Izuku. Great. Mei-chan. So, anything else HPPN? What's new? Izuku. Okay. Well. FGHJKLSL. Mei-chan. Oh. Izuku. I accidentally called Aizawa Dad yesterday. We were talking about my old school and about Bakugu, and I was upset, and it slipped out. Mei-chan. Did he say anything ABT it? Izuku. No. But he comforted me. And then this morning, they both told me they love me and want to adopt me. I cried. A lot. Mei-chan. OMG. Izuku. That's amazing. Izuku. I didn't say it back. I don't know if I can say it back yet. It feels weird. To be loved by people. Mei-chan. Zu-chan. I don't think they expect you to say it back immediately. That is so sad, SRSLY. You say the word, I will glitter bomb everyone. I'm glad you have them. Izuku. I'm pathetic, aren't I? Can't even tell them that I love them too. Mei-chan. What? No, you aren't. You've been hurt by PPL who are supposed to love and proct you, and that's going to after you. I bet you our dads get that don't WRRYABT it. You are good and kind and genius. Izuku. Thanks, Mei-chan. I feel like crying again. Mei-chan. It's okay, you have strong emotions. I'll give you a hug tomorrow to make up for it. Izuku. I have so much to tell you. Mei-chan. Yeah. And we can talk ABT support gear for you and training. I'll show you my workshop. Izuku. I can't wait, Mei-chan. I've got to go, but I'll text you later. Mei-chan. Me too. TTYL. Izuku puts his phone away and looks over at Nedza-san as the Chimera stands up and walks over to the couch. Today, we will start covering codes and ciphers as an introductory lesson and also an important step to protecting your analysis. Nedza-san says, with a wave of his paw towards a couple books on the table. What I'd like for you to do as we study this is to come up with a personal cipher of some kind, unique to you, for all of your analysis information. That way you can start rewriting all your books. Izuku smiles. I'm excited. Nedza-san grins back. Very good. Let's begin. After a couple hours of studying ciphers and codes, ideas of how he'll start his own cipher racing through Izuku's mind, Nedza-san brings out some more delicious tea as they discuss a few different heroes and their fighting styles. And Izuku talks about Mei-chan more. And I'm going to be hanging out with Mei-chan tomorrow. I'll be telling her about a lot of, well, everything, I guess. And Mei-chan said that she'll show me her lab, and we can even begin talking about support gear that she wants to build for me. Izuku pauses to take a breath. Hey, Nezu-san, will I be able to bring in support gear in the entrance exams? Nezu-san pauses. Then his smile dims a little. Sadly, support items are against the rules unless absolutely necessary to control one's quirk. The exam is angled towards more physically quirked individuals for the most part. Izuku-kun, when you take your entrance exam, you'll have to do it alone with only your mind with you. Izuku can feel the edge of panic in the back of his throat before he shoves it down viciously. Then I'll just do it without support gear. After all, you, Aizawa, and Yamada have all said in one way or another that my mind, my intelligence, is going to be my greatest weapon. I'll always be at a disadvantage because of my quirklessness, so I will find different advantages to use. And I'll prove to everyone that I can do this. I will train hard. I will fight for my spot in the hero course, just like I've fought to survive so far. And I'm not giving up. Nezu-san grins, and Izuku will admit that it looks a little diabolical. Oh, yes, I believe you will find a way. Izuku grins in response. Alright, Izuku-kun, let's start a quick lesson in computer coding before we break for lunch. After another 2 hours discussing computer coding, hacking, and touching slightly on robotics, Izuku has a feeling that Nezu-san is using today as a testing range to find starting points so he can plan out all the lessons leading up to the exams and beyond. Aizawa and Yamada come up to Nezu-san's office for lunch, and the four eat while Izuku talks about what he's learning and how excited he is. Izuku also gives Yamada Mei-chan's mother's information, so he can get a drop-off address and time for tomorrow. Yamada smiles while watching Izuku talk. Aizawa is wrapped up in a yellow sleeping bag, but Izuku is almost completely sure he's awake and paying attention. Once lunch has been eaten, Yamada and Aizawa leave to go back to their classes. Before leaving, Yamada hugs Izuku and kisses the top of his head. Aizawa gives a gentle side hug and hair ruffle. Izuku turns back to Nezu-san with an excited smile. What's next, Nezu-san? Let's see how much you know about computer hardware and wiring. It's good to have a well-rounded knowledge about these things. For the last few hours of the school day, Nezu-san and Izuku discuss computer systems, electrical wiring, and a little more about hacking before taking a break from that for the last hour to go over blueprints of Yui. Nezu-san explains that he wants Izuku to know the school grounds well as part of his training hours will be traversing the school on scavenger hunt type exercises, as well as the knowledge of quick ways to get from one place to another is a useful skill to cultivate. Izuku giggles as he traces the blueprints and begins memorizing the main areas first. So, we can explore all the air vents too? Oh yes. Nezu-san cackles. It's quite fun to do, and not everyone can fit in the vents, so we simply must take advantage. Plus, it'll be fun to surprise people by appearing at random. Stealth and surprise? Izuku giggles again. Nezu-san grins conspiratorially. Exactly. All useful skills, Izuku-kun. Yamada strolls into the office soon after that to see the two of them smiling while staring at various blueprints. The blonde freezes mid-step. Oh no, Yamada cries. Sho said no world domination. Izuku smiles up at him. Nezu-san said it's okay. It's just the school. Yamada laughs a quirk-enhanced laugh, causing things on the table to rattle slightly. Oh boy, it's gonna get very interesting in this school soon. Izuku smiles, feeling warm. He knows that Yamada means it in a non-negative way, and that he is actually amused. Izuku feels relieved, like he's actually being accepted. Izuku turns and smiles at Nezu-san. Thank you for today, Nezu-san. I can't wait for our next day together. Nezu reaches out to pat Izuku gently on the arm. Oh, I had a good time, Izuku-kun. I am excited to have such a bright mind to teach. I'll see you again Monday morning. Bye, Nezu-san. Have a nice weekend. Izuku says sweetly as Yamada guides him out and down the hall to the elevator. Izuku bounces on his toes as Yamada presses the button from the ground floor. Where's Aizawa? Yamada leans down to look at Izuku over the rim of his glasses, his bright green eyes lit up with excitement. Sho, and I thought you might enjoy starting your training today in one of the gyms. Izuku wiggles a little, trying to stay still but also excited. Really? Yamada laughs. Just a little introduction to get a starting point, but yes, really. Izuku wiggles, practically vibrating in place. Sounds great. Once the elevator doors open, Yamada throws an arm around Izuku's shoulders to gently lead him down the different halls to a gym. Aizawa is waiting inside the doorway. Izuku smiles brightly. Aizawa returns it with a grin of his own. Nedu is corrupting our sweet green bean. Yamada yells, collapsing against Aizawa with a hand held up to his head. Corrupting him, I say. Aizawa smirks as he takes the majority of Yamada's weight. We already knew it was going to happen, Aizawa mutters. He reaches out and ruffles Izuku's hair. Have a good day with Nedu, kid? Yeah. We started on ciphers and learning a bunch about computers. It's all so interesting. And Nedu-sen showed me the school's blueprints and said he'll teach me how to get around by the air ducts and vents. It's all so cool. Aizawa shoves Yamada off him. Sounds like you've had a busy day. Still up for some physical exercise? Yes. Yamada stands up straight once more. Let's get started, yeah. He yells as he finger guns at Izuku. After explaining the usual test he puts first-year students through on their first day, Aizawa has Izuku do the exercises to establish a base for all of them. He also introduces a simple obstacle course to Izuku and runs through it slowly, with Izuku wants to teach him how to safely run it. Aizawa also runs through some stretching exercises to help cool down his muscles. Afterwards, Izuku is sitting on the ground drinking a bottle of water Yamada handed him. Izuku is sweaty and tired but feeling exhilarated in a way too. Aizawa and Yamada both sit on the ground with Izuku. You did good, Aizawa says. And now we have a good basis on your strengths and what needs improving. I have strengths, Izuku asks, a little out of breath. Yamada, who changed into civilian clothes while they were running a mile around the track, nods and flicks his blonde hair over his shoulder. Oh yes, Green Bean. You've just been led to think they aren't all that great. You are naturally fast and agile, and we should definitely lean into that. We will train you to be an agile fighter, quick on your feet and clever over trying to get you to build a ridiculous amount of muscle to try to get you super strong. We'll still have you doing some weightlifting and have you build some muscle, but in all honesty, you are naturally most likely going to be built for lean-toned muscle, rather than like bodybuilder muscle. You'll still need to be strong, but it's not always the most important thing, Aizawa adds. But don't heroes need to be really strong? Izuku mumbles, an image of All Might flashing through his mind. You're thinking too much about that idiot and others like Endeavor who rely solely on their strength and power. Do you think Zashi and I are built to be super strong? Izuku studies his dad's for a moment before shaking his head. No. Both of you are built more like runners. Exactly, Aizawa says. Sure, we can lift a good amount of weight for short PRDS, but in the end we are quicker and more agile. Can you name a couple other heroes who rely on things other than strength and pure power? Izuku bites his bottom lip as he thinks for a moment. There's Midnight, who is clever and agile with a useful quirk, but not a powerhouse. There's also Hawks, who is known for his speed, and Best Jeanist and Edge Shot. Exactly. There are amazing heroes out there who use their agility and technique over brute strength, Yamada says. Many underground heroes have weaker quirks or non-combat quirks, Aizawa explains, and so they make up for it with being smart and outthinking their opponents, and also many rely on some support gear as well, like my capture scarf. Izuku nods. So, in the end, I need to rely on my ability to analyze quickly and be able to outmaneuver my opponents, as well as utilizing stealth and surprise at times as well. Aizawa nods. Yes, and giving you a well-rounded fighting style that incorporates many different styles to find something that really fits you will be important as well. So we should maybe try to tentatively agree on what range of fighter you want to be, and that way we can figure out all the right styles. But we will come back to that at another time. We first need to get a good endurance and stamina base as well as start on parkour, because all of those will always be helpful. Do you think I can ask Mei-chan for ideas on fighting styles? Izuku asks quietly. I don't think that's a problem, Yamada says. Can I ask your reasoning? Izuku looks down at his hands as he interlocks his fingers nervously. Mei-chan wants to talk support gear, and she's very smart. I think she'll give me a lot of ideas so I can start to figure out what I want. Plus, she seems really intuitive and I think she'd have some cool ideas. I think that's a good starting point, Aizawa says calmly. Having someone to bounce ideas off of is great, and she is a peer and will most likely work with you for a long time. And you can change your mind even once you're in the hero course. Find what best suits you. Izuku smiles. Okay. He yawns. Alright, enough of this. Let's go home and get some food and sleep. Yamada laughs as he stands to help Izuku up. Got a busy day tomorrow. Izuku lays on his bed after supper and shower and a cuddle session with Yamada after Aizawa left for patrol. He smiles up at the ceiling still lit with the soft yellow light of his lamp. I'm really going to do it. I'm going to become a hero. I finally have people who believe in my dream and are helping me. I'll prove to everyone that I'm worthy. That someone powerless, like me, can do good, can be a hero. Chapter 20. Izuku wakes up due to the fact he can hear BSDRD in the hallway, meowing angrily. Shut it, you demon. You're going to wake the kid. Aizawa growls lowly. I just got home from patrol. It's too early for your bullshit, and you know Zashi feeds you when he gets up. Izuku muffles a snicker in his blanket at how BSDRD immediately starts yowling. What makes Izuku nearly choke is the fact that Aizawa yowls back at the cat. MRRP. Izuku reaches out and pets Coffee as she lifts her head up to look at him from her spot curled up against Izuku's stomach. She lays back down and starts purring as Izuku continues petting her. Grabbing his phone, Izuku checks the time. 5:54 a.m. Show. Yamada's voice questions quietly. Aizawa groans. Sorry, Zashi, I didn't mean to wake you up. It's fine. Why are you home so late? You okay? Yeah, I'm good. There was just a villain I had caught, and had to stick around at the station to do the usual stuff. It just took a little longer tonight. Go ahead and get some sleep, love. I'm going to start breakfast for the little listener and me. Don't worry, we can handle shopping alone. Aizawa hums. Love you. Love you too. Go to bed. Izuku smiles while listening to his dad's. He sits up and picks up Coffee, who lets out a soft MRRP as she is lifted from the bed, but she settles quickly in Izuku's arms with a contented purr. Izuku hugs her to his chest, allowing the purring to vibrate against his chest as he listens to Aizawa shuffle to the other bedroom, the door across the hall opening and closing quietly. After a few minutes of cat snuggles, Izuku gets up and leaves his room, Coffee still settled in his arms. He walks into the kitchen to find Yamada laying ingredients on the counter in preparation for breakfast. The blonde looks up over the rim of his glasses and immediately spots Izuku. Good morning, Green Bean, he greets with a bright smile. Izuku smiles in return.
Morning, he says as
he lets Coffee down at the cat's food bowls. What are you making? Omuris, Yamada answers. And I'm writing a shopping list of everything we need today. Did you want to shower before we eat and go shopping? Sho isn't coming with us. He needs some rest from his long patrol. Hope that's okay. Izuku nods. Yeah, that's fine. I heard him and BSDRD. I'll take a shower now. Yamada chuckles at the remark about Aizawa and BSDRD. After a quick shower and getting dressed for the day, in a pair of jeans and a simple t-shirt again, Izuku eats breakfast beside Yamada at the breakfast counter as they talk about the shopping list. Alright, so clothes, toiletries, some bedspreads, some decoration for your room, some notebooks and other supplies. Workout gear, Sho suggested. Yamada lists off as he shoves a bite of food in his mouth. Izuku, with his chopsticks halfway to his mouth, freezes. That seems like a lot of stuff. Yamada turns to look at Izuku with bright green eyes. For a moment, Yamada simply quietly studies Izuku. Maybe it seems like a lot, but I could buy you an entire house of clothes and still want to get more. Sho says that I like shopping too much. Yamada smiles as he winks, but I think I like shopping just the right amount. Izuku slowly brings the bite of food to his mouth and silently chews and swallows as he really thinks about all of this. He remembers that Yamada really wants to buy him things, and Aizawa told Izuku that Yamada wants to spoil him and that it would be good if Izuku allows that to happen. He knows these two heroes want to do this for him, and Yamada seems genuinely excited for all this. So happy to indulge for Izuku. But Izuku also remembers how his mother barely got him anything, especially in the last few years, seemingly caring less and less about making sure Izuku was clothed and fed. It seems like too much for me. I don't want them to spend their money on me. I'm just a Deku. But Aizawa doesn't think that. Yamada doesn't think that. Mei-chan doesn't think that. Nezu-sensei doesn't think that. They think I'm smart and special and worth caring for. My dads love me, they told me. And Yamada does seem really happy at just the thought of doing all this for me. Maybe it's okay to just let Yamada spend money on me. All I have to do is just go along and let it happen. Right? Izuku. Yamada's clear voice says. You okay? Izuku turns to look at Yamada, who looks slightly worried, his eyebrows pushed together, and a slight frown pulling at his usually smiling mouth. So Izuku says something that he hopes will make Yamada smile again. Can we get a nightlight for my room too? And it works. Yamada smiles brightly. Of course we can, kiddo. Do you know what you'd like? We can get just a simple plug-in, or a ceiling projector one with stars or something, or maybe fairy lights. I'm not really sure, but I'd like to look, Izuku says quietly. Yamada's smile softens as the man watches Izuku. Of course, kiddo. The rest of breakfast passes quickly. Then the two get ready. Izuku grabs a jacket and his backpack with some of his analysis notebooks and pens for when he goes to visit Mei-chan. Izuku meets Yamada at the Genkan. Yamada is wearing simple dark jeans with a light blue long-sleeve shirt and black boots, not his hero boots, and his long blonde hair is half tied back in a bun. Ready to go, kiddo? Yamada asks excitedly, his smile wide as he watches Izuku put his shoes on. Uh-huh, Izuku hums. A little nervous, though. Why are you nervous, Izuku? Yamada asks as he ushers Izuku through the door before BSDRD, who is watching from the edge of the Genkan, can try to lunge out.
Oh,
Crowds, I guess. Izuku mutters. A lot of people. And what if I see someone that recognizes me? Will they do anything? Yell, or make fun of me? Izuku follows the blonde hero down the hall to the elevator. Well, I'll be with you the whole time, yeah? Yamada says brightly. I won't let anything happen to you, Green Bean. Izuku returns Yamada's grin with one of his own. Yeah, that's right. I know Yamada will protect me. He wouldn't let anyone mess with me. It's a calm ride to the mall with Yamada. Izuku watches the streets go by as Yamada sings softly with the radio. Izuku thinks of how nice Yamada's singing voice is, smooth and clear. After Yamada parks the car, Izuku jumps out and walks around so he's next to his guardian. After a moment of hesitation, Izuku, who is nervous and trying to not pull his hair or twist his fingers, reaches out to take the man's hand. Yamada simply turns to smile brightly at Izuku and holds the smaller hand firmly in his own, easing Izuku's anxiety with the easy acceptance of the hand holding. Yamada leads the way into the mall and gently guides Izuku through the main area and into a large clothing store. All right, kiddo, let's get some clothes for you first. Do you know what you would like? Izuku hesitates and bites his lip to prevent the instinctive "you don't need to waste your money on me." Izuku glances around at all the clothing racks, displays, and mannequins. He glances up at Yamada, who is calmly watching Izuku. Yamada-san? Yes, Izuku? I'm not really sure what I, want. Would you help me find stuff? Izuku looks down at his bright red shoes. I don't know where to start, Izuku admits quietly. Of course, Izuku, Yamada says softly, his tone calm and warm and not at all impatient like Izuku's mom had been. How about we get some nice basics and neutrals, and while we do that just glance around. If you see a color or pattern you like, point it out to me. Anything that looks interesting, okay? Izuku looks up into earnest yellow-green eyes and slowly nods. Oh, okay, I will try. Yamada gently pulls Izuku down an aisle and starts looking through pants. Here, these look your size, Yamada says as he pulls a couple pairs of jeans out. Would you be willing to try some stuff on? Izuku freezes. Yamada gently takes hold of Izuku's shoulder. It's mostly just so we know your size. You do not have to try everything on. You don't have to try anything on if you don't want to. No, it's okay, I can. Yamada squeezes his shoulder. Okay, Green Bean, but tell me if you start feeling uncomfortable. Izuku nods. Yamada pulls a total of 4 pairs of jeans in different styles and colors. Then 2 pairs of slacks, For more formal occasions, little listener. Then Yamada guides Izuku to some shirts. Izuku watches as his guardian proceeds to pull various shirts in neutral tones, like black, white, cream, as well as a couple of soft sweaters and a couple button-ups. As Izuku follows the blonde hero, a particular shirt catches his attention. It's light gray, like Eraserhead's capture scarf, and has a black cat on the front with one arm raised. Izuku pauses, looks at Yamada, who has stopped and is watching with curious eyes. And Izuku knows that Yamada probably wants Izuku to take charge just a little. Can I? Izuku motions to the cat t-shirt. Yamada smiles. Of course, listener. Go ahead and grab one. Once Izuku is holding a cat shirt in his hands, Yamada guides Izuku back to the private changing rooms. Okay, Izuku. I would really like it if you would try at least one pair of jeans, one slack, and a couple different kinds of shirts to make sure they fit alright. Is that okay with you? Izuku nods. Okay. I want you to know that you do not have to come out if you are not comfortable. You can just tell me if it fits, if you don't like it, or if it's good. You don't want to see the clothes? Izuku asks softly. I would love to, but you being safe and comfortable is my main priority, okay? You can show me if you like, but are under no obligation. Izuku nods. Okay. Yamada smiles, his eyes creasing at the edges. He hands Izuku a small, manageable stack that is not daunting and nudges Izuku into the changing cubby. After trying on a good bit and showing Yamada some of it, they come to the conclusion that Izuku doesn't like skinny jeans and prefers a slightly looser fit, and that soft sweaters are amazing, and a shirt that Yamada calls Henley is surprisingly comfortable. Yamada easily switches out what Izuku doesn't like for more of the styles that Izuku does like. Among some essentials, as Yamada calls them. After a while, Izuku finds a couple of flannel shirts as well as a very soft sweater in a dark purple, a light jacket, and a slightly heavier coat. Yamada helps him pick out 2 hoodies. Then, Yamada also has him pick a couple more t-shirts that he likes. Once finished in the store, Yamada carries the, frankly massive, haul to the checkout. In total, Izuku gains 4 pairs of jeans, 2 blue, 1 black, and 1 gray, 2 pairs of slacks, 5 t-shirts, 2 flannel shirts, 3 Henleys, 3 button-ups, 4 sweaters jumpers, 2 hoodies, a jacket, and a coat, as well as some workout gear at Yamada's suggestion. Yamada also unashamedly grabs Izuku socks and underwear after a few minutes of gently wrestling the embarrassing, only to Izuku, answers of what kind he prefers. Yamada wisely doesn't let Izuku see the total. To be honest, Izuku knows he may have panicked to know how much all that came out to. Izuku helps Yamada carry all those bags to the car so they can continue unhindered by a few dozen pounds of clothing. After coming back in, Yamada leads them to a stationery store and turns to Izuku with a wide smile. Okay, Green Bean, I want you to pick out whatever you want in here. Notebooks, journals, pens, stickers, anything. I mean it. Whatever catches your fancy, you just grab and bring over to me. But I don't really need anything like this, Izuku whispers while watching his hands squeeze together. Yamada gently pulls Izuku's chin up. That's not true, little listener. You are going to be studying with Nedu and the other UE teachers until the new school year starts. So you need some note-taking materials at the very least. And you'll need some good journals for your analysis, yeah. But Izuku blushes as he feels tears well up. Yamada's expression somehow softens even more. I would like to buy this stuff for you. This is stuff you can use and have good quality of. I want you to have nice things to pursue your hobby and schooling, or whatever you wish. I know this is hard. You are not used to being allowed stuff or asking for stuff. You have been taught that you aren't worth it and that you have no right to want. But I am telling you, you are my child, mine and Shouda's, and we want to give you this stuff and provide for you. I would like you to try to do this. Izuku likes to think that it is completely understandable when he starts crying as he watches what can only be affection, honesty, and love fill Yamada's eyes. Oh, okay, Izuku warbles. Yamada smiles as he gently strokes Izuku's cheeks to wipe his tears away. Okay, now go find some stuff you like, or I will buy one of everything. I will do it. Izuku giggles. Would that even fit in the car? Chuckling, Yamada shrugs. I would try. Now go, find some stuff. Izuku nods and, after wiping his face roughly, turns to slowly walk down all the aisles. Okay, start simple. Yamada is right. I need stuff for studying, so notebooks and pens. After finding some simple notebooks, he picks out a few colors: green, red, purple, white, and grabs a couple of each. Izuku also picks up a pack of pencils, a couple pens, some erasers, a pencil sharpener, as well as a simple pencil case. He takes the stack of school supplies back to Yamada and offers it up like a sacrifice. Yamada takes it and puts it all in the basket he's holding with nothing more than a glance at everything. Those will be school stuff, Izuku says quietly before chewing on his lower lip. Yamada nods. How about you grab some stuff for your analysis? Or you could even get some drawing and art supplies. After all, you do draw in your analysis as well. I can get art supplies? Izuku asks dumbly. Of course. Colored pencils, markers, paints, sketchbooks, pens. Seriously, Green Bean, go ahead and just grab whatever strikes your fancy. Yamada cheers encouragingly. Izuku nods and walks away once more, feeling more than a little shaky. Mom always thought that art was frivolous. She said I was never good enough to do anything with it, so why bother? I haven't gotten art supplies to just make art in, well, a long time, but Yamada said to get stuff, so maybe. Izuku scans over all the journals and finds some dotted grid journals with soft cream-colored covers. He grabs 3 immediately. Is 3 too many? No, Yamada said get what I want. 3 journals for analysis is fine. Izuku also picks up 2 different-sized art pads. The smaller is mainly for sketching, and then a slightly larger one with thicker paper that could stand up to paint if need be. Looking over all the art supplies, Izuku settles on some colored pencils, a small charcoal pencil set, and a set of watercolor brush pens. I've worked with charcoal before, and some paints, but the brush pens look kind of interesting. I'll get a smaller, cheaper set to try, and then maybe if I like them I could get more another time. Nodding to himself, Izuku piles it all into his arms and starts to head back to where Yamada is patiently waiting. The blonde smiles. Find some interesting stuff, little listener? Yes, I think so. Journals for analysis, art pads, some drawing stuff. Izuku mumbles shyly. Sounds great. After putting the rest of Izuku haul into the basket, Yamada links an arm with Izuku and guides him to the cashier counter. While you were looking around, I also grabbed some stuff. Highlighters, note cards, sticky notes, stuff like that. I also got some new grading pens. Sho always uses harsh red, but I love using different colors, so I grabbed some interesting ones. Yamada explains with a laugh. Izuku relaxes slightly and watches as everything is bagged and paid for. Alright, now let's go to our next stop, hair care and other necessities. Yamada says as he pulls Izuku out of the shop and down the row of stores. Once inside the store, Yamada starts walking around and grabbing products while explaining to Izuku about how he had researched how best to take care of curly hair. After a while, they find a shampoo and conditioner for curly hair, as well as a leave-in conditioner to help keep his hair moisturized. Izuku sees Yamada grab a few more things, but Izuku is honestly barely following along at this point. Although Izuku is secretly pleased with how much thought Yamada genuinely put into this, something that Izuku barely sees as necessary but Yamada obviously sees as important. Izuku does pick out a body wash that smells like citrus fruits, bright and fresh, as well as a deodorant. After that's taken care of, Yamada leads them into a large store that has a lot of furniture and bedding supplies. Okay, Izuku. Yamada starts, putting a hand on his hip, bags bouncing off his leg. I wanted to find at least 3 bedding sets, a desk, a lamp, at least 1 decoration, and some comfy things like extra pillows and blankets. Then we can check out the night lights, you dig? Yamada says as he waves his other arm in a wide arc. Izuku gapes at him for a moment. Yamada? There's already a desk in my room though? And that sounds like a lot. That desk needs to be replaced. We've had it since we were in school. We want you to have one that suits you. And kid. Yamada pauses to place a hand on Izuku's shoulder. Sho, and I want you to make that room yours. It's going to be your space for a long time. I want you to be comfortable and actually enjoy your time there. Izuku looks down at his bright red shoes. But it just seems like a lot. Yamada hums. Okay, I guess it could seem like a lot. But if left to my own devices, I will buy everything that looks pretty or shiny or fun. Shouta says that I'm a magpie with no self-control. Izuku snorts and looks back up, meeting the bright green eyes behind rectangular glasses. You use that thread a lot, Izuku teases, surprising himself that he's comfortable enough to do so. Yamada grins widely. Maybe, but I'll follow through. Do you really want to see what I'll do if you don't curb my shopaholic tendencies? Izuku snickers and shakes his head. Well, I guess I could. Yamada chuckles. Good choice. Let's pick out bedding sets first. Grab a cart and let's go. Over the next half hour, Izuku walks down aisles looking at bedding and pillows and blankets. He ends up picking out a soft gray bedding set, the gray of very similar shade to Eraserhead's capture scarf, but Yamada says nothing, even though Izuku saw him smile sweetly at that particular choice. A galaxy-themed bedding set, swirls of purples, reds, and pinks, and a dark blue set. With some prodding, Izuku also finds a couple of fluffy pillows to add to his bed as well as a weighted blanket and a very soft orange, like Present Mix Hero glasses, blanket that Izuku immediately falls in love with the texture of. After that, Yamada pulls Izuku to the furniture section. Together, they talk about pros and cons of different desks until they settle on one. It's a light wood with a raised shelf for computer monitors, though Izuku just wants to put his figures there, and has an attachment on the side with a couple shelves as well as 3 drawers on the other side. It's nice. And far more than Izuku feels like he deserves. Yamada simply just hugs Izuku and orders the desk online to be shipped to their apartment while Izuku cries into his shoulder. Once Izuku has calmed down, they move on to the simpler stuff such as lamps and decorations. Izuku, fairly easily, picks out a desk lamp and a small bedside lamp, both simple designs of black and silver. What ends up being a struggle is the decor part. What did you like to decorate with at your other apartment? Yamada asks. Izuku shrugs. Hero merch, all might, mostly. We could do that. Hesitating, Izuku chews on his bottom lip. I mean, yeah, but... Yamada turns and studies Izuku. But it feels different now, he asks softly. It's just my favorite hero crushed my dreams and mom just abandoned me and I don't know, I feel like I'm not the same. Like something is wrong with me. Because now I don't think I see heroes as a whole anymore and not the same. Like I'm broken. I think, Yamada hums, that you have seen something that broke some of your belief in heroes as a whole. And while you do truly still love heroes and love analyzing quirks and want to be a hero, I think you've also moved away from idolization of all heroes. Nothing is wrong with that. Nothing is wrong with you, Izuku. You're a teenager. You will continue to grow and change your mind about things. You're allowed to change. Sho would probably be a whole lot happier if kids would stop blindly idolizing heroes. Not all heroes are good people. Not all of them should be looked up to by young minds. Your trust was broken by adults. And by a hero. Nothing wrong with not wanting to look at that hero hanging on your wall anymore. Izuku sniffles, trying to hold back more tears. Okay. He rubs his face. I don't know what I'd want to decorate with, though. Yamada grins. That's okay. We'll just mosey around and see if anything strikes your fancy. For the next 30 minutes, Izuku follows as Yamada flits from one aisle to the next, holding up paintings and plaques and other decorative things. Izuku picks out a watercolor painting of a simple forest scene, a stuffed badger, and a small multi-picture frame, for when you get photos printed of all the fun times to come, green bean. Lastly, Yamada leads Izuku to where they can browse different kinds of nightlights. Izuku stays away from the hero merch ones as they no longer feel right. After some discussion of pros and cons with Yamada, Izuku ends up picking out some fairy lights that Yamada promises he will help hang up in Izuku's bedroom. The lights are just a long string of small round lights that glow a soft golden yellow that looks warm and inviting. Once again, Yamada doesn't let Izuku know the total for everything. Izuku still ends up feeling rather anxious and like a burden. Yamada spends a few quiet moments hugging and stroking Izuku's hair while Izuku dissociates for a bit as he tries to fathom the care that these heroes feel for him. After Izuku calms down and they pack everything into the car, Yamada and Izuku stop for a quick lunch and Izuku texts, Mei-chan to tell her they're going to be there soon. She responds with a bunch of happy face emojis as well as a few explosion emojis. Izuku can't help smiling at his phone as his friend responds with nonsensical excitement. You excited, kiddo? Yamada asks as he pulls into a small gated community to drive back to Mei-chan's family's house. Izuku grins over at him. Yeah. Mei-chan said she'll show me the lab her dad gave her to use. And she also wants to start planning my hero gear and stuff, and she's told me her dad is an inventor and support tech, and her mom designs hero costumes. Yamada chuckles as he parks the car. Sounds like a lot of fun there. When we go in, I'm going to discuss a couple things with your friend's mother. I'll explain about Sho and me and everything, and you're good to tell Mei-chan about us being heroes and about Yui. Izuku smiles brightly. Thanks, Yamada. Grabbing his backpack, Izuku jumps out of the car. At the same time, the front door of the Hatsum house bursts open, revealing Mei-chan, wearing her signature overalls with a few singed-looking spots. Ziyu-chan. Mei-chan screams as she takes a running leap at Izuku. Once he has been suitably tackled onto the grass, Mei-chan hugging him around his torso, Izuku starts laughing and hugs his friend back. Mei-chan. Izuku sees Yamada sliding his phone back into his pocket as he walks up the sidewalk to greet the woman in the doorway as Izuku and Mei-chan are still laying in the grass. Zu-chan, I'm so excited you're here. We're going to have so much fun. Mei-chan laughs into Izuku's shoulder. I knew Yamada looked familiar. Mei-chan says as she leads Izuku down the stairs to the inventing lab the Hatsums have in their reinforced basement. And your tired dad being Eraserhead makes sense now that I know. Izuku smiles as he follows his friend. He had just said bye to Yamada after the blonde man had explained that he and Aizawa are heroes and everything necessary. Mei-chan, stop calling him that, Izuku begs as he tries to not laugh. Zu-chan, they are totally your dads, Mei-chan laughs. Stop your denial. Yamada also had the dad look Aizawa did. Okay, here we are. Mei-chan drags Izuku through a doorway, revealing a wide-open space with many workstation-like areas. There are multiple tables bolted to the floor and large toolboxes lining the walls and other larger tools hanging from different areas. There is also a small area with multiple scorch marks on the far side of the area as well as a door to a separate room that has large observation windows. Dad sometimes works on stuff down here, but I'm allowed to use everything that's not in the locked cabinets. Mom has an office upstairs. Wow. Izuku whispers as he tries to take everything in. This is amazing. Mei-chan jumps up and down a couple times, like she just has too much energy. Right? Come on, let me show you what I've been working on to show at the support entrance exam. Also, it's very cool that you're studying under Principal Nedu. Nedu-sensei is a good teacher, Izuku says with a smile. Show me everything. For the next hour, Izuku follows Mei-chan around the lab as she shows him her auto balancers and jetpack, capture gun, a multitude of glitter bombs and normal gear, grappling hooks, communication devices, collapsible weapons, and some schematics for different bombs. Then Mei-chan grabs some drinks, and the two of them sit at one of the cleaner tables and pull some heavy paper for blueprints and such. Okay, Zu-chan, Mei starts. You have any gear ideas? You don't have interfering quirks or anything, so we could do anything. A perfect blank slate foundation to build on. Are we going to try to make a capture scarf like your dad? Izuku smiles. No, I don't think the capture scarf is really going to be a great match for me. It's a very specialized weapon, and I think I'm going to go with more variety in melee. But I do have a couple ideas. So there were these old pre-quirk comics that I was looking into and watched some movies, and I found a couple things I think would be cool. Whoa, lay it on me. So there's this hero called Black Widow, and her comic wrist gauntlets are pretty awesome. They have grapples, tasers, and other things. I was thinking maybe we could add some tranq darts, smoke bombs, and I don't know, you can probably think of some other stuff to add. Also, there's this cool comic book hero called Nightwing, also from pre-quirk times, and he uses eskrima rods that can be electrified, and I think that could be a versatile weapon. Mei-chan is almost vibrating where she sits on her stool. That is great. Okay, so you'll be an underground hero, right? Yeah, I don't think I really want to be Spotlight anymore. Izuku mumbles. Okay, we'll go with a sleek and efficient design for stuff. Wrist gauntlets. Mei-chan starts mumbling as she draws some rough sketches. I can definitely hold grappling lines, smoke bombs, a couple tranks, and short-range tasers. I'll probably make you some gloves that help with climbing, and, oh, I could add magnetic elements to your gloves and boots so you can scale metal really easily, and even hang with them when you need to do stakeouts and stuff. And if I make the eskrima sticks metal, it could even help to make sure that you don't lose your grip on them. Mei makes some more sketches and starts scribbling notes. Oh, and some shock absorption in your boots so when you jump, it won't be as hard on your joints. Obviously, steel toes are important. Izuku starts making his own notes in a notebook he pulls from his backpack. I'll need some body armor that's light but durable. My dad has some material we can use. Izuku starts doodling a rough draft of a hero suit. Mei-chan puts some music on. Every couple minutes they compare notes, and then start refining certain details. Mei-chan's mother, Hatsum Hana, brings some snacks down at one point, cooing over their sketches and gently ruffling both teenagers' hair before leaving them again. They spend 3 hours planning, sketching, and brainstorming. They end up with a suit design that is made up of armored black vest with a hood over a tight black undershirt with a turtleneck, cargo pants, black combat boots with red soles, yellow knee and elbow pads, leather gloves with red finger pads, and yellow-rimmed dark-tinted goggles that Mei-chan plans on making so they can display information for Izuku. The wrist gauntlets and belt are yellow and black and are going to be full of support gear. They also have a design for a black sling bag with a couple semi-separated packs with extra gear, medical supplies, and extra weapons and other useful devices. Both of them figure they can add symbols if Izuku wants to once he picks a hero name out. The design has taken inspiration from Eraserhead and Present Mic with some of the colors as well as certain shapes of the clothes. The yellow for Eraserhead's goggles, the leather vest like Present Mic's leather jacket, the little hints of red from Present Mic's suit. After they eat dinner with Mei-chan's parents, both Hatsum-sans enjoy hearing about their designs and plans, and Hatsum Akira gives some advice to his daughter on good materials to use for different things. They go back down to the lab to start testing stuff. Izuku only bounces off one wall and the ceiling when they tested the jetpack and balancer boots. Mei-chan gets taken down by a net launched by the capture gun. She sits up, laughing maniacally. They explode a glitter bomb in the enclosed testing room as they watch through the windows. Izuku thinks it's horrifying yet perfect. I'm working on a sticky bomb too, Mei-chan cackles. So, when we can get the drop on the biggest idiot ever, he will be covered in pink glitter forever. Izuku stares at his friend where she climbed up on the table to pose dramatically. Wide stance, fists clenched, arms held like she's about to throw down. Mei-chan, we can't attack the number 1 hero. Mei-chan pouts slightly and jumps off the table to octopus hug Izuku.
Ugh, fine.
We won't attack him. We can aggressively, cheerfully say hello, toss the sticky glitter bomb to him like it's a present, and skedaddle out of there. Izuku laughs as he hugs Mei-chan back. You're a really awesome friend, Mei-chan. Mei-chan lets him go from the crushing hug to hold him by the shoulders. We are going to be best friends forever, Zu-chan. We are going to be an amazing team. I'll be the best support inventor of our time, and you are going to be the best underground hero. Izuku smiles back. I don't need to be number 1 or the best. I just want to help people and show people that quirks aren't always everything. We'll be the best we can be. Yeah. After another hour to calm down while they wait for the time Aizawa is supposed to come pick up Izuku, they end up relaxing on bean bags in Mei-chan's room. So, are you calling them dad yet? Mei-chan asks. I don't think I can just come out and do that. Izuku whines. That would be embarrassing. Nah, you should just do it and get it over with so you can get comfortable saying it, Mei-chan says. Izuku hums. I want to call them dad. But, do I call them both dad? I don't think either of them really suit father. Papa? Izuku scrunches his nose. No, not quite. My one auntie married a Chinese man, and their kids call him Baba. Or you can call one dad, and the other 2-chan. Izuku nods. Well, yeah, those are okay. But I'm nervous. Mei grabs hold of Izuku's hand. You're so brave though, Zu-chan. And they've said they're adopting you. Yeah. And with how you talk about Principal Nedu, you could probably call him Ojizen or something. Maybe even Aji-sensei. Mei-chan teases with a grin. Izuku gapes at her. I couldn't disrespect Nezu-sensei like that. Mei laughs raucously. I don't know, Zuchan. It kinda sounds like you've been adopted by him too. Izuku blushes.
No, it's he.
Nezu-sensei just sees me as a student, a protege. Izuku escapes when he hears Mei's mom call up that Aizawa is here to pick him up. Mei, who's still cackling, clings to Izuku as they stumble down the hall to the entrance. All three adults are talking. Aizawa smiles slightly. Izuku sees it mainly in his eyes when he catches sight of Izuku. Though, Aizawa also gives Mei a searching glance as she's almost in tears from breathless laughter. You two look like you had fun, Aizawa says slowly. I'm guessing the bruises are from fun activities at least. Izuku smiles brightly. I bounced off the ceiling when we were testing a jetpack. Aizawa stares for a moment. What? Izuku flushes slightly and glances away. It was a lot of fun. And there were mats on the ground for cushioning. Aizawa snorts. Sounds like you need more cushioning. Izuku grins up at him. Aizawa reaches forward to ruffle Izuku's hair. Then he pats Mei-chan's head. Glad you two had fun. We better get home though. Izuku turns to Mei-chan and is immediately glomped by the pink-haired girl. He laughs. You'll have to come over again to test out our ideas, Mei says. Love you, Zuchan. Izuku closes his eyes as he savors his friend's affection. Love you too, Mei-chan. I'll text you. Both Hatsune-sans pat Izuku gently and wish him and Aizawa good night. Izuku follows Aizawa to the car and climbs in. After a few quiet minutes of driving, Izuku glances at the hero. Are you upset? Aizawa glances quickly over with a raised brow. Why would I be upset? I've got new bruises, Izuku says quietly. Kid, no. Aizawa intones. I am not upset. Teenagers are clumsy and crazy and Hatsune-chan seems like she's extra crazy. You're gonna get bruised up in training too. I am not going to be mad unless someone is purposely trying to do you harm. I was a little surprised to hear you two were bouncing off ceilings, but whatever. This is probably the normal level of chaos you two will show regularly, so it's good to be prepared. Okay, Izuku hums. Now, did you have fun? Izuku grins and spends the drive home telling Aizawa about everything they did and about the gear Mei-chan is going to be working on for him. As they're making their up to their apartment, Aizawa throws an arm around Izuku's shoulders loosely. Zashi, and I put a lot of the stuff in your room, but if you want to move anything, we will do that, it's not a problem. And Zashi will want to know all about what you kids were doing today. Once inside the apartment, and after greeting the cats, Izuku is swept up into Yamada's arms. Hey, kiddo. Did you have fun with your friend? Yeah, Izuku says, slightly smothered into the blonde hero's chest. I'm glad. Tell me everything. Yamada laughs. After telling Yamada everything, he only broke out his quirk once when he laughed hard at the glitter threat Mei-chan made towards All Might. Izuku goes to check his room out. The new desk is set up and checking the drawers, he finds all his new notebook, art supplies, and pens. The bed is made up with the galaxy bedding set, and the soft yellow fairy lights are strung along the wall borders. Tears silently streak Izuku's face. He's not upset or sad, just overfilled with gratefulness and peace. It's so nice, he thinks. This feels so comfortable, it feels like mine. Is everything okay, Izuku? Yamada asks. Izuku turns and smiles at the nervous man. It's perfect, he says, voice emotional but strong. Thank you. Yamada smiles. Ah, kiddo. I'm glad. That night, when Izuku lies in bed, he can't remember a time when he felt more at peace and more loved than this day. Tomorrow I will ask to call them Dad. Because I'm theirs and they are mine. Shouta wakes up from a short nap after a late patrol. He knows that he'll probably nap later, but he needs to make breakfast for Izuku. Hizashi has an early radio segment this morning, so it's just going to be Shouta with Izuku until after lunch probably. Shouta stumbles from his room, tripping over bestiality. Again. Shouta hisses at the cat. Shouta sometimes wonders if that cat is trying to kill him, but then he'll act like an angel later just to confound Shouta. He keeps quiet though, trying to not wake up his kid. Shouta starts by making a quick and simple breakfast. He feeds the cats, The two girls joining BSDRD once they know it's food time, in between human breakfast tasks. Watching as Izuku ambles out and sits at the breakfast bar, Shouta feels the now almost constant swell of parental affection. The kid is not completely awake and his green curls are even more wild than usual. Shouta allows the small smile he doesn't usually show to appear as he sets Izuku's food in front of the kid. "Mornin'," Izuku mumbles as he grabs the utensils. "Morning, kid," Shouta says quietly. He sits beside Izuku once he has his own plate, and they eat quietly together. After a few minutes, there's 4 dings in a row, a few rapid texts to Izuku's phone apparently, as the kid pulls it from his pajama pockets. Shouta hums as he sees Izuku blush slightly as he texts back and then sets the phone down. Izuku rubs the fingers of his free hand together as he continues to eat. Shouta knows that this is a nervous gesture. "Everything okay?" Shouta asks. Izuku nods quickly, swallows his food, and flashes a nervous, but not fearful smile at Shouta. "Just May. She's being encouraging, but it's a little flustering. Like, I don't mind. She's being great. She's the best." Izuku pauses to breathe. "I'm not. I'm just nervous." Shouta nods slowly. Zashi and Oboro were the same way when we were all in high school.
Loud.
Friendly. Tiring. They were good, but sometimes a lot. Izuku glances at him from the corner of his eye and seems to pin Shouta with a much sharper gaze for a moment. Shouta is reminded a little of Nedu. For just a moment. Who's Oboro?"
Ah, right.
"He was one of my best friends. He was so good and kind." Shouta looks away for a moment at the rise of memories. "He died when we were still in school." Shouta looks back to see Izuku's face drain of color, making his freckles even more of a contrast. Shouta freezes, unsure of what has upset him. "I'm sorry," Izuku whispers. I didn't mean to bring up, bad memories. I'm sorry." Shouta reaches slowly out, and when Izuku doesn't flinch, wraps an arm around the kid. "Hey, no, Izuku. I am not upset at you. Yes, it still makes me sad, but you're allowed to ask things. I mentioned him first. I will never get mad at you for asking a question." Izuku nods and lays his head on Shouta's shoulder for a few moments. "Hizashi is better at telling stories, though. You should ask him sometime to show you his picture albums. Hizashi, Oboro, and I were inseparable, and we were pretty close to Tensei and Nomuri. Zashi has a lot of pictures and stories." Who's Tensei?" Izuku asks, looking much less likely to faint as he leans back up. "Ida Tensei," Shouta starts. "You're friends with Ingenium?" Izuku asks as he starts vibrating. "Yes."
Wow.
Izuku starts muttering under his breath, most of it Shouta not understanding. Shouta chuckles as he swears he can practically see the stars in the kid's eyes. "Hizashi and I were thinking about inviting him for dinner next Saturday. He has a younger brother your age, and you two will probably get to know each other eventually anyway with all of us being friends. We were thinking of inviting the Idas and then Nomuri as well. If that's all okay with you." Izuku rapidly nods his head. "So cool." Then he sort of wilts slightly. Do you think the, younger Ida will be, okay with me? Tenya happens to be one of the most uptight, but genuinely good kids. He's smart and wants to be a hero too. I'm sure the two of you will get along just fine. And Tensei would never allow his younger brother to be quirkist." Izuku bites his lip but also nods. "Okay, then that sounds good. I'd like to meet them." Shouta finally gives into the urge to ruffle the green curls.
Good.
"Now, finish your breakfast. We're going to a gym in a little while. I'm going to start you on some kickboxing, and we'll do some jogging too." Izuku smiles brightly. "Awesome. Is it a boxing gym or a regular gym?" Shouta explains through finishing breakfast and cleanup that the gym is actually run by a retired underground hero, and the gym is mostly hero or hero-adjacent clientele. He also explains calmly that this gym is frequented by unders, and that everyone keeps to themselves for the most part, and the vast majority are not social. Izuku promises to stay focused and not approach anyone, even if he recognizes someone. After their food settles and the two of them dress in loose, unrestrictive pants and short-sleeve shirts that are tighter to not get in the way, but not restrictive. They walk to the gym, a 10-minute trip, which is a good warm-up. Shouta ensures that the owner knows that Izuku is his kid and gets him a linked keycard for the gym that signs Izuku in under Shouda's profile. After showing Izuku how to wrap his hands, Shouta starts running his kid through the basics of form and explains posture and footwork. Shouta emphasizes that Izuku needs to remember that his balance and agility are going to be very important when facing opponents. Izuku is excited to start punching the bag after an hour of the more boring stuff. During their 2-hour training session, Shouta continues to see that Izuku soaks up new information and calm instruction like a sponge. Shouta gives a proud smile, the one Zashi says makes him look manic, as he pats Izuku on the shoulder. Izuku smiles back without any nervousness. After they jog back home as the cool down and stretching, they both take showers and eat a quick lunch. Izuku settles in the living room on the end of the couch. He chews on his lip as he stares at his phone again. Shouta sits on the couch as well as he starts thinking if he should take his nap now or wait until Hisashi gets back, which should be soon. Shouta raises an eyebrow when he catches Izuku glancing between him and his phone a few times. He decides to hold off sleep to hum encouragingly at the kid to see if he'll say what he obviously wants to bring up. Izuku seems to close his eyes and concentrate for nearly a full minute before dragging in a big breath, opening his green eyes and pinning a look of determination on his face. He turns to Shouta and opens his mouth. Do you think that Yamada would be okay with me calling him Pops? Tired? No, Shouta feels much more awake now. It sounds questioning when it escapes Shouda's mouth. Since your dad, I mean, Izuku says in a rushed manner, but keeping his green eyes determinately on Shouta. I think we'd get confused if I called you both Dad. Shouta is pretty sure he's a little young for a heart attack, but it sure feels like it is malfunctioning somehow. Cammy, say something or the kid is going to get sad. Yeah, that sounds good. Good thinking, kid. Hisashi would love that. His voice only sounds a little breathless. Shouta has never been grateful that he has chronic dry eye until now. He needs to not be blubbery over this. That will be Zashi. Izuku watches him for a long moment as Shouta tries to exude calm while his heart is still palpitating and his mind is blanking a little. After a moment, Izuku nods and smiles, calm and happy. Can I have a hug, Dad? Shouta immediately pulls his kid into his arms and squeezes him. Shouta rests his chin on Izuku's head and closes his eyes to savor this. Anytime you want, kiddo. Izuku squeezes him back. Thank you, he whispers into Shouda's shirt. After a little while, they separate slightly. Izuku starts reading a book he was assigned by Nedu. Shouta starts working on grading his classes. He decides to wait for Hisashi to get home to nap. Hisashi comes home and greets them happily and quickly joins them in the living room. Hey there, my two favorite people. You having a good day? Shouta watches for what's about to happen closely. Izuku smiles, bright but with a hint of excited shyness. Shouta can see Hisashi melt a bit at the expression on their kid's face. Yeah, Pops, Izuku starts. Hisashi freezes for a split moment. Then his smile widens further somehow. Dad took me to the gym and started teaching me kickboxing, and we had lunch and just have been relaxing since. Izuku continues to explain. His green eyes focused on Hisashi. Hisashi, who is currently tearing up, even though he's smiling. Little listener. Hisashi lunges forward to pick up Izuku and squeeze him into a tight hug. Hisashi is now crying and laughing as he cradles Izuku. Kiddo, green bean. Izuku baby. I love you so much, honey. I love you too, Pops, Izuku says, muffled by Hisashi's shoulder. Hisashi meets Shouda's red, quirk-activated, eyes. Shouta lets his quirk deactivate, hoping Zashi has control again. Hisashi gives a tremulous smile, wobbly and small but so dim and hopeful and loving. Shouta nods and smiles slightly in understanding. Hisashi, after a couple minutes of impromptu cuddles and now much calmer, sets Izuku back down. Izuku smiles up at the blonde. Dad also said about you guys maybe inviting your friends next weekend, and it's so cool that you're friends with Ingenium. What's he like? Oh yeah, that's gonna so fun, Hisashi responds. Hey, let me get a photo album and I can show you some old pictures of us. Sho was such a pouty kitten back then. Shouta huffs as he settles down on the couch and pulls a blanket over himself for a nap. He drifts off while listening to his husband and kid chatting and cooing over photos. Later that night, after sending Izuku to bed, Shouta and Hisashi are getting ready for sleep in their own bedroom. Hisashi comes to hug Shouta from behind while Shouta is brushing his teeth. Zashi rests his forehead on one of his shoulders and shivers a bit. Strong emotions the most likely cause. Shouta pats his husband's hands where they're clenched in his shirt over his stomach. God, Shouta, Hisashi whispers, the vibrations of his quirk in the air slightly, not loud, just a slight buzzing sensation. I love that kid so much. Sniffle. He called me Pops. I'm Pops. Your dad. It's perfect. Shouta pats his hands again before he leans over to spit and rinse with mouthwash and spit again. I know, Zashi. Me too. Zashi squeezes him a little tighter for a moment. I'm so happy, he says, voice wobbly. Shouta smiles slightly at their reflection. He hums slightly in agreement. After a minute, Shouta starts herding Hisashi to bed for sleep. He's still tired and wants some more rest before dealing with, teenagers tomorrow. Once they're lying down, Shouta on his back with Hisashi cuddled to his side, he feels himself start to drift off. Good night, love, Hisashi whispers. Good night, Zashi. Shouta sinks fully into unconsciousness. No nightmares, he's too content for them to bother him tonight. Shouta POV. The week leading up to dinner with the Iidas starts fine. Izuku soaks up affection like a very thirsty sponge and is enjoying Nezu's special brand of focus care. The middle of the week is upsetting. Tuesday, Shouta picks up his phone a little after supper with the caller ID reading Detective Tsukachi. What he informs Shouta is that the police have located Midoriya Inko. Her body was recovered earlier that day from a multi-car pileup accident caused by a villain gang fight. She was identified about 30 minutes ago via dental and DNA. After hanging up with the detective, Shouta informs Hisashi quietly before walking to Izuku's room to break the news to the kid. Izuku is sitting on his bed reading a book when Shouta knocks and enters. He smiles at Shouta. Hey, kid, Shouta rumbles as he takes a seat on the bed with his son. I need to tell you something. Izuku frowns nervously and glances at the doorway, where Hisashi has taken up vigil. Okay. Feeling unusually nervous, Shouta offers his hand to his kid, who takes the offer of comfort immediately. Midoriya Inko's body was found today at the villain-caused accident to the north of here. She died in one of the cars in the pileup. Izuku stares blankly into Shouda's eyes for a long moment. Mom, is she's dead? Yes, Shouta replies. Izuku looks down at his lap. After another moment, tears start to trail down freckled cheeks. Izuku's shoulders shake and he squeezes Shouda's hand tightly. Kiddo? Shouta says as he squeezes the smaller hand in return. Why? Izuku. Why am I sad? Izuku sobs quietly. She already left me behind. Why am I crying over her? He seems to fold suddenly, falling into Shouda's arms. Hisashi moves closer and crouches down to find Izuku's gaze. He cups Izuku's cheek gently. That's the thing about loving someone, sweetheart. Sometimes, even when they hurt you, you still love them. I didn't even want her to come back, Izuku says. I didn't want to see her again. Why do I still love her? She left me. She stopped loving me. Hisashi's thumb strokes a wet cheek. I know, but she was your mother. It is hard to stop loving someone sometimes. You are grieving the good times. You are grieving the what could have beens. Sweetheart, you are grieving the possible future of speaking to her again after the wounds of abandonment had healed. You are allowed to miss your mother's love and care. You are allowed to grieve the future that can't happen now. Even if you didn't want her to come back. Even if you moved on. Baby, you can be sad. Shouta, and I will hold you and love you. And eventually this will pass. This isn't forever. Izuku closes his eyes and sobs in his dad's arms until he falls asleep. He sleeps deeply but cries through the night in his dreams. Shouta and Hisashi stay with him. Wednesday is a quiet day. Izuku clings to them a little tighter, but seems to get better through the day after being with the faculty of Yui. Hisashi picks up Mei-chan Wednesday night for a sleepover. Shouta overhears the feral girl telling Izuku that Inko got what was coming for her. Izuku cried but also laughed at his friend's vicious bluntness. Thursday morning, when Shouta found the two kids curled up with all three cats in a cuddle pile on Izuku's bed, he's a nice husband and takes multiple pictures for Hisashi. Shouta knows after watching Izuku cheerfully wave bye to Mei-chan that morning that he will heal. Izuku will be sad and might grieve Midoriya Inko for a long time, but he has a good support system and will be okay. Shouta drops Izuku off with Nedu for their usual Thursday world domination training, or whatever they do. Izuku POV. Thursday, Izuku and Nedu work on these large robots in one of the giant training gyms of Yui while a hero class was working on sparring on the other side of the zone. Izuku saw some really cool-looking quirks from kind of far away and almost wanted to get closer to watch. But the robotics lesson was very informative and Nezu-sensei had this conniving look that said Izuku will definitely need this knowledge for a specific scenario. That helped take his mind off his mother's death a bit. Izuku was still confused why he was so sad even while he was relieved in a way too. But his dad's and Mei-chan got him through the worst of it, and he feels better. On Friday, Izuku got to sit in on his pop's homeroom 3C this year, and he said next year he will be getting first-year students again, and a couple of his English classes before lunch. Then he went to learn first aid from Recovery Girl. Then Izuku wakes up Saturday morning and promptly panics so badly he tries to run out of his room and crashes straight into his dad. Not thinking, he latches tightly to his dad's waist and buries his face into his black jumpsuit. Izuku knows that he's hyperventilating, so bad that he can't parse what dad is trying to say to him, only that the man is attempting to talk. His dad wraps strong arms around Izuku and picks him up and carries him somewhere. Izuku's still breathing very fast when his dad wraps them in his yellow sleeping bag and lays with him in a darkened corner of the living room. Dad slowly strokes the back of Izuku's head and rubs his back in a consistent rhythm. After a couple minutes, Izuku can understand that his dad is also softly muttering reassurances into Izuku's hair. "It's okay. I'm right here. I've got you. Nothing is going to hurt you. You're with me and the cats at our apartment. You are safe and loved. I love you." His dad's voice is rough but soothing, a gentle rumble that slowly but surely calms Izuku's panic. Izuku relaxes abruptly and takes a deeper breath, which helps clear the fuzzy feeling from his head. "Hey, kid, you okay?" Dad asks. "Okay. Wanna tell me what happened?" "Just worried about tonight, I guess," Izuku mumbles. Dad hums. He rests his chin on the top of Izuku's head. "If Zashi and I are wrong about how they will act around you, I will personally throw them out onto the street." Izuku nods and tucks his face into his dad's shoulder. "Okay. I'm tired." "Me too. Nap time." They nap for an extra hour before Pops wakes them up to get ready for the day. Izuku is able to stay calm by working on his analysis codes. Nezu-sensei and his dads have been helping him establish his own complicated coding system for his analysis journals. Then, Izuku decides to go with Pops to pick up supper from the local sushi place for them and the Idas, who will arrive while he and Pops are out, most likely. After putting their order in, Pops pulls Izuku to the side to wait for their food and gently starts petting his hair. Izuku leans into the affection as he tries to not let his anxiety overwhelm him. Pops pulls him in tight with an arm around Izuku's shoulders and leans down to talk closer to Izuku's ear. "Green Bean, I know you're nervous, and that is totally okay. I want you to know that if you feel too uncomfortable during dinner, you can get up and go to another room if you need to. Or I would go with you if you need it as well. You do not need to be afraid of Tensei or Tenya. You are a wonderful kid with a heart of gold and an intelligent mind. Izuku, you are such a lovable kid. We love you, and we won't let anything happen to you." Izuku wraps an arm around the blonde hero's waist to reciprocate the hug. "What if they don't like me? I can be a little much for some people." "Oh, honey." He presses a gentle kiss to the top of Izuku's head. "You are a passionate little dude, and that's alright. I'm too much for a lot of people, but that is a them problem. And if I'm being honest, Tenya has the same problem sometimes. He can be kinda much too. He doesn't make friends easily either. I think Shouta and I are also hoping that you're a good friend for our pseudo-nephew as much as we hope Tenya is a good friend for our son. Do you think maybe the two of you will find that you're just the right amount of too much to be friends? Izuku thinks for a long moment. He thinks about how Mei-chan doesn't have other friends too, how she's told him how people have called her weird and obnoxious. He thinks about others shying away from his muttering or obsessions if they don't hate him for his quirklessness. And he finds that his pops is right. Maybe Izuku will find another person who's kind of an outcast like him and, as Mei-chan has started calling it, duckling adopt him. Izuku smiles up at Pops.
Yeah, Pops.
I'll do my best. Hisashi smiles broadly. That's my kid. Taking the bags of sushi takeout, Izuku and Hisashi make their way back to the apartment. Once back at the apartment, Shouta comes to the entrance to help carry the takeout. Everything is ready at the table, Dad says as he ruffles Izuku's hair. Walking behind his dad's, Izuku sees the two Ida brothers as they stand from where they are sitting at the table. Ida Tensei smiles brightly as he watches Izuku. Ida Tenya stiffly fixes his glasses as he moves a little too quickly to bow in greeting to Izuku. Hello, Izuku-kun. It is a pleasure to meet you. My brother was unsure when I asked what your surname would be now that you are with Shouta and Hisashi. I hope that you are not offended by the familiarity I have shown you. Please, feel free to call me Tenya in turn. As he speaks, Tenya makes quick but stiff chopping arm movements repeatedly. His voice is a little loud and overly formal. His expression is slightly stricken, looking awkward as he finishes talking. Izuku relaxes and smiles at the blue-haired teen. Hi, Tenya-kun. It's nice to meet you too. You can call me Izuku. He reminds me a little of Mei-chan, just stiff and formal instead of extreme energy. Tenya smiles and nods. Thank you, Izuku-kun. And you can call me Tensei, the older Ida interjects, smiling fondly at his little brother. Izuku shyly meets his gaze. It's nice to meet you, Tensei-sen. The three adults herd the two teens to the table and pass out food. Izuku gets a little lost as he starts talking about Ingenium's quirk, hero work, and talent. Tensei-sen, who mostly seems flattered and good-natured, agrees to sign an Ingenium poster for Izuku after dinner. Tenya-kun also starts praising his brother's work, seemingly excited to be able to idolize his brother with someone else. At one point, when the food is finished and the group has moved to the living room, a blushing Tensei says the two teens should attempt to talk about something else. Tenya-kun immediately turns to Izuku. Izuku-kun, Tensei Nizan said that you were applying to Yui. I am also applying. What department are you hoping to enter? I am going to the hero entrance exam. Izuku fidgets with his fingers for a moment. I am also applying for the hero course. Tenya smiles widely. I am happy to hear that. Maybe we will be in the same class. Returning his smile, Izuku perks up. Yeah, that'd be fun. I have a friend, Mei-chan, who is applying for the support course. She is a brilliant inventor. Oh wow, that is wonderful. I only know a couple other students that are applying that I think have a good chance of getting in. Tensei Nizan has picked up his training with me to help me prepare. Are you also training?
Yeah.
Dad and Pops have been training me, and Nedza-sensei has been teaching me while they are working. Sometimes I get to spend time with some of the other teachers who have free PRDS. It has been a lot of fun. You are training with Yui teachers? Tenya asks, eyebrows raised sharply. Yeah, there was bullying at my middle school, so I tested out.
And
Nedza-sensei started teaching me. Izuku wrings his hands. That is awful. Tenya nearly yells as he jumps to his feet as if to immediately defend Izuku. Realizing what he's done, Tenya sits back down quickly. Why were you being bullied? You seem like a kind and intelligent person.
Why, yeah.
Well, I'm quirkless, so. Yeah. No one liked that. Tenya frowns, shoulders stiffening more, chest puffing out slightly. Izuku wonders for a moment if this is about to be an awful situation, no matter what his dad's reassured him. How terrible. Those hooligans. What is wrong with being quirkless? You cannot help your quirk status. Bullies deserve harsh reprimand and suspension. The fact that it was allowed to happen like you imply is abominable, and I hope Shouta and Hisashi press charges and arrest those at fault. Tenya is slightly flushed at the end of his spiel. Giving a tremulous smile, Izuku nods. Yeah, my old school got, handled. They knew I wanted to be a hero, and thought I was stupid and useless. Tenya scoffs. You do not need a quirk to do good. With your intelligence and determination, I am sure you will have as good a chance as any of the rest of us to become a hero. Those bullies are foolish and misinformed. I am not going to cry. I am not going to cry. Tears running down his cheeks, Izuku smiles widely. Thank you, Tenya-kun. Tenya looks a little off-kilter at the tears but reaches across to pat Izuku on the shoulder. You are welcome, Izuku-kun. I still hope we are in the same hero class in UE. Me too. Shouta POV. The three adults pretending they weren't intensely watching that exchange smile as the boys get sidetracked by talking about heroes and UE. Izuku and Tenya start watching hero news on the TV and discussing the heroes being talked about. Zashi leans over to Shouta. See, those two made nerd nice and are now disparaging Endeavor together. Tensei laughs lowly. Yeah, they'll be okay. Shouta sighs. They did good, he admits softly. Shouta wouldn't admit upon the pain of death, but he was a bit worried that Tenya would say something bluntly without thinking of the consequences and hurt Izuku's feelings. Tenya is a good kid, but he doesn't always get social cues and is very blunt and stubborn at times. But the two did seem to click okay and find common ground. Dealing with the emotional fallout and uncertainty around Midoriya Inko's death earlier in the week was enough sadness and upset for the week. He wants Izuku to have a little breathing room between crises, thanks. The entrance exams are going to be coming up soon, and while he has faith in Izuku's intelligence and adaptability, he does worry about him failing the entrance exam. After all, the hero entrance exams are biased in favor of powerful quirked kids. Shouta didn't pass it. He gained entrance into the hero course by winning the sports festival. Though Shouta quietly wonders what all Nedu is teaching Izuku and how much subtle preparation for the exam he is giving the kid. Izuku and Tenya's meeting going well? Good. A good thing in the middle of chaos and gives both boys another person to lean on when needed. A few hours later, after exchanging phone numbers, Izuku and Tenya say their goodbyes at the apartment entryway. Tensei cautiously reaches out to ruffle Izuku's hair when he says bye to Izuku, who beams at the fact he got to talk to Ingenium and get his autograph and affection from. After the Idas leave, Izuku starts texting, probably May, where he sits at the breakfast island. Hisashi washes the dishes while the radio plays in the background. Shouta feeds the cats. The evening thankfully ends on a calm note.